Good morning, everybody. We are back with day two of the North American School Scrabble Championship 2022, live from the Planet Word Museum in Washington, D.C. Man, it was a great day of Scrabble yesterday, and
So many
we
good games.
are so excited to be bringing you the final three games of the main event and then the finals matchups in the championship and high school divisions. My name is Will Anderson, and joining me once again, Hannah Lieberman. Hannah, this has been a really amazing event to be a part of.
We have seen some incredible play by kids of all ages. Certainly intimidating as someone who knows she'll be playing those kids in all age tournaments someday soon. And it's really anyone's game in both divisions. We have plenty of contenders to get to those final rounds. So I'm pretty excited to see who makes it there, and I can't wait to watch those final games.
So we have a great matchup headed your way.
Let's stop. During the game, though, we're not going to talk.
I know.
Gotta focus.
Should we track? I don't think it's worth it. I mean, we could if they have like a certain set of letters. But do you guys track? Okay. Do you guys track? I know.
Hopefully you guys can hear us. I'm happy to repeat my witticisms about the fact that we have an Anderson and a Lieberman competing, Milo Anderson and Toby Lieberman, but again, no relation to us. So, anyway.
Some great opening tiles over on the Anderson team. I guess we know who we're rooting for here.
Well, yeah.
On the Gideon and Milo team, we've got some great opening letters. It looks like they've already found. They're probably going to play Fizz, which will be a great play. That first play of the game we saw yesterday is an opening play. That opening play is a double word square, and so you can, you feel like you're getting kind of bang for your buck with your power tile, your Z.
Oh, and did you see? Oh, look at Toby and Theo for a moment there. On their rack, they had queso lined up,
Whoa.
which is not a Scrabble acceptable word.
No, it directly translates.
We totally know that as a word, but oh man, they have a valid word lined up on their rack now.
Now, the nice thing about Fizz is that it doesn't take an S, so that S is a little less valuable to them. Looks like they might try queso off of that OF. Oh,
that would be a completely reasonable try on their part. And yeah, Todasky says a vertical opening.
Once again, we've got this
seen the kids.
Intimidating vertical opening. They're going to go for queso.
Oh, and that's going to be a hard challenge too, because I've seen that. I feel like I've seen that word on like Taco Bell commercials.
Right. So, it's certainly a word I use in my everyday life. I probably should use it a little less, so I should eat queso a little less. But...
Yeah, tasty though.
Oh, so tasty.
So yeah. You mentioned, who am I rooting for here? Definitely just rooting for a great game, but definitely have to call out Gideon Brasowski, a very well-known personage on Scrabble Twitch. There's even an emote for him on my Twitch channel, which he won by winning the online school Scrabble championship a couple of years ago, and one of his prizes was getting a personalized emote. We all know him as the Gidfather.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah. So.
All right, let's see if they accept queso. It looks like they're holding.
Yeah.
And they're going to challenge that word off the board.
That's wait. What is the hand signals there? The clock is still running, so you can see that clock running.
It looks like they're still holding. They want to take a second to see, will they be able to return?
I think that
they might.
Hand motion was,
we're not challenging.
Don't draw yet, and now they are.
They're letting the play go, and sometimes that's not a terrible idea, even if you're not sure if something's a word. They have GHI on their rack, which they could play down onto that triple. They can utilize it, and those are great letters. If your opponents don't use them this turn, they could go ahead and use them the next turn for something even bigger.
Yep, it's a great point, Anna. The letters that you saw Toby and Theo use, even though queso scored well and isn't a valid word, that QUSE combination could easily come back to hurt even more on a subsequent turn. So letting it go, not the worst idea on Gideon and Milo's part here. It's a really good point. So G, yeah, this GHI, this is showing off some pretty good word knowledge
It's true.
for Gideon and Milo. Not a word that you're likely to see. I feel like G, is this an alternate of GHEE, which again,
I feel like you are likely to see
for-
this if you look in Upper East Side parents' fridges is queso and ghee.
Yeah,
I feel like
was
these
gonna
are
say,
things that I see at babysitting.
and fizz. I mean, this is a very fridge.
Someone didn't have breakfast. They've got it on the mind.
Yeah, for sure. So I don't know how long the food words will continue here. You can see Gideon and Milo are waiting for Toby and Theo to make their next play and hoping for a place to play Fjord.
They also have a good opportunity with that OF to get the F going both ways and
True.
maybe play something off like oaf or def. I'm very interested to see how Toby and Theo try and get rid of some of these consonants that they're stuck with.
They've got a blank, which you love to see. You definitely expect when you have that blank, you're going to be going for a bingo if you can find it. The other letters on the rack, not so good for bingoing.
This is a great little...
Very nice.
Great way to get rid of those and to get some points. There's certainly,
Yep.
It's not a small play. It's not opening a ton of stuff up because it's all those yucky letters. Certainly not a spot for Fjord. And it even closes off a little bit of that F play that they had going. So
yeah, they might have wanted to play Fjords to the S of queso. That's no longer possible. And as you say, the off hook OFF, not that useful anymore. So, wow, the second blank finding its way onto Toby and Theo's rack as well, along with 3 O's. Oh, boy. Okay, that is going to be a tough rack to navigate for sure.
Can you unvoodoo something? I don't know.
I mean, who knows? I certainly feel like
you
can never be too surprised by the words that are in the Scrabble dictionary. But unvoodoo would be ambitious.
That would be ambitious. I would need an anti-wind to kind of brace myself for that. That was a callback to yesterday.
Yeah, callbacks to yesterday.
We're seeing someone put in the chat that over by a double could have been an option to use that blank. You know, we think of blanks as these sacred things that really should only be used
good point, yeah.
for bingoing, but there are plays that don't use all your letters that are just as good as a bingo. Of course, that would be a hard find, that over by.
Very tough. Yeah, I think it was a really nice find to get Cyber there, leaving, not as many of those high point tiles. Just a weird draw with that second blank and 3 O's. As we see, Fad is the play. That looks like it's a nice way to get some extra points from the Z. A little scary with the hooks on Fad, though. Fade is obviously a word we all know. Fads, but also Fado, Fado is a word. And Toby and Theo, with all of these O's on the rack, it could be an interesting place for them to dump some of those here. If
they're one letter away from rejection through that C.
Wow, for some reason I didn't think of that as a word. I didn't see their rack.
Oh, you were like a letter away from rejection. Yeah, it's a deep emotional problem.
I know, that was a very...
All right, so that is not a word, OVO. I have a feeling they're going to challenge that off.
This one is
immediately challenged it, didn't even think it through.
And you can see the difference, right? So the first play that we saw of queso, that's a 5-letter word. You work your way up when, as a starting player, you learn the 2s, you learn the 3s, and then you eventually get to 5s and bingos and things like that. So
this is almost our uwu from yesterday.
Uwu and owo, exactly. So queso is a 5-letter word. Maybe a little more experienced Gideon and Milo might opt to challenge that. Ovo, a 3-letter word, which I'm sure we've seen that as a prefix on words before.
Right.
It's a reasonable try, but Gideon and Milo are too experienced. They probably know their threes really well, and we're going to see this come off the board.
And
yeah,
even
good
if they don't
challenge.
know their threes perfectly, that's the kind of word that would be really useful if it were valid. I'm sure we would have seen it. It's one of those things where you say, I would have seen that before.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a query of the words containing ovo, which has one of the silliest looking words in the Scrabble dictionary with three V's, almost one after the other, of ovoviviparous. Not sure
true.
that we're going to have much
These
opportunity
fools
to play
not
that.
playing ovoviviparous. What were they
Yeah.
thinking?
Well, yeah, obviously that is in no way playable in this game, and probably almost never in a million years would you see that played. But
Now-
just a fun word. So
We're seeing Gideon and Milo.
jeer.
They're opening some things up. They haven't been too shy about opening up the board so far. I think it's because they've also had nice letters, and they figure at this point, hopefully they'll get to utilize those spots that they're opening up too. Plus, now they know Toby and Theo have this OOV that they want to get rid of.
Yeah, it's interesting because the opening of jeer, it opens up a new good S hook. If you have an S, you could play jeers for maybe more points than you would get pluralizing if, which was already on the board. But it also opens that triple lane with the J.
That could be super valuable.
A 5-letter word with that J is going to hit very hard now. But it's maybe the case that Gideon and Milo, seeing Toby and Theo just try to play OOV, those letters don't work very well with the J to play a
It's
5-letter
true.
word there. So
Now, I don't know what knowledge of threes Toby and Theo have. I think a good idea might be playing something like ONO or NOO under that J, just to block a little bit that J move. You never know if you're helping or blocking with
For
those
sure, yeah.
with those moves, but at least getting a few points and getting rid of some of those O's. So it looks like they're going to try. Oh, another word that's not good.
So
D-O.
this word is also not valid in our lexicon here. This one is valid in the international English, but I'm guessing Gideon and Milo are very likely to challenge this word as well. I think. Let's just see if Toby and Theo
They're
go for the
shaking
bag.
their heads saying, I don't think that's good.
Are they going to reach for the bag and draw, or have we seen another hold, which we mentioned yesterday? When you want your opponent to hold off on drawing, and you're considering, do we want to challenge or not? You tell your opponent hold, which means hold off on drawing. And clearly they are considering another challenge.
Now, here's another thing to consider.
There it is. Wow.
Yeah, they know their threes. Now, if you were only 98% sure on your threes, might be worth it to just leave it since it's not a very high scoring play. You'd have to be really confident that those are not valid words, which it looks like Gideon and Milo definitely know.
Yep.
Their threes. They're saying, nope, you're going to be stuck with those O's for one more round. That's the thing. It's not just that you're not getting those points. It's that now we have another turn with these V and these 3 O's where we're going to need to get rid of them. And the points, the spread just keeps growing just a little bit each round.
Yeah, and you can see that as, those lost turns, as you allude to, for Toby and Theo, Gideon and Milo are starting to pull away to the point where those 2 blanks on Toby and Theo's rack, very, very likely to eventually mature into a bingo, but that will only even the score now.
Right, they'll need a lot of ground to catch up. Now, it looks like Gideon and Milo are looking to play OHIA, a great vowel dump, off of maybe of, the word of in the middle of the board.
That would be an interesting choice. My eye, and I'm sure their eye as well, is trying to look at that J of jeer and identify any 5-letter word that can go all the way down. And frankly, I'm not seeing
I don't see one either. I do see they could play Jiao, kind of like, I think it's just an alternate spelling of chow, right? J-I-A-O.
That's an interesting idea.
Get rid of some of those. It opens up a lot of lanes, but we know that Toby and Theo's problem right now is vowels and not consonants. So giving them all those vowels isn't necessarily going to help them. And does it take an S?
So I was going to follow up on your point. No, it doesn't. But if you were to see Gideon and Milo play JIAO, one space
Oh,
above the
interesting.
triple letter score,
16.
you might get Toby and Theo to try to pluralize
Right,
it,
and then you
you
could
lose another challenge in
sort
the
of lure them
process.
in. That would be 3 turns in a row, which would be really, really brutal.
Yeah,
All right, I'm thinking they're just going to play off one of those O's. Yep.
there it goes.
Oh, and
Level
they could play
2.
Boo. You know what?
There we
Even
go.
better than Ovo.
Excellent. Very nice play. So this is a really nice spot to dump a couple of those O's. We like this. All valid words. This is probably what they should have played on the
From the
do
get-go,
turn.
yep.
Yeah. So
But now they have
found
a great
better
lead.
spot.
Even though we think those V's are tough, you can definitely bingo with the V. They've got an N and there's an open G, so there's a possibility of this ING word that they've
Yep.
got.
So look
now
at
we
Gideon.
see, yeah.
So Gideon and Milo have worked their rack into a really nice position. There are playable bingos here for them. And okay, so this is a really great play.
Word.
Now this is an awesome play. This is about as good. You can see Austin, hello there, and the chat has pointed out a couple bingos available from both the G and the H. The G one, very obscure, but the H one, you see pointed out in the chat, hospital. They might have been able to identify that if they looked through that H at the top of the board. But this is an awesome play. Basically as good. Yeah, basically as good.
The hospital would be putting a vowel right in that double letter square above the triple.
Yep.
And this one's going to be worth a ton of points. Plus, they still have that S.
ITS, a beautiful combo.
We have a few great spots for an S, starting or ending with an S for a bingo. Now we'll see if it pays off and they get those bingo letters. It looks like they definitely have.
Oh, wow. Very nice. So a couple really good bingo tiles find their way onto Gideon and Milo's rack. We will see what they come up with here. There are definitely playable bingos. I think they have a good chance of finding it. Meanwhile, Toby and Theo are now down over 100, but they also have drawn good letters to go along with their blank, including an S. So basically, we're very likely to see some fireworks.
They found novices.
Novices, which they clearly are not novices if they're playing this nice bingo here. It looks like they're getting ready to play this.
They're considering, do they want to try and play it off of if or G, or what's going to be the best spot for that word? But either way, a really great find with novices, which again, they're proving that they are certainly not this word.
Yeah, anything but. So this will close the gap, but you can see Gideon and Milo are ready with really good tiles of their own. And you can see, I think it's interesting also, just to point out, Gideon and Milo are placing their tiles in alphabetical order a lot of the time. You don't see that for all of our teams, but it is definitely sort of standard practice for a lot of players to take those tiles and set them in alphabetical order. Is that something you do, Hannah?
I don't do that, but I think that's a symptom of my not having studied. I've just recently kind of started studying some bingos, and oftentimes the study tools put those letters in alphabetical order. And so maybe, if that's how you've memorized it, if that's how you've studied those words, that's going to be a great way to keep track of that as you're playing.
Yeah, it's kind of a function of pattern recognition as opposed to anagramming, where when you study and when you practice at Scrabble to become a more efficient Scrabble player, what you want to do is you're learning these words with the intent of seeing them really quickly in a game scenario, recognizing immediately when you have a certain pattern of letters. Oh yeah, there's something here. I've seen it before. And the way to optimize that is if you are alphabetizing your tiles every time, you start to recognize those groups that you've seen before. So that's, you'll see a lot of our teams doing that with that alphabetized rack to sort of get that pattern recognition going as opposed to anagramming.
Right. Now, the nice thing about novices is that V kind of blocks off any bingo lanes, any places to play those 7 letters in that part of the board, just because V does not have any 2-letter words. So you can't hook far enough that way. We're seeing in the Twitch a lot of people recommending some of those 8-letter words. Those are so hard to find.
Yeah.
They do have that L, O, and P, and then the G at the top that they could go through, or the H where they could start. those are going to be really hard. I think how many bingos are on their rack naturally? I don't think any of them play.
Yeah,
Miss Date?
nothing that's really easy. Miss Date, Diastem. I mean, they've been sort of unlucky in the sense that they have some bingos available, but they're mostly obscure words that are not that easy to find.
It's true.
With these letters, you're going to get a lot of words much of the time that are pretty easy to anagram once you see them. So that's
Right.
unfortunate that in this particular case, they had great bingo tiles. Ooh, and there's another I that finds its way. So I was gonna say,
Oh, not terrible though.
Yeah, this is close.
Need a lividist or something.
Yeah.
Vigilist.
Yeah, they're definitely close here, but I feel like that second I and the V was not what they wanted to see. So
Certainly true.
their play was Dam, DAM, alongside novices. And what I would have maybe liked them to play there is just fewer tiles, right? Like
They have
were
such good
so
tiles.
close to bingoing that I really feel like if they had even just dropped that M off somewhere, maybe even
Yep.
just boom or something like that.
Or even if I love the D, but if they had put that D under faded and maybe hooked a few things that way.
That works pretty
just
good
stack
too.
a few tiles.
Yep, that works pretty good.
The good news for them is one, they still have a pretty healthy lead
for sure
over Toby and Theo. We know that those blanks are gone. Oh, they're blocking that lane.
Brown.
I don't know if they.
So they have a lot of consonants, so it makes sense that they're going to try to play through a vowel. But certainly, as you say, Hannah, that C out in space, no two-letter words. We're not going to see anything underlapping the C, going along to that lower left triple word score now. The
normally,
L, the O, the P of jalop all just got blocked pretty effectively. So
it's true. And normally, I think the rule of thumb, generally speaking, is if you're behind in points, you want to open up the board. If you're ahead, you want to shut it down. But maybe Toby and Theo see Gideon and Milo play DAM. They think those are really good letters. If that's what they're getting rid of, they must have some good stuff left on their rack.
Could be. That's for sure.
That would be thinking a good number of steps ahead. But either way, that's the result of what happened.
Yeah, it's not surprising for players at this level to be thinking. We discussed yesterday that one of the first things you learn as a competitive Scrabble player is that each of the plays you make consists of the word you're playing and the score that you're getting for that word, as well as the tiles you leave over for next turn. So that's the first way that you start thinking about the future turns beyond the current one in Scrabble, which is so important. But as you say, there are many other considerations that you want to be thinking about the future of the game beyond the turn that you're currently trying to puzzle out.
So we see that Gideon and Milo have separated Evil, which they can play off of Dam and Novices. I would argue maybe a slightly better move to play Veil, just to put your V a little higher, block things off.
Yeah.
They have the option. They could just play VIG, VIG off of the G at the top of the board. Oh, they're playing it down there for Evil and N.
This may be.
That's an incredibly smart move, I think. If you are trying to bingo and you have that S, there's currently no place to hook that S. But what you open up for yourself, you certainly open up for others.
Yeah, and Toby and Theo also sitting on an S. So now it starts to become a bit of a race to get a bingo with evils down here. And again, no blanks are coming to help either player at this point. We've seen both of them be used with novices.
Ooh, okay. Once again, getting stuck with those double I's. The good news now, they don't have to feel bad about getting rid of an E, Gideon and Milo, because they've got two of them.
I'm a little worried that they're going to play Geist and Evils, which, like, a poltergeist is a thing, but a Geist is not a valid
It's got to be
word
poltering,
here.
you know?
Exactly.
If it ain't poltering, it ain't the Geist for me.
I don't want to hear about it. Exactly. So Geist, a totally normal play to think of. It's not in the Scrabble dictionary, but that would be a really difficult word for Toby and Theo to challenge as well.
It's true.
If we do see
especially,
Geist and Evils be played,
we were talking about this psychology at play. If you've lost two challenges, you're thinking, wow, Gideon and Milo really know their words. Looks like they're looking to play maybe Boast.
Oh, Boast would be a nice.
It's certainly a good way to catch up those points.
Yeah, very nice play. So this will prevent Geist Well, actually, Geist will
Yep,
now play
now it'll
with
open some
overlaps.
things up.
Oh man.
But you know what? I
Oh
still think
boy.
it's the right move for Toby and Theo because at this point they just need to start racking up some points,
Oh, I
make up that
totally agree.
deficit.
Totally
Now they're
agree.
only down by 20 points.
Yeah, I really like this play for Toby and Theo. They
Great
have
leave.
scored a whole bunch of points and are continuing to, put pressure on Gideon and Milo. Oh, and they have Gist set up. So I wonder. So
Maybe
clearly,
they'll play it off of both on the bottom there to get that G going on the double letter.
very
That's a much
interesting.
safer bet.
Yes. Yep. So that makes a lot of sense. Issue. Oh, and now they have
they're
Geist
trying to see
lined
if
up.
Geist
You
is
can
a
see.
word.
Oh, this is going to be a very nice play. However, it's not valid. If Toby and Theo challenge this word, they could seize command of the game at this point. So this is a huge inflection point. This looks like a great play. If you've heard the word poltergeist before, you're probably saying to yourself,
they're going for
how
it.
could Geist not be a valid word? It happens not to be. So let's see what Toby and Theo's reaction is to this play. This is a huge point here in the game.
Wow, I feel like this is my area of expertise since I spent many years as a ghost tour guide. I've talked about many a poltergeist.
Oh man, yeah.
Thomas Paine over on Marie's Crisis Cafe.
Yeah. Do you ever hear the word Geist used?
I
by
can't say I
itself,
do.
or-
Only if I say, polter, and then I sneeze or something. Don't have time to finish the word. I don't think Geist.
Oh, so is Geist? It's even showing that Geist is a valid word in the international lexicon. That's not the lexicon we're using here. For some reason, I didn't even think
they're
of
not
that.
even holding. They
So
just accepted that play.
Yeah, so I think Gideon and Milo with a really clever idea. That word not valid in the lexicon we're using here, but clearly it's valid enough to be in other lexicons. So great play by them. It's a lot of points too. So yeah, as you say, Toby and Theo don't bat an eye. It looks like a word, and I guess you could say a missed opportunity, but really
We're gonna
not
see
that much.
some KAT from Toby and Theo. Now it does take an I hook front of it.
It does.
Of course, the wheelie that Gideon and Milo are thinking of, I think they're going to need an H in there,
Absolutely.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, popping wheelies out there on one's bike, but yeah, it does need that H. So as you allude to, Hannah, cat, K-A-T, that is a variation of maybe the most important three-letter word in the game of Scrabble, which is Q-A-T. That's the chewable stimulant that is used in some parts of the world. But it takes an I in front for ICAT, and that's going to be really interesting. It would be very impressive word knowledge to see either team hook an I.
It's true. Although I do think the best play for Gideon and Milo is it looks like they're finding it, to play WILE alongside that word
anti,
cat
yes.
with anti. It opens up a triple, but at this point, they have, it'll get a good number of points. They have a sizable lead. There aren't too many power tiles, those high scoring tiles that could be played there. I think it would be worth it at this point to just go for the points, and then their next job is going to be to shut down that board and take away all those catch-up opportunities. Yep, there we go. Looks
good. That's a really nice way. So, I mean, this is a play where if I'm sitting here, I say to myself, well, I don't love leaving EEI, but this is going to score a boatload of points, not give anything new back to Toby and Theo. And I like it. You can see Toby and Theo with 3 N's on their rack, not what they're hoping to see.
It's true, and they don't have any letters that could go after that W to reach the triple. If I were them, I'd probably want to block it, play NA with kin. Oh, they're going for a bad 2-letter word.
Oh, this is going to get challenged for sure. No way Gideon and Milo allow this to stay.
Gideon and Milo, they're playing that game. They're pretending to write the word so they don't suspect anything.
And instantly the challenge comes down.
Instant challenge.
Yeah, this is an experience thing where Gideon and Milo, longtime school Scrabble competitors, they are going to know their 2-letter words cold. And Toby and Theo will surely get to that point sometime soon. We've seen great plays by both of them. But yeah, this 2-letter word is coming off.
We saw some great understanding of how much body language matters in this game, because Not sure if that's Gideon or Milo sitting closer to us.
That's Gideon
Yeah,
closer.
Gideon looks at the word. He immediately knows that's not a word. He thinks,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm gonna still write it down
Gotta look cool.
so that they
play
don't
it cool.
suspect
Yes.
anything.
Yeah.
He played that very cool. They're probably gonna play something like LODE off of while. Just stack up those points.
That would be great. Yeah. Is there any way to? I'm just trying
to get to anteed.
Yeah, I don't think so
I don't
because
think there
the
is.
only letter that plays alongside KI is the D. So it's going to have
It's
to
true.
play in that third position in the upper corner. We're very likely to see an overlapping play right there. So update from our director in the chat, WGBC. For those still following, we also have exclamation point standings. You can query that in the chat and it will pop up with a link if you're curious to get the standings, pairings, scoreboard, all of that information available with exclamation point standings in the chat.
Oh, they found it all right.
Nice play. Nice play. What can you say? Very impressive. That's going to score a ton of points, reparalleling, and that really puts Toby and Theo in a world of hurt here. They're going to be down by, probably
100
over
at that
100.
Point.
Yeah,
I think it'll be 101.
Okay, your mental math is
I
absolutely
thought they got
on
a little
point.
more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Milo, wait, Abby.
You are way faster
35.
than I am with this. But either way, a great situation.
So, a quick update on the rest of the tournament while we're here. It looks like Cherish, whom we saw play yesterday, she managed to continue.
Yep, winning her game.
Now, Toby and Theo, she's undefeated, by the way. Toby and Theo just played art with Rich. I totally think smart hook to play Rich. I would have wanted to see them get rid of one of those ends at least. Maybe play something like turn.
Makes sense.
Just so we get rid of the good news for them, Gideon and Milo sitting on 6 vowels. They're not going to be able to do anything particularly bold up here. Like I was saying before, at this point in the game, if you're Gideon and Milo, you're ahead by 80 points, 79. What you're going to want to do, block that final, we've got 2 bingo lanes open, or we've got a few bingo lanes open, but we've got 2 big ones. We've got that G, and then we've got art. Of course, there are letters that can go in front of the H of Rich or in front of OOF where you could hook a bingo, but I do think it's probably a good idea to play something like adage, just to block off as much as you can.
Yep. So again, the players here are at that level where when a word is played, they're going to be crossing letters off of their score sheet, and they're going to try to figure out more and more information about what letters their opponents are likely to have. And if I'm Gideon and Milo, I'm looking at those letters and I'm seeing a lot of N's that haven't been played. And I think to myself, well, there's an open G at the top of the board. NG, the ING combination can be pretty scary. So that might give them extra incentive to make a play. Hannah, like you suggested, adage seems like a reasonable option here to block that dangerous spot now.
And to get rid of as many of those vowels as you can. At least you're getting 3 of them gone. You're still left with those double I's. So maybe something like a GIE, as simple as that. Oh.
Thinking of idea. Okay, so
it blocks going through the G.
Yep.
What it doesn't do is block a play ending in that G.
Yeah, so that is sort of an interesting, interesting idea for them to play that. I'm so sorry, I didn't think of it until I was finishing that sentence. But yeah, it does block a bit. But I would have liked to see, if you're going to play such a low-scoring play, it's definitely a better idea to really conclusively block off that G there. So
there's that old adage about always blocking lanes.
Oh my gosh, you see me a pun, you see me a pun and raise me.
I raise it.
A better one. Very nice.
Now, if I'm Toby and Theo, I'm thinking I want to get rid of some of those N's.
Yeah.
I understand. That's
such a plausible
My
word.
reaction to that is,
I feel
also, they're not, Toby and Theo, they're going for points right now, but really what they need to be doing is playing off those ends. Doing something like even playing
challenge. It's another challenge. So Gideon and Milo trusting their instincts with these shorter words. You play enough Scrabble, you start to see the same 2- and 3-letter words again and again, and your instinct takes over when you see a word like this. If you see "ga" or something like that, and it looks really unfamiliar to you after playing a lot of Scrabble games, odds are good you should challenge it because it's very unlikely to be valid. That's what happened
And
here.
I think after this game, Toby and Theo are definitely going to be brushing up on their threes for next year. They're certainly.
Since our
Oh.
game started late,
Oh, just a
we also
director
have our
call
game
here. Not
after
sure
training
what
ground.
Director Ben Greenwood is just having a moment to
Check in on those
check with the
rules.
players. So yeah, no surprise here. I think everything is
Thank you.
fine, but yeah, they'll resume shortly.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, we're gonna see Ga come off. All right, Director Ben has got his message across, and now play will resume. Back to Gideon and Milo having just won that challenge there.
Oh, and we got another update on that high school division, which I believe we're going to see next game.
Wow.
We had a big upset. James Donnelly giving Knox Daniel his first defeat. So he's now 5-1. James Donnelly now 5-1. I'm wondering, would that leave Cherish as the only undefeated player? I think there might be one or two.
It depends on Zach Ansel's result
Right,
with Ruth Lee. So
And
if
Ruth
Zach,
is certainly a formidable opponent.
yeah, for sure. Ruth. So James Donnelly, by the way, I recall him sort of bursting onto the scene. I don't know him that well, but in the online school championship that we held, once social distancing started to take effect, he just came out of nowhere and had a really impressive result, was playing really smart, good Scrabble, and he's here now in person continuing that. So congrats to James beating a very difficult opponent, Knox Daniel, and certainly complicating the standings in the top of the high school division here.
Now, Gideon and Milo have done something pretty clever here. They played ECU, Eastern Carolina University, is what that means where I'm from. And
yeah, a valid word.
It means that
word.
if their opponent wants to hook something with oof, they're not going to also have to end in a letter.
It does restrict that.
It restricts it a little bit. Also left them with a great leave, but of course they picked two more vowels. I think we have all our consonants used up in this game. If I were Toby and Theo, I'd be playing none. N-U-N off of boo. Get rid of some of those.
Have to manage those three N's here for sure. So we'll see what they opt to do. The play of Bart that we saw from them before, it kept three N's for them to deal with on a subsequent turn, and it looks like they will continue to have those three N's. Again, this is kind of a cautionary tale in Scrabble. You really do want to keep a nice, flexible rack of different tiles. When you have those duplicated letters, they don't really add that much extra value to the rack. Every letter with its own unique attributes.
So we see them checking their tracking. Gideon and Milo are making sure everything they put is correct. It is much easier than you might think to mess up that tracking. Also, if Toby and Theo wanted to play the AG for a lot of points, they could have played GAE off of Fade and Zag. Would have been a good number of what's in the bag. We're going to see that very soon, what's left in the bag. We're also seeing another example today of one of those kind of closed boards.
Yeah, sure.
We've got a whole, the third quadrant of this board kind of.
It always seems to be the left side for whatever reason.
Yeah, maybe all the kids' chairs are like tilted a little bit or something.
Yeah, are they slanted that direction? Who knows?
So it looks like, they were checking those D's on the board, Gideon and Milo. Maybe they're checking what letters are even left that go in front of ART. How concerned do we have to be about this potentially open bingo lane?
Yeah, and Gideon and Milo have been struggling with vowel overload for quite a while. So it's definitely, for them, they're in really good shape with the nice 100-point lead that they have, but they can't really rest and relax because they're not able to score very well with these vowel heavy racks. I feel like it's always better, not always, but in general, it feels better to me, Hannah, to have consonant overload than vowel
You
overload.
certainly can rack up points with consonant overload. I guess it depends on if you're at the end of the game. Maybe you don't want to get stuck with some higher scoring consonants on your rack that you have to get rid of. But these kids, they certainly know their vowel dumps. Only consonants left in the bag. So they've had a pretty, thank you for that, Austin.
Right.
They've had a pretty unlucky go of it.
So the vowels that you see in the unseen tiles pane on the top right of the stream show you the tiles from Gideon and Milo's perspective, but you can then look down at Toby and Theo's rack and see all 3 of those vowels, E-U-U, are on Toby and Theo's rack.
And you know what? I
already.
think Gideon and Milo might be thinking about that. If they play off that OI that they have separated on their rack, the odds of them getting good bingo letters are actually pretty high.
And certainly the odds of them getting consonants are through the roof. But as you say, Hannah, most of those consonants are good bingo tiles.
Right. Just that X or that Y might be tricky. Of course, I wouldn't complain about getting the X if I could rack up some points for it.
Absolutely, yes.
They might be hoping that the P that's on Toby and Theo's rack is still in the bag as they can do something with poof.
Which we saw yesterday again, man, who played that? It was one of our teams that played it for.
It was right up on the top here, and they came back
for
from that
40
J play.
points. That's
Because
right.
someone played Raj instead of Jaw.
It was Emmett versus, I think it was Emmett versus, was it Harrison maybe? I can't remember, but I know it was a game with Emmett Brasowski. And segueing back to this game, that is the older brother of Gideon, who is on our team here. So, yeah, the Brasowski brothers are awesome. I've had a lot of fun hanging out with those two on my Twitch streams over the last couple of years, while the pandemic has sort of forced us to do more stuff online. So this is my first time meeting Gideon and Emmett in person, and they are just delightful. So.
Okay. We have more updates on that high school division. Zach Ansel just won against Ruth Lee, so he is also undefeated. So it looks like we've got 2 undefeated players in the division.
Yep.
And a handful, 2 5-1s, 1 4-2. Still 2 games left in the tournament. So truly still anyone's game. Knox and James still have a great chance of getting up there. We do, however, we need someone to defeat either Cherish or Zach, or else
they will be our finalists. That's right. If they keep winning, although at some point Cherish is likely to play Zach, even before
we're at the
finals.
point now where
someone will have to lose,
or a tie. We haven't seen a tie yet.
We have not seen a tie. So yeah, if you're watching and you're more familiar with the chess world, where you can have draws a lot of the time and stalemates.
I want to talk about what a smart move this was.
Yeah, go
Instead
ahead.
of saying, well, first off, it did leave them with a very solid rack, INE.
Yep.
But even aside from that, they're like, you know what? We could wait for the P and hope we get to play off of poof. But if not, why risk leaving a whole other lane open?
Yep.
All right, they're playing off those ends.
Okay, one of those ends finds its way onto the board. But yeah, as you say, Hannah, great play of Iota. Gets rid of those vowels, blocks off that OOF lane.
Let's see what they get.
And frankly, there were R's as well for roof. So
it's true. Oh, good point.
Couple different
Okay, they
ideas.
got the X and the Y, but I don't think that's a bad thing. At this point, they're so comfortably ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right. Thank you for Austin for all the updates on the bag. That EN that Toby and Theo will, whoever plays next, I guess Gideon and Milo will pull.
Yeah. So bag is empty now. So when that happens, if the players have been doing their bookkeeping correctly, you see the little score sheet that Gideon and Milo have, that Gideon has on his right. And you can see there it is. He's crossing letters off, the letters that were just played or previous plays that he's catching up on. And what that means is if all that bookkeeping is correct, he can know for sure what Toby and Theo's letters are and plan accordingly. And that is a really difficult. It's easy enough. Well, it's difficult enough, I should say, to keep track of the letters and be crossing off the right ones as they're played.
Right.
It's even harder to use that information productively in a game.
Right. Especially, this is where it's valuable that they haven't completely run out of their time. They have the time to think over that end game.
True.
That was a great play mix. They got 24 just from tripling that X. They leave themselves with pretty decent letters for playing off their end game here. And of course, Toby and Theo. First off, Toby and Theo need to look and make sure they see that there are not a ton of tiles left in the bag. What they're going to want to do now, instead of just playing off hoping for bingo letters,
they're doing something, moving that board rapidly.
Right. They want to get as many points as they can. Looks like they may play punt.
Okay, so
no, they're playing punt once again.
Yeah, those ends.
They are in love with those ends.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh,
Good change.
You know what? That was a great moment to see Toby and Theo putting it together, thinking, It's not just about what I put on the board, it's about what I leave for myself. And I'm glad we got to see them make that adjustment.
Yep, that was a nice choice by them. That sort of thing, those little details between candidate plays, are the sorts of things that gradually over time make you a better and better and better Scrabble player. And there are so many little details like that to keep track of in a game of Scrabble. It's not that any one of those details is that complicated. If you were to tell somebody, what would you prefer to have, RN or NN? You'll probably get most people say RN. I'd like the two different letters.
Right, or in this
But
case, the TN or the NN.
yep, oh for sure, right.
But agreed, having those double letters, too much of a good thing.
So yen is going to go down for Gideon and Milo as they are about to wrap up a win here,
20.
and that's going to run their record up to 6-0. Which again, at this point, if you're undefeated this late in the school Scrabble championship, that is a good sign for your chances. And we see an outplay by Toby and Theo. Nicely
Excellent
done.
play.
Turn and tart. That would not have been possible had they not switched that N on the previous
That's right.
play.
So really smart move on their part to think ahead that next step. How are we going to go out? They are going to get 4 points from Gideon and Milo's rack. Certainly not enough to catch up, but a great showing from both teams. I thought we saw some really great defensive play from Gideon and Milo in this game. Opportunities where they could have scored a few more points elsewhere, but they went for that play that enabled them to block off any chance Toby and Theo had of catching up. A great game. I think we're going to see a handshake momentarily.
Yeah, the sportsmanship likely coming shortly here.
And I think we also saw this is a great example of how important it is to know those threes. Not just for hooking bingos, but
we saw it
they
a
can
couple
make or break a
times.
game.
Yeah, if you aren't as solid as possible on those threes and you get your wires crossed at a key point in a game, you can definitely let your opponent seize control of the game. It is what we saw here. For Gideon and Milo, they really got a couple of those breaks from Toby and Theo in the mid game at kind of that inflection point of the game where everything was hanging in the balance.
Right. There definitely comes a point in games where if someone takes the lead, it's just going to be hard to catch them because there's just not as much board left.
Exactly.
There's not as many tiles left.
We've seen that a number of times where players late in these games have had good tiles, but nowhere to place them.
Right. I'd always rather have an opponent open with the bingo than bingo out on me. Those bingos out are the tricky ones for sure.
So a great game to start off our day here between Gideon and Milo, who should retain their top spot in the championship division. Getting updates from our Twitch chat about the results in the high school division, where we will surely be bringing you some more games. We've got some great players that we have yet to see on stream.
It's true.
It's going to be really exciting.
We do have
rounds.
A little bit of a upper tier of that division cutting ahead. We have a few players who are 6-0, which means anyone with 3 wins isn't going to have a chance with only 2 games left to make it into that final. But we certainly have a few players who are 5-1 who will have their shot at that final game. These next 2 games are going to be so crucial to see who gets into that high school final.
So I know that our streaming game, I think, started slightly later than some of the other games in progress. If we do have time to interview the players, we can surely do that. Gideon, I promise you, is a great interview. But if we are wanting to get to the next rounds as soon as possible, we can be flexible with that. So we'll see. We will see if the interview is ready to go, or we'll see what's coming up next.
If not, I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of Gideon.
He's in great shape with his partner Milo. It feels
Milo did great.
Yeah, one more win for them, and it's going to be tough to knock them out.
It feels appropriate too. I was walking around the museum yesterday. They have this amazing kind of magical library where you speak a word of text and a book comes to life. And of course, I saw Milo from Phantom Toll Booth.
Oh, so other Milos are afoot in this museum.
It's true.
The Planet Word
that
Museum
Milo, the section that he says, I didn't know I'd have to eat my words. They say, or you would have picked tastier ones.
Right. Yeah, we did see a bunch of tasty words here. I think we're ready for our interview.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, this is Nitz from the North American School Scrabble Championship, and we just watched a round with Gideon Milo against Theo and Toby. So here I have them with me. Tell me, guys, who do you play Scrabble with at home?
My brother is also here, and he's the one I mainly play over the board with. But I also play with BetterBot on Woogles the majority of the time, and HastyBot as well.
All right, what about you guys?
I usually play with my dad or BetterBot on Woogles.
And Theo?
I play with my mom and dad, and sometimes with my aunt and uncle when I'm over at their house.
I normally play with my parents, and then sometimes I play my brother, who also actually plays. He didn't come to nationals though.
That's really cool. And how do you guys think that you keep your love for Scrabble alive?
Well, it definitely helps to have someone else in the house who's also studying, because it's like an extra motivator for me to like keep studying, and it's friendly competition. So, and I love competition. So.
Yeah, do you guys agree?
Yeah, I agree. With Gideon, having people in my family play Scrabble as well has motivated me more to play.
Yeah, Theo, Toby, what do you guys think?
I think it's because it enhances my knowledge on my word vocabulary, and it also is fun. It's a fun game to play.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm. It just really motivates me because I feel like there's always more to learn and to know, and also I improve my vocabulary, which is important to me.
You'll find that Scrabble masters to this day are still trying to learn more and more words. So how do you guys keep up your knowledge? How do you prepare for these tournaments?
Generally, I read parts of the dictionary and then go and print out sheets with like some of my twos and threes, which is really hard to memorize, but I try.
There are so many of them.
Yeah, I do it by playing multiple word games and searching through the dictionary to find endings for common words.
That's really cool.
Uh,
And Milo, what about you?
I study with my dad, and I have a book called Brow Razors that has a bunch of interesting study words that I like to study a lot. I'd print out pages and just study them for a while and like learn these strange words.
Love that. I love learning the strange words. And what about you, Gideon?
I study with Ziziva for the most part, so I'm trying to get up to like 5,000 sevens and eights, and I'm nowhere close, but it's a grind. And I also use Aerolith a lot.
Fantastic. Look at these kids. They're just so on top of it. Thank you so much for your time, you guys. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
family.
Sorry, we were muted there
Oh,
for a
great.
second.
Okay, well, we
Yeah.
were saying really pithy, really impressive things. It is indeed a grind. As Gideon was saying, we had some great answers from the kids. And as someone who comes from a Scrabble playing family, I have to agree. There's something about, if you're competitive, if you come from a competitive family, it always ups the ante when it's deciding who gets to do the dishes for dinner. And
Gotta beat that brother or sister.
oh
right?
yeah,
Like,
that sibling rivalry.
So yeah, great answers. You can see again that the kids all had, slightly different but similar in that they all have been preparing for this event. It's one thing to play Scrabble, play lots of Scrabble, or just show up and have a good time. It's another to take that preparation really seriously and be prepared to have your best possible showing at an event like this. And you can see our top teams are doing that behind the scenes and in the months leading up to the event.
And
So,
we saw him reference Ziziva, which is not only a great study tool, but it's free.
yeah,
It's free
for
so if you're
sure.
watching along thinking, gosh, how do I get started? Do I need to buy a giant, 5,000 pack of index cards? No, it's available to you.
Yep.
Do I
Actually,
utilize that availability?
Yeah, I have a
I'm pretty
YouTube.
bad.
I have a YouTube video on my channel about how to get started using Ziziva. Not to
Ooh.
plug myself.
I'm about
too
to watch
much.
that. I'm legit about to
but
watch that.
It's on there somewhere. I don't know. I think links, you can't even post links in the chat anyway due to moderation settings. But it's out there. Ziziva is a great tool. I heard brow razors, Milo mention as another
There are
fun
people
game.
who post Scrabble puzzles, little challenges where then they discuss what the best move could have been.
Yeah, a lot of ways to go about it. But Hannah, you were saying that there really one way is to simply play a lot of Scrabble
I
too.
play so much, and you know what I'll do is I'll play a computer who is significantly better than I am, and that tends to help. You know, it then you go into competitions where your opponents don't have a CPU behind them
Yeah.
acing every move.
The computer doesn't play phonies, at least. Oh my God. Can you imagine if we start to have a
that-
computer that does that?
Wow,
It
what
would
a
be
terrifying thought
Armageddon. It would
experiment.
be Armageddon for us all. But the computer doesn't make mistakes with its word knowledge. So it's great to practice. And I certainly play a ton of games against computer opponents just to procrastinate or let off some
But
steam.
even not computer opponents, they're, you know, the nice thing about this internet age, she said, sounding very 90s, is we've got so many players around the world who are playing with the same lexicons, who are sitting there ready for a game, itching for a game. There's so much you can learn from just playing over and over again. I think a lot of my strategy and frankly, a lot of my word knowledge, you see the same words popping up again and
Yes.
again. You make the same mistake a few times hooking an S on something that cannot be pluralized. You think, you know what? I'm finally going to save this
I'm
one.
learning it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. I've heard it said that the best way to learn a word is to see it come up on the wrong side of your challenge on the challenge
That's right.
computer.
Like, oh, that's good.
The big red X that appears when you play a word that's not valid. That one's going to be etched into your brain forever. And of course, that beautiful green check mark when you've played a word you're not sure of and it gets challenged. Now you've known that forever. So, yeah. So I think round 7 is going to be getting underway at some point. I think it's likely that we'll be bringing you a game from the high school division. Probably it's now time to see our front runner in the top division, Zach Ansel, but I'll wait to get confirmation from our directors if that's the game we're going to see.
Also, because we will likely be seeing either Zach or Cherish in that final round. So, of course, still 2 games left. So there is a possibility we get a few more players up there. It is still within those top 4 or 5 players, anyone's tournament to win. And, you know, when we get to that final round, it doesn't matter what your record was going into it. It's just about who wins that game. So you kind of get to start afresh. Say it doesn't matter if your spread was greater than mine or if you have technically a better win record.
Yeah.
It's all about who wins that final game. No
And
pressure.
that is so nerve-wracking too,
Yeah.
for it to come down to just one game, because part of the fun of Scrabble is that anyone can win in any given game. So you could go 8-0 in the main event plus a million spread points, and then the tiles just don't cooperate for you in that one game final, and that would be it. So if you are that 8-0 player, that probably doesn't feel very good. But I do feel from a spectator standpoint, it adds a real gravity to that moment.
Oh, yeah. I think
So.
I'm already so emotionally invested in these games, and I don't even know most of these kids. I think
Yeah.
that final round, I'm going to be edge of my seat.
Yeah, we'll very likely be seeing players that we've already watched a game or two on stream in the finals, so we'll have a better idea. What are these players' styles? How are they going to mesh against their opponent's style? It should be a lot of fun. And I might add that here at the Planet Word Museum, I know you guys down there in the auditorium that are watching the stream just want to thank everyone, both on our Twitch channel and who's here in person watching in the auditorium. You guys are going to be in for a special treat. You'll be watching the stream, but also augmented by live coverage from folks like Stefan Fatsis, our organizer.
Yeah, possibly Chloe, his daughter, who is
it's going to be amazing.
A school Scrabble alum and an amazing player. And also, while we're talking about people who should be thanked, Planet Word has been could not be a better place to hold a school Scrabble tournament.
It's been amazing.
They are terrific. This museum is so rad. And all of the staff who are behind, certainly the technical side of this Twitch stream is not to be credited to me. They do amazing things. All of the volunteers who are working the tournament, making sure things go smoothly. There are a lot of moving pieces behind the scenes here that deserve some praise.
Yeah, it's been a really special production to be a part of. Definitely have to shout out people like producer Christian, Josh Greenway behind the scenes, Nitz Chagti here doing these amazing post game interviews. Really, really awesome just to have all of these incredibly talented people.
It's true. And just getting the tournament going, we've got Ben directing, we've got Judy running one of those divisions.
Yep,
we've
Ben
got
Greenwood, Judy Cole,
Yep.
Steve Pellenin is here.
Of course, Stefan Vastis
Vince
did a lot of this
Castellano
organization.
running all the pairings. Thank
Kieran
you,
O'Connor
everybody.
doing that that
Can't
kind of
forget.
tech side.
Mhm.
So many moving parts that
Yep.
that have worked together to bring this together, and so many organizations that have helped sponsor this tournament.
For sure. It's been great to see all of that effort come together. And the best part, we got 2 more games in our main event, and then we will be taking a lunch break, followed by the final championship game in each of our 2 divisions. I can't
I'm
wait.
excited.
I can't wait to see how it's going to stack up.
It's
So,
true.
maybe now, I guess while we're waiting for that next pairing, we can take a very quick break for us as commentators, and we will come back when we know what our round 7 pairing is. So don't go anywhere. I'm sure it's coming very soon.
See you soon.
All right, everybody, we're back. Round 7 coming up of the North American School Scrabble Championship at Planet Word in Washington, D.C. Hannah, we have a great matchup in round 7. It's Cherish Ambiacolo versus James Donnelly. We saw Cherish yesterday.
Cherish is an incredible player. So is James. This is going to be a really crucial game. If Cherish wins, she's all but guaranteed that she's going to be playing in that final round after lunch. If he wins, whole different ball game. We've now got only then one potential person undefeated. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game plays out. And of course, it's anyone's game, this game.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be 2 players. Again, I mentioned in last round's commentary that this will be the first game that I've seen James play live, but he really impressed me with his play in our online stand-in for the School Scrabble Championship a couple years back. He was making plays that really showed that he is thinking about Scrabble in a really deep and solid way. We saw Cherish already be
firecracker player,
unbelievably impressive. So I can't wait for this matchup.
And of course, another factor is not just the talent that they clearly both have, but the way the tiles play out. You know, any player can be bested if the tile gods are cruel enough. I guess I could put that a positive way. Any player can win if the tile gods are generous enough. So we will see what happens. I think it is truly a formidable opponent for Cherish. We have a 6-0 player. We have a 5-1 player with only those 2 games left. So it's going to be an incredibly crucial game.
Yeah.
And that means we also have a crucial game happening at the same time for our other undefeated player.
That's right. Yeah. So our other matchup, as we're going to cut to the board shortly, the players are ready to play. So this matchup coming up, Cherish versus James. As you can see, James getting ready to start. Our other matchup, 6-0 Zach Ansel versus 5-1 Knox Daniel. Man, another great matchup. Really hard for us to pick between those two. In each of those cases, we would have one player we've seen already and another that we would be new to the stream. So we just had to flip a coin, basically, and go with this game, which I think is going to be, you can't choose wrong.
It's true. Oh, do you ever get that butterflies in your stomach when you see those first letters appear on your board? What kind of game is it going to be when I start?
Yeah.
Oh, we see another alphabetizer in James.
That's right. Oh, and there's a blank for Cherish coming out. So James with good tiles, a couple good bingo tiles there. The B and the G, certainly the tiles he'll be looking to play. And Cherish with a blank and then some weird duplicated A's.
Right. Certainly you can get
suffixes.
Some good scores with those letters, but maybe not a bingo this round.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm sure someone in the Twitch will tell me I'm missing the obvious play of like add a horde or something.
Well,
but
I mean, I see one word in there that's not playable in this lexicon, and I think Cherish may be dependent on James putting a letter on the board that she might be able to use more effectively.
James is looking to play maybe Debtor.
Oh, nice.
Which could be a great play. It would get that deep, but then
yeah,
Bog, of course, another great play,
yeah,
which leaves him with such a beautiful lead. I think that's the move. Debtor isn't that many more points.
Right, and we've been saying it again and again. At this level, the players are learning to defer points on the current turn for the promise of a better reward in the future.
It's
and that's
true.
exactly what this
and
is
it paid
about.
off so far. Okay, so he does have one too many consonants, but he has that S.
Okay, yeah, so another vowel would have probably done the trick for him here. He might be looking for at least a couple of vowels. I don't think.
Alphabetizer.
Yeah, he's alphabetizing quickly, which again, we mentioned it watching Gideon and Milo. It is often a sign that a player is preparing behind the scenes with one of our, tools that help us to improve. Study tools like Ziziva, things like that. If you're using those tools a lot, it really can be helpful to alphabetize those tiles the same way you would see them in your practice.
I think we're going to see Cherish play Aha.
Yep.
That's a great play.
Makes sense. She's keeping a nice mixture of one vowel, 2 consonants, and of course her blank. She is very, very likely to draw into a bingo very soon. And James, of course, with all of those consonants, there's no vowel to play through. So is he going to be able to make a play that he likes here without using up that precious E that he has.
It's true. He could maybe do something like hold. The problem with that, you're setting up that double lane, hitting both of those double word scores
Yeah.
underneath it. If you can hook an S, of course, he knows he has an S. He might be thinking maybe Cherish doesn't have great letters, but it's impossible to know at this point in the game. And she, of course, does have really bingo-friendly letters.
She is very likely to see something like revoked or something like that on her rack. It looks like she already, wow, look at that. Almost
Immediately found it.
instantaneously.
And we've been talking a lot today about find the prefixes, find the suffixes. She got both there, and she thought, I only need really 3 letters to work in between here.
Yeah, so Cherish left O.
Oh, he is going with hold.
There it is. So he has found that. I love that. See, James really impressed me, and that is exactly the sort of play that I was wondering, is he going to make a play like this, leaving that E? He knows with the one vowel on his rack,
and it paid off.
He is going to
Netters,
benefit.
Tenters. He's got plenty of words here. He's alphabetizing, but I'm sure he sees those bingos. This is good news for him because it does look like Cherish is probably going to bingo. She could either start with their R above the AG, or she could end with the D above the AB. I do think
either way, James will be responding with a bingo. He can play Tenter, and he's
found it.
They barely give me a time to mention the word they have, and they've already found it on the rack. These are 2 really good players.
It's true. It's so nice as a commentator to know we don't have to have heartbreak when Cherish bingos. We know James is going to come right back. He's got multiple spots where he could play his word. Now her decision is going to be, does she want to put an R in the triple lane for him to use, or a D? It's a tough call.
Yeah, I do think that those really are the 2 choices. So playing and hooking AB on the left side of Aha and Bog, or hooking AG on the right side. So in each case, you would be seeing a 7-letter word extending to the edge of the board. But basically,
either way, James actually won't be able. I don't know that.
Redoct. That would be a clever way to avoid placing any letter in the triple lane. That is a tricky find, though. Redoct through the
And
D
also, if you're not sure if redoct is a word, you want to go with the word you absolutely know, revoked.
I think she'll play with the D in the triple lane here.
You think?
I'm guessing. Yeah, I think the R in general
is going to be riskier.
A really flexible tile to.
Oh, no, she's going the other way. But
okay.
Again, neither of those can actually be used.
So this scores a bit better, right? Because the D is the hooking letter. You're getting an extra point for the D.
And B versus G, a few more points.
And the B also an extra point. So Cherish, that may be actually worth it to get a couple extra points. It may be worth it to place an R in the triple lane instead of the D. It's not that big of a difference.
And what's nice for her, too, is that if he doesn't use that triple lane, now it's hers to use. She'll certainly have her rebuttal to.
The funny thing is that that's exactly what's going to happen. So Tenters or Netters is very likely to go down with holds here, I think. I don't think there's anything...
I don't think there's anything with that R.
With that R, yeah. So basically, how are players... just want to say, a couple comments here. So Cy Adams says that Zach is his potential nemesis. I think a lot of people would consider Zach Ansel to be their nemesis. I'm sure many people consider Cherish and James to be their nemesis. Certainly Cherish, who has been playing quite a while. James is, for me,
he's gonna pop into the scene here.
He clearly has been playing a lot of Scrabble. I've just been very, very impressed. Oh, he's going to move this over 1 square. There we go. He's got the right location here.
Excellent play.
Yeah, we love this.
Clean bingo.
Yeah.
And it's going to catch him right up. It's still a very even game. Now, Cherish has that fatal WU.
We've seen it, and hopefully everybody out there is recognizing when you get that WU combination, it really restricts the number of words you can play. There aren't that many words that contain those 2 letters
together. They both had pretty tricky draws from those.
Oh, wow,
he's such a quick alphabetizer.
Yep.
We had pretty quick, crummy draws from Cherish and James.
Yeah.
Cherish looks like she's probably going to try and use that R, get down to the triple. What are they writing in their books? So he might be tracking tiles. It might be that James was, a little caught up in his bingo, so he didn't get to uh, go ahead and track.
Yeah, so what they're doing is they're keeping track of the plays that were made, the score of each play, adding up the scores turn by turn. They also have a list of the full set of 100 tiles in the game of Scrabble. So in Scrabble, you've got, I won't go through the whole alphabet, but you've got one Q, one Z, you've got 9 A's and I's, 12 E's, etc. And when the tiles hit the board from plays that you're making or your opponents are making, you cross them off on your list so that by the end of the game and in the middle of the game, you have a better and better idea what tiles are still available to draw, what tiles could my opponent have. You use that information to improve the plays that you're making. Yeah, a
Alrighty,
suggestion of
Whirly.
Whirly, which would be just with the doctor order.
I
Not
certainly didn't know
playable.
that.
Yeah, but it is not playable here. That would be a word with the R of revoked. Instead, Cherish is going to be.
And that makes me feel better.
I
That's
think,
right, I don't know that
yeah,
word.
I think she's going to play Loonier to the R of revoked, which is a great way to at least get rid of that UW combination by playing one of the two tiles. If you can't play both, you should definitely be trying to play either the U or the W.
Definitely
she does
gives
that and blocks.
that was a great play. She also blocks, of course, James from using that triple. It does give James a bit of an opportunity to hook that H going both ways with Hod. He could also do that above.
And oh my gosh, he had
and,
that
yeah,
assembled on his rack.
He sees it. He could
immediately.
also do that above the OK.
Yeah.
OK, of course, joining a few years ago into those acceptable two-letter words.
Yep.
He could play Hod or Doe there.
And a W.
Oh no!
That pesky W.
Well, this is
or
what
the
I was
U.
saying.
I mean, I'm sorry. She drew a U again.
Oh, she has certainly some of those tricky tiles. F's and V's and Y's, they can be okay on their own, but when you have them all together, that can be tricky. He is going for that upper play. That's going to be a ton of points.
Nice play.
They both have, we'll see if he can get some vowels. If not, they're both going to have really rough racks to play with. That's right, VROW, or if she could.
Oh, it blocks VROW.
But it blocks that play for her. She could do, if only there were a UW word to play above DOH.
Yeah, so
she's
that
gonna
would
have a tough time getting rid of these. She might want to trade.
If she can't find a play that scores something in the 30-point range, trading would make sense here.
Right.
I do feel like she will manage to find some play somewhere that is worth it to her. But you know what?
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised to see an exchange either.
She could play something like vary off of the E's and tenters. But that would still leave her with that WU. She could play weft. It looks like she's looking to play weft here. At least get rid of one of those, of the W or the U. Of course, VU, not a great combo either.
No, it's not much different from WU, in fact. It was a good question in the chat about which letters are the best ones. I think that there is certainly, we see weft is the play for Cherish. There's certainly some level of personal preference that goes into which letters are the best ones. You can look at that question a couple different ways, right? Like if I spent all my time reading from the beginning of the dictionary, the A might be my favorite letter for a little while until I move on to B, right? But the other way of looking at it is which letters are the best if you stipulate that you know every word in the dictionary, right? This academic question of, oh, wow, virtue. Is she going to try to play like virtuosity or something there?
And I also think there's something to be said about what letters play well with others. You might think, hey, V's worth a lot of points, but does not play well with others.
Yes.
And words that go together, I would take a P over a B, I would take an X over a J, and I'd, of course, take a Z over a Q.
Yep, all absolutely true. And those, if you are going to stipulate, if you're asking the question, which are the best letters, if you're going to stipulate, in theory, if you knew every word in the Scrabble dictionary, which are the best letters, then the Q starts to drop precipitously because all the other letters have so many more words, so many more options to use them. But for a newer player, many newer players really like the Q because there are not that many words you need to know to use it effectively. You need to know cheat, you need to know cat, QAT, You need to
Right.
know QAID.
And it's not a question
SUQ, SUQ.
when you're at my level where you don't know all the words. It's not a question of, oh, maybe I'll find something in there. There are only so many
Yeah.
that you can put.
So yeah, so essentially, you know, that question of which letters are the best, there is personal preference, but then, you know, those old faithful letters like the S, the E, the Z, these are some of the letters we like. The S because it pluralizes so many words, and Venom is a
Ooh,
great
that's a beautiful
choice.
play.
Yeah.
A little bit of a risk if she has an S, but we're seeing her letters here. We're seeing what she's playing off. It looks like she's having a hard time balancing her rack. Of course, it comes with a risk. It really racks up points though and leaves him with a terrific leave. So we'll see if that pays off for James.
Have to shout out Van Dweller in the chat. I am familiar with him from Tetris streaming.
Another WU.
Oh my gosh,
Well,
both players
Walrus
stealing
though.
a
He's
bit.
Walrus.
Welcome in, Van Dweller. I lurk a lot on your Tetris streams. You do an amazing job over there with all you do. Welcome to our Scrabble stream here.
Really smart play by Cherish here. You know, he had
Awesome.
Walrus. He had a nice little play to
my
Venom's.
Goodness, Walrus and Venom's
would have been a great play. She blocks it. This is something you know, you're thinking, I can't use that spot. Well, what's the next best thing? I'm at least going to keep my opponent from then using it. That's really thinking ahead.
Great idea by Cherish. It accomplished so much. It got rid of that U on the rack and keeping again that VU combination. Definitely something Cherish wanted to avoid. So using up the U was an important objective for her. Oh man, and look at that. She sees derivate. She's lined it up, and there is an open D and holds.
That did not even
and she saw. Oh, but she also has a bingo from the L of linear of leverate. If she sees that, so she has to slow down. I bet Cherish knows both of these words. She's already seen derivate. You see it spelled out on her rack, but there is an even better option for her. Let's see how quickly she plays. This will show her maturity as a player. If she is able to pause and see the even better bingo from the L, that would be amazing. But seeing derivate is impressive enough if that's what she plays here. So wow,
but of course, good tiles on James' rack too.
Yeah, he's definitely got good tiles. I'm just checking to see if he might have something.
Okay, so she's going for derivate. Still a really impressive find.
Amazing play. This is a really nice find that's going to put her into the lead with those 50 bonus points for using all of her letters. But it does have that danger of placing the E, a very useful letter, into the triple lane. And does James, I feel like it's like itching in my mind.
I know. I'm like saluter.
Yeah, I'm not quite seeing it. Adulters, right? If you're adulting like a boss, what are you? Adulter. But I don't think that's valid here. So
I'm just hungry. I'm thinking about strudel now.
yeah, strudel. Yeah. Well, you could be thinking about queso or whatever,
or what was the other one? Ghee.
From the other games.
You know, I think something really professional that we saw James doing here is after she played that bingo, rather than panic or think, oh my gosh, what am I going to play off of it? We saw him check the score. He made sure that she scored that bingo correctly. The worst thing is coming up with a surprise at the end and realizing something was scored incorrectly. Changes your game. So I think we saw him play. I think we saw him keep his cool. He's only not even 50 points behind.
And the board is pretty open here. We've been talking about, and it's so interesting, right? This board is maybe the openest that we've seen, and this is probably the game between the two strongest opponents, the most evenly matched opponents. It does sort of work out that way between stronger, experienced players who are capable of playing those 7 and 8 letter words. The boards start to sprawl outward and become more open, right? What makes a board open? Can you play to a triple word score? Can you play through a letter to form 8 letter words, right? You see that right now there are many triple word scores open, and you can play through any of the letters of derivate to make 8 letter words.
It's true. I'm going to make a prediction here.
I'm
going to make a prediction that James plays Lured, L-U-R-E-D. I think it leaves him with a good leave. Oh. No, or duel. That's another option.
Wow.
Keeping that R.
Duel. So the night, and that is really clever. The extra thing about duel through the E, D-U-E-L, regular word. the nice thing
can
compared to
hook that
lured
S.
is he's making an S hook. Exactly, Hannah. You got it before I did.
No,
So-
you got it before I did. Very smart. There
Yeah.
are a lot of bingo lanes open. There's also that AG from Aha and Bog
For
that
sure.
takes so many letters in
Yep.
front of it. Oh, he's trying. Is adulter's a word? We know that it
I
is
don't
not
think,
a word.
yeah. Is he gonna play this?
No, he's playing Jewel.
He plays
So
Jewel.
smart. That shows real, there are so many times where I desperately
Discipline.
want something to be a word,
So disciplined.
and I try to convince myself. He's very disciplined. Let's see if we can get a little better view of. There we go. Cherishes tiles.
Yeah, I
That'll go
think
away in a
there's
second. See 'em?
something.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. She's got an X.
Yeah, that X, whenever you have one of those really high scoring letter, she may be looking to just play op parallel to you. That would score a lot of points and leave her X for a future turn if she plays down to that middle triple at the lower part of the board.
Of course, James has beautiful bingo letters.
Oh, and look how quickly he's assembled it. Gates. So he is going to meet and restage.
That's a
playing
great
in
one.
a couple different spots, so you can see James.
Pivot, very smart.
Oh, all right. So,
At least
ironically
blocking some
enough,
of those.
we thought Cherish was going to play op, and she pivots to a different move.
Hey!
Oh my God, I'm so
She really
sorry.
restaged that play.
Oh Jesus! Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, everyone. So now this does make a slightly makes it you can't play duels anymore now with pivot blocking. So I guess the question is, James can now choose between different locations of restage. So,
Now, something I think is so impressive. He has a few different spots where he can play restage right now. He knows it's a word. I think at least I'm pretty confident he knows it's a word.
I feel very confident.
And
yeah,
yet
how
he
quickly he's-
re-alphabetized those letters. He is taking his time. I think that's something we're seeing a real difference with the
Yes.
with the champion players and the high school players. Is they're really taking the time to think. That's something I wish I knew. Oh, but she's got Zaxes. She's got
a Z and an X too. So this is going to be a really interesting game. James has to be aware, and I'm sure he's looking at his score sheet, and I'm sure what he's thinking about is there are a couple different places that he can play restage. He can play it forming ED alongside duel. He can also play it forming PE alongside pivot. And
or
I'm
he
sure
could do rag.
He could do rag, but I think he's going to try to play it in this vertical manner to reach a double word score. The thing about this is he has to be aware of the Z and X are lurking in the bag. Now you see with restage, there's a really big spot to play.
She's probably going to play OX.
Yeah, I mean,
she'll hook up basically a bingo right there, so it's not the catch-up move that he needed.
Yeah, so something to think about would be what happens if restage is moved one space over alongside duel. Do you create that big spot for the X and Z? And I think there was really no avoiding it there from James's perspective.
I think if you played restage with rag, the good news is that you don't have those triples available. That was my only argument for that, is that you're not setting as much up.
True.
But he's got some yucky letters. He can play off Bialy somewhere or something. But
something, another food word. But we'll
clearly
see.
I'm ready for lunch.
Which we do have one more game after
It's
this
true.
before we get to eat. So
what a beautiful leaf Cherish has on her rack.
Yeah, the ERS, AERS is just a wonderful bingo combination, and the Z, an incredibly strong scoring tile. We can definitely expect.
Someone showing us a great move he has if he can find Bailey. Bailee plays onto that triple. That's
parallel.
A hard word to find, though.
And so that would, man, sometimes that happens, right? Where you're in a tough situation. James is down by 40-ish points. It happens that there is the play that Chalcedonics has pointed out in the chat. It really is probably a big difference between Bailey to the triple and the next closest play. It's probably a really big gulf. So
plus, wow, what a way to get rid of those letters. And you don't know that she has the Z or the S. You're thinking, hey, there's some good stuff left in the bag. Maybe. Oh my gosh! Oh, I thought no, he found Bialy.
Oh, I thought he found it.
I get it. I'm a bagel fan myself.
I thought he found it. So where is he going to be trapped? So he's found a good word. Again, we were talking about it yesterday. Sometimes you look at your rack and a word pops out at you and you say to yourself, I want to play this word. It would really work out. He's probably playing it to the S of restage. Yeah. So basically, this is a good idea, and James has been playing so well, right? Like
We've seen
this
basically
is
no missteps this game. I feel like
yeah.
we've seen some incredibly smart plays.
Yeah, this is the first play where if you were to tell either player after the game, I guess maybe derivate versus leverate for Cherish, but this is really the first play that James has made where after the game, and we see Zaire.
Oh, that
The
1-2 kick is
powerful five-letter
brutal.
word. Cherish plays it immediately. This is, I think, a currency potentially of the country of Zaire is known as the Zaire. And we see this word a lot in Scrabble. The Z combined with 4 of those low point tiles, and really quickly comes down for Cherish. That's going to be a huge,
Coup for her.
coup for her.
Basically, James at this point in the game would need to bingo, which it doesn't look like he can do right now. We can still see him rack up a good number of points.
Yeah, he's got. His issue, as you say, Hannah, is just the board now is kind of different. Like we've seen a bunch of boards. I think she overdrew. I think she overdrew.
Oh, she overdrew, so he might get that S back.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
When someone overdraws, the other player gets to flip over 3 tiles.
Oh my god!
Life care.
Look at what is being suggested. Hannah, you said it before I did. He has set up life care on his rack.
Oh, and she took away.
Oh my!
This game is not over, folks. He took away her vowel. Of course, she is the Y. Now he's bingoing with a beautiful play that I certainly wouldn't have seen myself.
Amazing.
I wouldn't have looked there and thought there was a bingo.
I didn't even look there. This is amazing.
But you know how he maybe came to that conclusion is he thought, where's the one spot where I could play all my tiles? Well, there's the L. There's the U. Those are maybe my only chances I have right now other than starting. I don't have an S to go off of pivot.
That's really impressive. I can't emphasize how impressive that is. I did not even spot that word. James is clearly a very prepared and focused player.
Now we're getting close. Oh, he's got a J and an S now. Now I would play Scry if I were Cherish. Looks like she's already found it actually.
Oh,
I would try and get that Zaire's and Toy, get some points, even up the game, put her a little bit ahead.
So impressive. The level of play in this game.
Oh my gosh, and there's still the Q, the S, the J, the blank. So many power tiles left. Folks, this is truly anyone's game. He can, of course, play SUQ on the triple.
He might even play Uniax if he wants to burn his blank and get the most points possible from that U.
Actually think
Suke is
I think he would get
better.
more points, or just as many points playing Suke.
Yeah.
So she does play Scry. Beautiful find.
Amazing.
I mean, we're seeing some truly terrific play here.
Yeah, this has been
really amazing game by both players.
Pretty incredible.
I think they both would kick my butt. I think that's what I'm learning from this. I certainly wouldn't have found life care.
So we have, James had life care, an unbelievable find. That to me is probably the play of the stream so far.
We'll see if he finds that SUQ play. That's a great little. If he's able to utilize that S under Venoms. If I'm James, I have that Q. I'm thinking, okay, where are some U spots? He also has this little QI he can do on Violi's. Or QIS with pivot and so.
True, yeah.
He has a few spots where he can utilize the Q and the S without getting rid of that.
Yeah,
blank yet.
James is in a good shape here. The only issue is that there's not that much time left in the game. There's only 1 tile in the bag.
He does have to get rid of some of those.
His time is still in good shape. Cherish has 15 minutes. She's played very, very fast.
Jam, also great
but
word,
James is not that far behind. Oh, he could be considering on Jam. Yeah. Oh, there's.
Or he might have put that SQ aside for either Venoms and Soup or that QIS. And so off of pivot, both of those are going to rack up so many points in the 40s, both of them, I think.
There are a lot of options here. Yeah.
Or 39 for QIS, but
it's normally this is a really interesting position. Also note that there is a spot up here to play that Q, right?
It's true.
So
it's true.
I think that the Q
he's not going to get too stuck with it.
This is a really surprisingly good board for the Q. Normally, your reaction when you have that Q is, I want to play it as soon as I can so that I can leave those better, more flexible tiles. But in this situation, it's not nearly as big of an albatross with all of those interesting places the Q can go down. So I just wonder, I honestly wonder if just unjams is maybe the right play,
Yeah.
keeping Q blank. That
It's
seems
true.
a Q blank,
The
with
good
the,
news
which
is
at the very least, you can play at the top of Zaire's for 40 odd points there. That would, oh man, this is really interesting. He's got a lot of time to think about this too. It might be one of these situations where almost any of those moves, he's
Is-
going to have a follow-up move that's really strong. He may be.
It's true. It looks like no matter what, he's not going to be struggling at least to play those tiles. He's certainly not stuck with them. He could even play jam off of Bialy's the next turn and rack up about 30 points for that. Now, Cherish, she has good tiles if there were letters through which she could bingo. She is Pouning.
Yeah, like a D.
It looks like she's found that OP for under U in that triple spot.
That
So
will complicate things a bit.
I think it would be wise for James to try and use that spot. He has put that SQ aside. I wonder if he hasn't
He
found
might be
suit
it's
or
hard
QIS.
to know.
Either way, those would be. I mean, I have full faith that he's going to find something great.
Yeah, so a lot. Basically, most of the relevant options we've already mentioned. So the question is, yeah, Chi and Ayers at the top is what I was referring to. After unjams, leaving Q blank, you've got that 40
Where are
points
you
in that
seeing
top.
Chi and Ayers?
Just right here, you can use your QI with Zaire's and Ayers right there.
Wait, Ayers stage.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Yeah, sorry. My bad. You're totally right. I had my finger in the way.
I was
Okay,
like, what
my
is
fault.
that?
Yeah,
I've never heard
sorry.
of duress stage.
Yeah, I somehow had the same optical illusion as Austin. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, definitely at least a spot alongside pivot is available, and surely some other
He's a little
spot.
bit getting low on time. He's got 5 whole minutes though, which if you've ever tried to hold a plank, you know is a really, really long amount of time. But
This is the best point of the game to have that time
Right.
built up, though.
this is why
moves.
you want to build up that time. Now, Cherish, if I'm Cherish, I'm just sitting there hoping he doesn't take that spot for my OP because that's really one of the few opportunities I have to rack up a ton of points in my end game. She can also play PO on top of Bialy's and hook it with Zoa, get a few points there. But she knows he's got, given there's one tile left in the bag, he's got at least 3 of those power tiles that are left. J blank SQ, and he actually has all of them.
He's got them all, in fact. Yeah. So just getting
Just
word.
an eye in the bag.
You can see in the chat our director WGVC. Got to get those nice consonants correct. That the Tile Blazers, a team we have not seen, Nathaniel Campos and Walden Giesenthaler, who I believe Walden was the winner of last year's online school Scrabble championship. So we've got some players with some serious pedigree at the top of the championship division. They defeated Jake Nadal and Will Nispel, who were also undefeated prior to last round. So 7-0 for the Tile Blazers to 6-1 for New York, Connecticut, NY-Con. So those are really, it looks like in the championship division, there's really only 3 teams left with a shot of making the finals. They're several games up from all the rest. One team at 7, one at 6, waiting. Gideon and Milo waiting to see their result. Third place, Jake and Will at third, and then a big drop off to fourth.
Wow. So it's, of those 3 teams competing, that's going to be a really interesting pairing that we're going to see.
Yeah.
Who are they going to have to play in that final round?
Hard to know. I have no idea how that's going to be paired, but we will
now
keep
for
tabs
James
on that.
here, you might be thinking, what is he doing spending all this time? He found that SUQ play. Oh, I'm so proud. That was what I was rooting for.
Yeah.
What a pretty play. He not only blocks for using that triple, he gets a ton of points. I think what he was doing was quadruple checking, 5 times checking his tracking. You do not want to be surprised.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get an I too, which I feel pairs really well with the rest of his consonants.
He's got so many options.
Jasmine alone on his rack.
Yeah,
here.
he's got so many options for what he can play.
Jasmine and pivots.
Now, if I'm Cherish, I'm thinking I not only have to make up these 29 points, I have to block whatever his. Oh, he found Jasmine right away.
Oh my God, that's insane.
That was great.
He is finding words that a experienced expert player would struggle to see as quickly as this. That's amazing.
I certainly wouldn't have found that either.
I'm insanely impressed by both players, frankly. So Cherish has a really difficult position, but she's got 15 minutes to puzzle this out. From her perspective, though, if she does not block Jasmine, that's it. It's game over. She has to both. And imagine this, right? Like, we are impressed that James saw Jasmine. That's an
Right.
amazing find.
To then
For
see
Cherish, she has to see that word on his rack and respond appropriately by blocking pivots and Jasmine.
She
Let's
could
see if
play.
she can do it.
She could play Pinion, Pinion.
And I think she had that lined up
Yeah.
on her rack a
Now,
moment ago.
I think that would also
amazing.
be probably the most points she can get. I don't know how much PO is at the top, but she is smarter than that. She knows to block. She's also done her tracking.
PO and Zoa.
And Zoa.
Yeah,
6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 26. How much is Pinion? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16.
Yeah, I mean,
17,
there's
20.
Pinion. She can also
It's the same number of
play.
points. I think it's a.
It really depends. So in this situation, she needs to think about blocking Jasmine and leaving herself good enough tiles to have a good follow-up play. So she can play Pinion. She could play Pining in that same spot.
Right. Oh, that could be a few more points.
You have to. What you have to do if you're Cherish is identify all of your options that block the outplay for James. First of all, you have to see it. That is not easy to do. It's an obscure word with a blank in it. If she does see it, she then has to pick, what's my best choice here for blocking the spot and giving myself as good of a follow-up as I can.
Well,
and even then, it's going to be really hard for
even
her
if
to
she
win.
doesn't see Jasmine, she might just see, hey, there's a great spot for an S here. He could just play something like Jams and really shut down that game.
Yeah. I think James amazingly.
That's funny. We've got James and Jams, and
that's true. Yeah, I wonder if he'll be tempted to play his own name somewhere. Hopefully not. It is not valid here. But
you can also just do.
Okay, so Pining. It looks like Cherish
Yeah.
has identified.
Oh, she could do Pining and add that O. Leave herself just one tile to get rid of.
Very nice. Where would that U follow up though? It's sometimes a little nerve-wracking to keep just
she's got
U by itself.
There's a few spots.
Yeah, OU is
Now,
much better.
If she comes out with that, if I'm James, honestly, what I would do, I would just play Jam above Bialys.
That's very likely.
You're getting a lot
enough.
of points there. You're getting rid of any tiles that really might help her build up points should she go out, which she's likely to do if she just has 1 or 2 tiles left.
I think that as long as James plays something like, as you suggested, Hannah, Jam on top of Bialys, making Ab and MI, I think he has this game in the bag, which is incredible, given that Cherish played a great game in her own right, 400 points. She made.
This is the first game we've seen where both opponents have broken 400, which, if we had a high loss category, I think Cherish would certainly be a contender.
I really can't. I'm not exaggerating when I say if I saw this game being played at the top board of the All Ages National Championship, it would look just like a normal board.
It would look
you'd
see Life Care and you'd think,
there
was
basically no difference between what we've seen here and a game that, I would be proud to play at a national championship.
We've seen almost no missteps. We've seen some really clever bingos with Derivate, Life Care, words that don't immediately come to mind.
Super impressive. So I think Cherish, this is, I think, her best choice is to play Pining or Opining in the spot parallel to pivot, making all the overlaps there.
Have some fun conversation.
Yeah,
nerve-wracking, and then Ice Cry for Ice Cry.
Yeah, I think we're making puns and we don't even know it at this point, even unintentionally. But
unintentionally.
Oh my gosh.
I'll see myself out. Bye, folks. I think if I'm James right now, I'm feeling pretty happy. She's going to do Pining, which is a great play.
I think this is her best try here. I think it's going to get her a ton of points. She's going to be temporarily basically neck and neck with James, but unfortunately for Cherish, that OU combination is just not likely to follow up with enough points, whereas James has all the goodies there, that J with a blank and ample vowels to go with it. So we'll see where he opts to play, but this, I think, is shaping up to be an unbelievably impressive victory for James Donnelly.
And also, we said he has to win this game.
Yep.
And he, in fact, has, which means
Cherish
it's still anyone's tournament.
Yeah, Cherish is going to be fine. If she wins her last game,
she'll still be in the finals. Maybe we'll even see another showdown between these two in the finals.
Oh, please, can we?
What a game. I think any of those top 4 players, we're going to see a great game, though. He only has those 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so
Jam is best.
It looks like Jam
I think the most points she can possibly get is 12 is what I'm seeing with FOU off of Life Care.
Yep.
I'm not seeing anything higher than 12. He's found Jam. He might play it right up there.
So for James, he's had ample time with Cherish's clock running to think about this move. I think he probably, it's possible that, we have any cat jams in the chat there for any Twitch emoters that want to throw out cat jam. Now would be the time because Jam is very likely to come down here. That is one of
and
the
he has
best,
played it right in that spot.
That's going to win the game.
Such a pretty little play. But gosh, she's gonna break 430. She's gonna break 440 if she finds that FOU, which given Cherish, I have no doubt she'll find it.
She probably already has thought of it with pining.
It's true. She probably thought, should I put that O on pining or is it worth it to save it, get a few extra points the next turn?
Yep. So really, really impressive. Oh yeah, maybe we have to enable BTTV emotes here.
Not found in the dictionary.
Yeah, not yet. But we're all hopeful that some of the Twitch slang. Certainly, we would love to see Pog get into the dictionary. We would love to see Ulu get into the dictionary. That's not.
Is that
really
Twitch or is that really just
internet culture or I don't know, something else entirely? And Cat Jam would be nice to see in there too. So Cherish is just checking, double checking. You can see the
anything
score
she can do
is too far out of reach.
And here, we saw another example of an unplayed blank in an earlier game where we said it's so tragic. Here it's like, nope, they did exactly what they needed to do. There was no need for that blank.
Yeah, I really think that the unplayed blank here is kind of a sign of maturity on James's part because he knows in this situation the blank is worth 0 points, of course. So at the end of the game, if you know your opponent is going to make the last move and collect the points off of your rack, keeping the blank on your rack makes no difference. It gives her no extra points, right? So he's correctly prioritized playing his letters that have actual point value so that Cherish can't get
she's going to play them down. I think she sees the writing on the wall. It's her only spots. But, I mean, what a game. She's going to break 440. I think it's going to be a 21-point game if she finds that FOU.
She can really hold her head high, having played a very, very good game. And frankly...
I'm pretty rare to lose with a score above the 400s.
For sure.
I mean, what incredible play we saw from both of them. It took so much skill. It took the luck of picking the right tiles at the right time.
Yeah,
we just saw some beautiful play here.
I totally agree. Couldn't agree more. Just want to acknowledge that when I was the age of Cherish and James and the players that we're seeing here, I too was playing the video game you guys are talking about, Super Mario RPG, all the different characters. So shout out to all my fellow nerds there in the chat.
She indeed finds a spot. We had no doubt she would. She's going to end with 441, I think, or 444.
Yeah, but just an incredible score for Cherish.
444, and so it's going to be
enough.
a 19-point game. Gosh, we haven't seen a game this close so far, and we certainly haven't seen a game with scores this high, combined scores this high.
Pretty amazing
Almost,
stuff.
Over 900 points combined, which is pretty remarkable.
So yeah, I mean, I've said it before that I was super impressed by James's performance, and I have to say this is even more impressive than anything I've seen from him. I'm pretty sure that he, since I've seen him play last online, he's gotten even better. This is he's been studying. You can see he's got that big scorebook that he's seemingly halfway through. So he's played enough to fill that scorebook out.
This is another way we can see these two players are so professional. She has her clipboard all set up. He has his scorebook. They've got their gear.
All the equipment.
It's true. I don't think we could have seen a better game. We saw some beautiful play. Life Care, we thought it was over for him. And
I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. That was
amazing. And
it also shows never give up on a game because there were, early points in the game where you could have been like, oh, I'm calling it. It's so-and-so's game. It's so-and-so's. But they both had such a fighting chance the whole time. You can never give up on those games.
You mentioned it, Hannah, after Cherish's play of Derivate. James's reaction was simply to kind of look at the word, and he just went right to his score sheet, started tracking.
There was might be thinking.
Yeah, there was no cool. Oh, come on, are you kidding me? She has a bingo.
Right.
It was just complete
And it
serenity.
paid off.
And I mean, Cherish is very calm and collected playing too. I feel like the players at this level know that any emotion that you're wasting on griping about your tiles or griping about your opponent's plays is distracting you from finding
It's
the best
true.
play. And they found so many of the best
Oh, they
plays.
found that Crackle, which is a device that helps you, a program that sees what the actual, quote unquote best play is, was pretty on board with a lot of their moves.
Pretty much every move.
I think they, and something with Derivate, you're thinking she could have scored a much higher scoring bingo. She has great bingo letters. If it doesn't happen now, it's going to happen another time.
Yeah.
Playing that calming game to yourself where you're like, this was going to come eventually. Now I just react to it, checking the score, not getting frazzled, tracking those letters. What really impressed me was when he saw his bingos and then he re-alphabetized his letters and said, well, let me think about it for a little bit. I think we can get so excited to be able to put down a word, especially when we're behind and we just want to stop being behind and be caught up. He thought it through.
Yeah, that patience and just the preparation, both emotionally and with the word knowledge that he showed, was really impressive. James and Cherish are standing by with Nits now.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear.
Hi, everyone. This is Nits from the North American School Scrabble Championship, and we just watched a wonderful, exciting, amazing round between Cherish and James. Wow, what a game. James, what was going through your head when you played Life Care?
To be honest, I thought I was done halfway through the game, and then Life Care just popped up on my rack, and I was like, okay, I'll play it. So yeah, I just found the bingo, played the bingo, and coasted from there.
That really is the nature of Scrabble. You never know where it's going to go. It oscillated so fast. Cherish, another amazing game as usual. What would you say was your favorite move?
Honestly, my favorite move is probably James's move of Life Care. It was definitely good find with all the F's and C's. I feel like most people wouldn't see Life Care, but he found it, which is amazing. Honestly, I was like, wow, when he played it.
Let's talk about your moves. The X bomb, the Z bomb, the bingos. You just kept coming back there. You were just dominating the game.
It's kind of hard. I mean, I thought when I played Sire, it would like close, it would pretty much clinch the game. I was obviously wrong. I also like the move of pining. I was really conflicted. So what happened during that thing is that I accidentally mistracked and I had somehow forgotten to track a P. So what I had seen from James' perspective was a JIPIN blank. So I didn't expect a jam because I forgot to track the M. I forgot to write down the M. So I was thinking, he might not be able to score that many. Like the most he might score is like 20 something, and I might be able to win with getting like the P. After he played jam, I realized my mistake. Pining, I figured, was the second thing I was going for. I was also looking at poi through Zap, Zoa, and then PI, but it left GUNN, and I didn't really have a good way to go out after that, so I went with pining.
Well, it would help you to know that Quackle thinks that pining was the best move there. So you really did the best move, and you were amazing. I mean, a spread of 9, that is ridiculous. What about you, James? What would you say was your favorite moment of that game?
The favorite moment of that game for me, besides Life Care, was kind of hectic towel tracking at the end. I mistracked as well. I had to go over the board a few times just to make sure she wouldn't bingo out. So yeah, that was definitely my favorite part.
There you go, folks. Shows you the importance of tile tracking. And how have you guys been preparing? Because that game was masterful. That was an expert level game. Both of you hitting 400s. Wow. How are you guys doing that?
I play games versus the computer basically every day. I try to practice. So yeah.
And what about you, Cherish? What are you doing?
A combination of airlift and playing games.
Fantastic. Look at these folks. They're coming up so fast. Thank you so much for your time, and we can't wait to see you the rest of the day. All right. Great job, you guys.
My favorite part about that is one way to tell, first off, being an awesome sport, but also just understanding how much Cherish loves the game is that her favorite move was not her own. I mean, it really shows you have a passion for the game. When someone plays something against you, it really ups their game, means you probably are going to lose, and your first thought is, ooh, that's pretty. That's a pretty play.
Yeah, your favorite play of the game is your opponent's play. What can you say? That's pretty amazing.
And of course, she had so many plays of her own to pick from.
I know.
And
And she's totally right too. When she said that Zaire should have been a play that locks that game up, right? There are very few winning scenarios for James after that. There's a bingo from the L, there's a bingo from the U on the bottom of the board. There's really not a lot of options. And he
also,
just happened to have one. So
I mean, showed that they played so carefully with that time that they both at the end were updating their tracking, even if there was a little misstep there. When we saw him with all that time left, when you were sitting there thinking, hey, he's got these great moves. We know he probably sees SUQ. He probably sees jam or unjam. Why isn't he going ahead and playing them? He has to make sure he's not making this classic misstep of letting her bingo out. He's double checking. He's triple checking. That is a real maturity that we're seeing at this level. That is so impressive. Certainly not where I was at this point in the game.
God, what was I? I mean, what was I doing at their age? I was playing Super Nintendo. I was going out and, I don't know, shooting basketball. I was getting angry at my mom for beating me at Scrabble and never playing again. And these guys are just at an unbelievable level. That was a real pleasure to see. So just to address the questions in the chat, yeah, the schedule here is we are going to have one more game coming up very, very soon before our break. It's going to be the 8th and final round of the main event portion, after which the top 2 finishers in each of our divisions will advance to our championship games. So what's going to happen is round 8, lunch break, finals in one of the 2 divisions, probably elementary and middle, and then finals in the high school division. It could be flip-flop with those 2 finals. Either way, we're going to watch one, then the other for maximum Scrabble content.
It's going to add up. Whoever goes second there is going to have all that tension building.
Yes.
Lots of built-up energy.
Yeah, imagine.
Gosh, that was just such a good game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you felt this watching along, but it's one of those games where you just watch and you're like, yep, that's how you Scrabble.
Yeah, I think the vibes have been very good on Twitch. People saying not only epic, amazing play, but also really impressive sportsmanship and comments from our players. So that's where we're at, and it's only round 7. So let's hope that it continues to reach even more impressive levels from here. I'm not frankly sure how that's possible, but School of Scrabble has ceased to surprise me with the amazing plays that our top youth players in the country are capable of spotting, Hannah. So
it's true. And clever plays and plays that, slip past both of us, which I don't know if it's that much of a feat for me, but I would have never found. I wouldn't have thought of life care. I
just wasn't thinking about even that a bingo was possible there, and plops it down.
And completely changes the course of that game, which was so impressive.
So yeah, just a quick standings update from the elementary and middle school division. We are sitting with 2 undefeated teams, the Tile Blazers, Nathaniel Campos and Walden Giesentanner, 2 names that I recognize. We haven't seen them on stream yet, but also at 7-0, we saw in our first game of the day, Gideon Brasowski and Milo Anderson. So 2 undefeated teams. And then right behind Jake Nadal and Will Nispel and Leah Shin and Jonathan Kai, who I think we said when we watched them, no one would be surprised to see them up in the standings fighting for a final spot again. And then in high school, of course, we just saw a game between James Donnelly and Cherish. Amazingly enough, Cherish being undefeated with a very high point spread. So the margin of victory in her games upwards of 600 points. So even though James just defeated her, he still trails her in the standings. Both players 6-1, but Cherish with a larger margin of victory at 600 to James's 350, give or take a point or 2.
And then of course we've got Zach Ansel undefeated. So it's going to be really interesting what ends up, with the pairings. Have Zach and Cherish faced off yet? Is that going to happen now?
Yeah, it's always very complicated in that final round. The objectives of the pairings this late are to give as many players a chance to make the finals as are mathematically still alive as possible, which is a difficult question. Sometimes you have to make a judgment call to make sure that the right players are getting the chances that they deserve. But either way, there's going to be no shortage of amazing games. We're going to have to try to pick just the one to showcase.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch. Either way, still not set in stone who's going to be playing in those final rounds in either division, right? Because you have teams with just one loss.
Yes.
So
those teams are still very much alive.
Right.
Sure.
So we have, opportunity in both divisions for an upset appearance for a couple of different people to make it into those final rounds. I'm very excited.
Certainly the players that are undefeated have a very, very easy task ahead of them.
Yeah.
They just have to win their last game and they're into the finals. So it's
But
very
easier said than done because they're likely going to be paired up against some of those really formidable opponents.
For sure. So it'll be a tough matchup for those teams. But again, simple math, you win and you're in. The players that have a loss will need to likely rely on not only winning, but getting some help from some of the other games, just the way it breaks down in NFL football or whatever other you're watching, who's going to make the playoffs. It's all the same type of logic. So I think what we're going to do is take another brief break because, again, we do have a lot to work out with who's going to be playing who. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're going to pick the game that is hopefully balanced between the most exciting with can this player win and make it into the finals? And certainly if we there's still a few players at the top of the standings that we somehow have not seen yet.
We'd like to see them play.
So we'll balance that in as well. So quick break for us, but round 8 will be starting in just a matter of minutes. So hopefully you guys stick around. Hannah, any thoughts about what we've seen?
Oh my gosh, I'm out of breath. That was such a good, I love this idea
it's
of like
the
best strategy is to win. And it's like, yeah, I agree. That's a really good strategy for tournaments is just keep winning your games. I normally try that one. The execution's a little lacking. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing amazing play. I know we're going to keep seeing it. I am so excited to see how these cookies crumble.
All right.
Wow, I am hungry.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Just one more before we get down lunch. And so we'll take a break and see you guys in just a few minutes. All right, folks, we're back. Round 8 is coming up. We've picked a game to show you, and if you were electrified by James Donnelly's performance in round 7, we've got good news. He's coming back in
trying
round
to take
8.
down another undefeated player.
That's right. Yeah. So it's going to be James against one of the players we haven't seen, our top dog in the high school division right now, Zach Ansel, and a 2-time former school Scrabble champion in his own right. When Zach was in the middle school and elementary school division, he's now competing in the high school division, poised to clinch another spot in the finals. So it's going to be, I can only imagine, just the tiles need to cooperate, and we're going to get an incredible game between these two players.
I think no matter what, we're going to see a really strong play from both of them. It's going to come down to really to rating and spread, or I just mean record and spread
Yeah,
here.
for sure.
It's truly anyone's game. We're also going to try and keep you updated as we go on Cherish's game to see what's happening there.
That's right. Yeah. So basically, we're going to do our best to keep everybody in the loop on how the standings are shaking out, who's winning those pivotal games. This is basically, as we said before, Zach just has to win this game, and he's fine with his flawless 8-0 record. James winning would certainly do a lot for him, but he's also going to need to win by a certain number of points and hope for a loss from Cherish in the other side, I think. And maybe if Knox is also 6-1. So basically, there's a lot of moving pieces here to figure out. Knox is 5-2. So basically, James just has to win and hope for a Cherish loss. Or maybe if James wins by a massive score, that might be enough. But
if you're scared, intimidated to play Zach against the Scrabble tiles, his favorite hobby aside from Scrabble is fencing. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side.
Yeah, so that's a good point. But I have to also call out, I can't believe that Zach did not also mention that he is anybody that's played the recent word game Babel Royale, I'm pretty sure, has run into Zach as kind of the final boss of that game. An absolutely incredible, just naturally gifted word game player. So if you've ever played that game as I have, you know Zach is just an unbelievably talented word gamer. Yeah, and I guess, it looks like, wow, active hobbies for these players.
Yeah, James is really into rowing, which,
man,
my gosh, I am out of shape.
I do feel like, just from having, sitting here, Hannah, and commentating on these games, I feel like it's tiring me out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Scrabble.
I slept so well last night.
Yeah, Scrabble is, you hear about these stories about, chess players playing 6-hour games and burning more calories than a marathon runner or something like that. It's, it's
certainly
grueling.
The brain has been exercised a lot.
Brain, yeah.
That's the other factor here. These kids have been playing a lot. For someone like Zach, who's played in those all ages tournaments, nothing he isn't used to. But for some of those players, especially in the younger division, maybe we're getting a little fatigued. It looks like he might be looking to play FEY.
Could play FEY.
Not a word.
So James considering playing FEYED. So this word is not going to be playable in this lexicon. I'm very curious to see if James will be able to think about this and hold off on this, because I think Zach will be likely to challenge it. Here it is. Okay, let's see what happens. So Zach, I feel like Zach has an incredible. He's saying hit your clock, and let's see what happens. James went to draw tiles, and I think Zach may be holding this play.
No.
Okay, so it gets passed. All right, so this is more reasonable. Again, I was mentioning that Zach is playing a ton of the game Babel Royale and is the top player, unquestionably, in that game. That game uses something much closer to the international lexicon in which this word exists. So it's possible that he's remembering it from that game, and not remembering that in this particular lexicon you can't play it. I know that was a lot of words to say that there are reasons why he might have seen this word before and is getting it mixed up here.
So I think Zach is now looking to get rid of at least one of those double consonants. He's got 2 N's, 2 T's.
Yeah, I was thinking if he
fan,
challenged
maybe,
it and played
yeah.
infant or something, he would be doing fine.
It looks like
but-
he's doing fin. I personally would have done fan just because I love INGs. I probably love them too much and fish for them a little bit, meaning
It's an
I look to
interesting-
get them from the bag. But still, perfectly great play. He leaves himself with a pretty nice leave of bingo-friendly tiles. Of course, he's got 2 T's. Okay, not terrible tiles.
He needs more.
He needs like an I or an E.
Yeah,
Or...
he needs slightly different. Well, he has tolerant through the E. Oh man. So basically what's going to happen here is that Zach has one of those racks where you're looking for an E or an I, and he's going to have that E available. And I really expect Zach to play tolerant through this E.
And it'll be a double-double. That means...
double.
Oh,
Let's see. Oh man. Oh, slow down, Zach. Slow down, Zach. I know if he just takes a moment to look through that E, he can see. There it is. There it is. You see, he sees Trank to the Q of Cade. We were talking about that word before, how one of the Q words that's really, really important to learn is this QAID play.
but he found it.
And
Of course he did.
Yeah.
So double-double means that your whole word is times 4. Because times 2 and then times 2 again, plus those 50 points.
Yeah.
He's going to get
It's better
82 points on that.
A play that spans 2 double word scores. I know this is probably self-evident when you think about it, but a play like that is even better than hitting a triple word score, right? It's a 4 times then as opposed to the 3 times of a triple word score. So that is going to be a ton of points for Zach. He strikes first in this game. James has some decent letters to come back with. He's got the ER combination, a couple of other good letters.
I think I'm him, I'm going to play something like crop, maybe, with the P going both ways on tolerant.
Crop looks absolutely fine to me.
And I think that might be what he's doing.
You can see he's setting it aside, and that will certainly be a solid play. Again, whenever you're looking at your tiles, you're saying to yourself a bunch of different things. You're looking at your tile. Oh, he's
Not
going
a
to try to
word,
play
Kruper.
Is he going to try to play Kruper?
Kruper Komatsu. No, different.
Yeah. Oh, predictions. That's right. I wonder. If I can try to mod somebody. I'll think about that. Maybe I can do that at some point, just to let people to gamble on the outcome.
I think he is going to play crop there with that OQ. A very solid play.
Yep.
Doesn't open up too much. Leaves a bunch of stuff open.
Like this.
Catches some points up. He should be down probably by like 30 by the end of this play.
It's not, it's way too early for James to panic. And just as we saw last game when Cherish played Derivate, James doesn't look phased at all. And he's going to play crop, which looks really good to me. And back over to Zach. He has, again, no ease. Not that I think it would really help him to have one here.
We got lots of vowels, but we got a blank.
Oh, but the blank. So I wonder if there's going to be some crazy...
Maybe an IOUS situation.
Something like that. I wonder.
Arius.
There are surely some 8-letter words containing A-E-I-O-U in them. Not a lot of them. So that's literally the full set of vowels.
We have a CNT all available.
Yeah. That's true. In my mind, I was thinking, there is one. So Austin points out theouria in the chat there.
Right, that classic word.
T, from the T of tolerant. And you're saying...
That was actually my first word, so...
Oh my God. There is an exhibit. There is an exhibit here at Planet Word about what are, small children's first words that they learn. And I'm sure I saw theouria on there. One of the,
yeah, between Dada and
Mama,
Baba.
Juice, no, theouria. It's pretty normal. But we joke, but these words containing that many vowels are particularly useful to know because there is a big gap between, yes,
I think we're seeing
sautoir.
outraise might be a bit of an easier find if he finds
Yep.
that OUT start. Again, those prefixes and suffixes are really everything.
I think we're going to see Avo and probably Fino. The O hook on Finn is what I'm expecting. There it is.
Yep, great play.
That is a nice play just because Finn takes a bunch of different hooks, including the O and the E, which are very likely letters.
And now remind me, does FINO take an S?
It does, yeah.
It does, okay.
Yep. So these words that we're throwing out there as options for James seem quite outlandish, but they are words that are incredibly useful to know when you're expanding your repertoire of vocabulary for Scrabble. And there it is. Oh my God. He has Theouria lined up on his
Wow,
rack.
I would not have found that. That is a great play.
Oh my God.
Now you might be looking at that and thinking, what on earth could that blank be that makes that a word? It's an H, folks. Theouria. Of course, Uria, also good. In Scrabble, it's like a fun thing to know. You put a THIO in front of it.
Oh my God.
Oh, I would not have found Theouria.
And Jello Mochas points out that a kneeler through the N of tolerant was just blocked with the play of Theouria. So not only is this an incredibly impressive play in its own right for James, it also happened to block Zach's best play through that N. So now it really is anybody's game. James
Great letters on James Frack, like
good stuff.
Fun stuff to play with.
Yeah.
But it's only a 12-point game right now. It's
yeah,
basically as if we're starting afresh.
Yep, amazing. That is really impressive. James has showcased a really solid level of word knowledge. Did play Fade to start the game, but Zach had an opportunity to challenge it and did not seize it. So that'll certainly be something after the game. He'll look at that and wish that he had thought harder about that. But so far, very, very impressive play. Tolerant as a double-double for Zach. Even when he saw Trank to the Q, which was a really tempting play, he slowed down and found the best play there. So really awesome play by both players so far. Let's see what Zach will do.
It's interesting to see what Zach does. So he definitely wants to leave himself maybe with that AER or LEAR or NEAR.
Yeah, the bingo tiles there are so good. You mentioned this earlier, probably yesterday, Hannah. You were talking about racks like this. They're very likely to have bingos, but when you don't have a bingo,
and
not
what do
as
you
good.
do with them? He can't really capitalize on that O to the triple, at least not for more than 12 or 15 points. I think his best bet here is just to try and get rid of maybe an AE or LAE.
I'm wondering if something just under or through the R of tolerant, you could just pop off one of your A's and E's there.
Okay, he's doing a very similar play.
That seems reasonable.
And you know what? It's a few fewer points than playing ARE under Fade. That word Fade.
Yeah, right.
But it also blocks off. We don't know what James has. There's still a J. There's still an X. We don't know what he could have put under that O to get to the triple. So I think a smart defensive move.
And look at this rack
and now
for
he
Zach.
has some gorgeous letters.
This is going to be a bingo potential here for Zach. He has a couple of 7-letter words on the rack. CH together, as Cy Adams says, is a great combination, not only for scoring, but also for bingoing. And look at that beautiful play. Boho through the blank H. Sometimes it's so difficult to think about playing through that blank when you can't actually see the letter that it is, but he's made a wonderful play.
And what a gorgeous leaf he has left.
Yeah, so if any adjustment, if he could make any adjustment to his leave, he would probably want to keep the B instead of the G for that able combination.
Oh, true.
But
although he's the
AGE. Yep, but there is no play that really achieves that for him. Boho in that spot is significantly more points than he can get anywhere else.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zach is considering playing cranched from the C, which is a valid word.
It is a valid. Okay, well,
so
I'm learning too.
He clearly has ranched lined up, and he is gonna. There's no way he hasn't thought of cranched, and I'm sure the trick there is you can see a word like that, but can you know for sure whether it is valid in the Scrabble dictionary? So you guys are querying it in the chat. It is valid and playable here. I know he's seen it, but he has to be courageous enough to try it here, which he may say to himself, I'm not willing to take that risk right now.
It's true, and it's not as if he couldn't get a significant number of points not bingoing this turn. He's only down by 20. And so he could arguably,
There's plenty of
you know,
things that
he
he
could
can
just play
do.
ranch itself and get that
Absolutely.
H going the double way.
Plenty
He
of
could get that.
things he can do that will be really productive for him, even if they're not this bingo and they don't have that downside risk of getting it challenged off and getting 0 points and showing your opponent your full set of tiles. Right. So I think at this point, oh my gosh, Cranched is the only bingo available here for Zach. So basically, it looks like he's potentially getting set to play Drench instead through
Which
that
is a great
C.
move.
Yeah, it's a solid move. It has no risk. It's obviously a normal word, so it has no risk of being challenged.
And it catches him up. It puts him ahead by, I think, 9 points.
Yep. And James's rack is a little too vowel heavy now. He had that nice
no,
balance.
Puts him behind by.
Right.
I'm figuring it out. Puts
Yeah.
him behind by a point.
Yeah, so James has that nice AEGL weave, and he drew 3 vowels to that, and that'll happen no matter how much attention you pay to the balance of your vowels and consonants. Sometimes you will get those horrible draws that completely tilt your rack in one side or the other.
He might be playing chanced.
Okay.
Which would also be a great play. It would leave you that R, which is a great letter.
Yep.
Also rack up some points. Prevents a little bit of your opponent taking advantage of what you played if you put that C at the beginning, because again, no 2-letter words with C's. He is going for Drench, though, which I think is the right move here.
Yep.
Now, we were talking earlier about the importance of knowing those 3-letter words, EAU, such a great vowel.
We saw it, I think, 2 games in a row.
It's true. It might be tempting to play that EAU above Drench with the E above the R, but that would set up quite
scary.
The spot.
Yeah, as Hannah says, reparalleling. I think if I were James, I would be very tempted to place my Q, the U that I have, in between my Q and A.
Oh, that's a pretty
I
spot.
could imagine playing something like Quag there for just a nice score. 30
he's gonna
points.
Nope. He said, hold on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he plays Quail instead. So this is I'm very impressed. What can I say? James is playing great. He has really good board vision and is really good word knowledge as well.
We've got this neck and neck game. It's going back and forth for who's ahead with each turn.
Yep. Oh, and he draws. Look at James's draw to his slightly imbalanced sleeve of A-A-E-G, a little vowel heavy, but he drew 3 consonants, including the S. You love to see that almost any time.
That J.
The J and Y are going to help him score, so this is a good
draw. And
draw.
at a time when it's a good time to be drawing those high-scoring tiles.
Yep.
It's unlike what we saw the last game with Cherish, where she had to pick the FVW situation. That was so yucky. Now is a really profitable time to have those high-scoring tiles.
Mm-hmm. Totally true. And Zach has kind of a weird in-between rack
situation.
He's got some good bingo tiles, but he also has the U, which is the weakest vowel for bingoing, and the C and P together, which don't mesh that well. So it looks like Cupid is coming onto his rack.
Play.
That would be fun. Does he have a spot where that makes sense to play, though?
He's got 2 E's here where he could potentially just do another lots of letters play, right? Where he could play off some things and hope for those good things that are still in the bag. Something even like, I don't know, like priced or something. Of course, the leaves a little to be desired.
How can you get the U? How can you play in that spot and also play your U would be my question.
Yeah, especially now that the Q's gone.
U. Yep, the Q cannot come to save the U.
Yep. Oh, he's going for Quailed, which I don't think is good.
This is a huge risk. Quail is, I believe, the singular of the philosophy word qualia, which is like the feeling of your sensations in your mind. It's not a verb.
And it's not the animal, a quail.
It is not a quail, which I'm sure what he's thinking is that this is a synonym of quail with an I in it. So, so you guys are querying it in the chat. This is not valid, and it looks like Zach is not drawing tiles. He looks completely stone-faced. And, I think James is saying go ahead.
James says that, you know what? This is another great example of, is it worth that risk? If it is good, James has just really screwed himself over. If he then loses a turn, leaves that whole triple lane open,
Yes.
now James is thinking, if I'm not sure, which he's not, probably worth it to just try and rack up some points.
Yeah.
He has a lot of opportunities for points
He
here.
held it though, so clearly some kind of alarm bell
Right. Well, same with
rang in
Fade.
his
We have
mind. Yes.
these kids are so intuitive with these words, but they're also playing this logic game. It's not just, ooh, if I had to place a bet, is it good or not? It's, is it worth it to risk it right now? Is
Yeah.
it worth it to challenge it?
It is a bit about that downside risk of what's going to happen if I lose this challenge. Am I going to lose control of the game completely if I lose the challenge? Whereas if I let this play stay on, I'm still in the game. It's still kind of even. I haven't lost control of the game yet. So when you're not 100% sure, it can be really tough to risk that game getting out of your grasp so early when you have an opportunity to just leave it on and stay in the game.
It's true. So we've now got a really interesting situation, a very close game within 20 points. James has the J and the S.
Yeah.
Zach has the X and the S. A beautiful open board for either of them to play.
Yep.
Really going to be interesting what they do here. Now, if I'm James, I have to come up with this decision. Do I give it one more turn so I can get that really huge play? Do I, just try and blow off?
Is he about to play Theo Uria? Oh.
He knew GJ's.
Oh,
That
no.
is such a beautiful word.
Oh, but he's reversed the order.
But it's JG, not GJ.
Oh man. Oh, I think Zach's gonna challenge this. Oh, I think this is such so James got his wires crossed here. Oh
nope,
my
and they
God.
leave it. Oh, as opposed to the last game where we had all these perfect.
Oh, Zach. Oh man.
GJ as opposed to JG.
Okay, so a couple plays back to back of plausible words. So we know you guys are seeing in the chat that JG is a word, as in lieutenant, junior grade, JG. And surprising, I am surprised to see both of those plays stay on. I'm not sure if there was a hold there or not. But yeah, it's 1-1, as Austin says. Now both players have gotten a phony word, a really powerful phony word, right? The hook for Cupid hitting the Q, getting extra points there, and obviously the J and Y scoring very, very well for James, who vaults back into the lead here. So, wow.
But still a close game, and now we've got Zach with that X and that S. He has a few opportunities. He could easily, just get it to the triple with something like Axel. But I have a feeling he's going to go for an even bigger play than that.
Oh, he is looking to play Radix to the triple through the A
Yep.
GJ, which looks great, leaving the ALS combination. Drawing an E would definitely help that leave a bit. Yeah, we'll have to see. I wonder. Oh man, is James considering playing adiosing to the D of drench through that D? Is he thinking that adios is like a verb?
I don't think he's going to go for that risk. We saw James with in the last game have that bingo that he so wanted to be good, but he told himself, I'm not going to risk it with adulters.
But see, the thing is, you might become emboldened because you just played a word that you're likely not sure of. It stayed on the board. Your opponent didn't hold it. You might go for it, right? Go back to that
It's true, but I think if he doesn't know his eights, he would know his fives. I think he would,
I think so too.
I think he's probably not sitting there thinking, well, adios is good.
I think he's going to be, here it comes. I really think Zach is going to challenge this. I think because the game situation really, this is a bingo. It's not an intermediate shorter play. I think it's really important.
Oh, okay, so they are holding.
Yeah, I really expect a challenge here.
I expect a challenge here too.
Because James already up a solid amount. I don't know if Zach can come back from a bingo of this size right now. I think the game situation really dictates that if you're at all unsure of this word, it should be a challenge here. I expect Zach to challenge.
I do think he's going to challenge, and I think that's the right call. Even if you weren't sure if it was a word or not, Oh,
Oh no.
he's accepting. Oh, maybe it's a courtesy draw.
There is something called a courtesy draw where if enough time has elapsed, and it looks like Zach's nodding his head. That head nod is something I do when I've decided that I'm gonna accept a play. I just
Wow.
nod my head, and it looks. Oh, I thought almost like tucking or tusking was on the rack there.
Either way, great letters for James now.
Oh,
I think Zach might play something like heel just to try and get as many points as he can, but he's now down by, it's going to be almost 100 when we see those scores updated.
just people saying I'm losing my mind. A couple of funny comments in the chat.
Oh, it's so painful to watch.
It's painful. It's painful, but that's part of the fun, right? I think it's part of the fun.
Well, do you like spicy food? It sounds like maybe you're just into the.
Oddly, I am the least into spicy food of anyone that I know. So maybe that's just my taste buds not lining up with my sensibilities or something.
Yeah, there you go.
But
All right, so he's gonna look for that big play to play there. Maybe he's also thinking, I can bingo. There's an I open. There's that C, which goes well with an H. I don't know that he has one in there, but again, I'm not the authority on these things.
He's got the two S's. It looked like he's considering first playing. Shale parallel to adiosing would be quite nice.
Oh yeah, good number of points. He doesn't need both of those S's at this point, so I think that would be a great play. Would certainly help catch him up. He's down by 99.
Yeah.
What a ballsy move from James. We saw
amazing.
That was some chutzpah right there.
I'm frankly a little stunned that Zach didn't challenge that.
Me
Just
too.
looking at the game situation, you're going down by 100. If you're at all unsure of this word, I think it's got to be a challenge. Yeah, Zach.
So 45
again,
points that's not a correct score.
As
But
Adam says in the chat, Zach is a two-time Scrabble champion, North American school Scrabble champion. He has exhibited an excellent level of play throughout his career. This is a little surprising.
although on the other hand, so much of this, it's easy for us to look on, when we don't have the pressure of the game being like, look at all these
bot.
games.
Yeah, we just use the bot, so it's easy for us.
We need I want to make sure those scores are accurate that we're seeing.
Oh, is it really that close?
I don't think it's that close. I think they might have, because it was 99 points. He got 45. He should be down by just about 50 at this point. So I think we'll see those scores corrected in a moment.
At least I think so.
Oh, but look, he's got Tissane and a V. Okay,
Banus.
Lots of letters. Banus, naivist, natives. This is the only Tissane is the only one I can do this impressive thing with.
One space off from Vesicant through the C.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
The Radix score was delayed, so the score is actually this close. So that explains a lot.
Wow, you know what? That does explain a lot.
Why Zach felt like he didn't want to challenge adiosing. Okay.
Zach is only down by 15 points, and he has gorgeous letters.
Yeah, so he's got good letters. I really think he'll be able to do something nice through the C up there. The C is kind of in a tough spot. If the C were one spot over, you could make a CK word. That would be nice there.
He has an E, an A, kind of this R from Fioria, and an I to play through, but vowels are not what he needs for these bingos. We'll see if there's something he can find, maybe through that R.
Yeah, this is tough, James. So the scores, we got word that these are correct, which makes a ton of sense. That why Zachary would not challenge there. Why Zach would not.
It's true. It is a good phony, as someone is pointing out in the adiosing is plausible and pronounceable. Those are my two big moves for when I'm checking in on.
Yeah,
on if something is worth trying.
Yep.
Now he could do something. I take it back. I thought he could play Jake, but he doesn't have that A. I was thinking if he could do something that
not quite,
right,
juke or something there. Yeah, what's the best play through the C? That's what I'm looking at because
I don't think he can use his K there.
That's that's tough because you really want to use your highest scoring letters whenever you're trying to use a triple word score. I'm just not seeing a great way to do that. Some interesting suggestions being floated. There's definitely a bunch of different spots you could play your K. I don't know. Let's see. There's no great, easy overlapping spot that I'm seeing. So
Might be worth it to do something like cut, just to block it out.
keep
Leave yourself with
ing.
those ing and that ek are such beautiful leaves to have.
Makes sense.
Looks like he might be looking to play tag off of that, also effectively blocking it at least a bit.
Oh, as in downward
PE,
alongside
and
Cupid.
right. Although I
vertically.
don't like that leave quite as much. I do
Yeah.
get the appeal of it though.
So that would be helpful just to cut that C off a little bit, but what you would give back is the potential overlapping on column O. So if tag is the play, paralleling Cupid on column N, making ut, PE, and gig, you could easily see Zach make another nice overlapping play. Though, of course, as you guys have pointed out, we probably want to see him play something like Sanative through the A of Olia. That is not an easy find. I would not put it past him to make that play. It looks like James may be pivoting to Nuke, which maybe he's thinking of playing that under the E and A of Theouria. That could be okay. Tricky.
That could definitely be okay. It's by the way, parallel play, if you're just joining us, is when you stack up all those tiles with other tiles on the board. So you're not just making one word or even two with your tiles. You're creating a bunch of words at once. He is going to go for Nuke, N-E-U-K.
Nuke.
That's a great little four-letter word to know.
Yeah, very useful. Of course, you could just rearrange the U and the E and switch around and just get nuke as in the nuclear weapon. But this, as you can see, in this particular situation, you can't play nuke with that order of those letters
Now,
here.
does this N-E-U-K take an S?
It will, yeah.
So he, Zach could do something where he thinks, okay, I'm down by 35. Maybe it's worth it at this point to play something like Vices or Vista.
And look, you guys are pointing out Venatic. He's getting ready to play Venatic through the C.
That'll be a beautiful
very,
play.
Very nice play.
And
again,
leaves him that S.
We do ideally want to see him play Sanative, but I think if he hasn't immediately played it by now, the odds of him eventually seeing it are getting less and less.
I have the chat up in front of me, and I still did not see that. So.
Well, the chat, love how many of you guys are watching along. Thank you, everybody watching on Twitch.
Oh, he's questioning if he can play Venatics.
Oh.
Which he cannot.
I see. Well, which that would certainly be on brand for this game if he decided to smack that S at the end there.
I do think Venatic is a great word, especially knowing you still have that S, which hopefully your opponent doesn't have. There's only one other S out there, of course, is one other blank out. The S got better with Nuke coming down, too. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You save that S, you can hopefully utilize that the next turn.
He's moving back to potentially playing Fincas through the C, which would use that S up. And now back to Venatic as he thinks, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a good play even without the S, and I'm sure he's tempted to just tack that S on. We've seen a number of words be played: fade, quailed, GJ, and adiosing. It looks like.
Wow.
Three for James and one for Zach.
Although I am intimidated by these players, if they played something, that would certainly
absolutely.
I'd be inclined to accept it.
There is certainly an intimidation factor. Okay,
he's going with Venatic.
And
he's leaving that S. Good job.
Yeah, and this is a somewhat obscure word. I know we've seen James play a number of awesome words, but I just wonder, Venatic is not an everyday word. You could see him challenge this if he's not sure, but he doesn't look like...
But it does catch him up. They're now basically tied. I think Zach is going to be ahead by 4 points. Yep. And
doesn't look like he's batted an eye.
And he's left that beautiful S, and maybe he'll draw the blank that's still in the bag. We have probably 15 or 20 tiles left?
Yep, for sure. So we're entering the later stages of the game, but still plenty of tiles left to come. Zach starting off his next rack with an S. That's just the way you want to start things off.
Oh, right? Is he being held?
Oh, yeah, he's not drawn yet. So this is what I was talking about. It's not insane to imagine that, James, despite the word knowledge we've seen. it's possible that we could see. All right, there we go. No challenge.
Okay, good call on James's part. You know, there's so often where you so desperately don't want a word to be good. It's just the other side of that coin
Wishful
of
thinking.
when you want. Oh, he's got a Z now, two
Both
W's.
T and an
Okay,
I.
well, certainly he can get some sort of high scoring play going.
Even just wow underneath fanatic
Yep.
is gonna be.
Well, we'll see if James takes that. Maybe play something like mem. He could also just play both of his M's above his play nuke there.
True, yeah, a couple different spots.
But I do think it would be wise to maybe try and block off. That triple letter going both ways is such a power grab. You know, you think of this triple word score. Well, if you got a triple letter going both ways, that's like saying times 6.
Yeah.
For whatever tile is there, it's just as, if not more, valuable. You can also do something like Meg.
Yep, for
with
sure.
Cupid.
Yep, something like
He wants to keep one of
and he
those.
has Mig. So we saw James was looking at playing tag parallel to Cupid, making those overlaps, and he now has Mig lined up. And this would be, not only is this much safer by playing in that spot, he is technically setting up his other M if he draws correctly.
So smart. He could have done a similar thing down under nuke to at least block the S going there. But it would have been a little riskier. His opponent potentially playing under it as well. But he does have that other M. That's smart.
That second blank
still out. Let's see if it makes an appearance.
Is he going to see it here? Is it going to come onto the rack?
There it is. Oh, and
with an S.
Okay.
With an S.
It is anyone's game.
Oh my
Wowzers.
God.
Okay, I think we're going to see wow. If he's not looking for... Okay, he might be considering Tiz. He's seeing are the A's gone, but there's still a blank, buddy.
This is crazy because James now is going to be looking down at the A of Olia, which seems pretty unlikely to be blocked. Will he be able to find things like medius, T times, estimate, seat mate? There's a bunch of other things. I think I like James's chances to find a bingo through the A, and I'm not sure that that's ever getting blocked here. Again, unseen to Zach. These are the tiles that you're looking at in that top right. That's from Zach Ansel's perspective. There are 9 tiles unseen. That means 2 in the bag. He's verifying now.
Although I have to say, you know, if Zach plays wow, which catches him up, estimate no matter what he does, we don't have anything ending in an A or starting with an A that we've named so far. I'm sure there's something in there, but not that I know, where it's not going to be too high scoring a bingo. We'll probably be down by 50 or 60, which who knows if he can, you know, pick something. I don't know how many tiles are left in the bag. Oh, not a lot of tiles in the bag. He sees that there are bingo tiles left.
Right, but what happens after Zach plays wow is the bag will be empty, and any play by James will just be a
That's exactly what I was just seeing. There's not enough tiles left.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in his best interest to do something like, I don't know, WA, W-A-W.
But at this score, you also need points too. So
is there anything he can get where he gets his Z over to this?
This is going to be almost impossible to imagine a way that Zach can get away from trying to score as many points as he can here. I don't know if he. I think from Zach's perspective, he probably has to gamble that either James does not have a bingo, or that
does not
the
see
blank
something
is in
like
the bag.
estimate, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just no. If you spend a really small number of points to block off that A, you're gonna get outscored in the end game. And if you score a ton of points somewhere else, you're gonna get bingoed out on. So in this particular situation,
wow, what amazing play we've seen from James in these last 2 games.
Yep. So
maybe what he's thinking is, you know, if James only sees something like medius, if he doesn't see something where the A is relatively towards the end of the word, playing Tiz will block it off a bit.
It blocks a few things, yeah.
Wowza. He might play wowza, which would be a great word.
Wow, that's been pointed out in the chat. So we've already seen some words.
Wowza, indeed.
We've already seen some words be played. I think yowza is a valid word, so you could definitely confuse that. Or wait, is yowza only good in columns? I don't know. Oh, it is good. Okay, so yowza is a word. Wowza feels like it could just as easily
Now
be a
that
word as
is going to
that.
be another really tricky one where if James challenges it
what
and
does
it's
he
good,
do?
he'll
Oh
lose the
my
game. If he
God.
challenges it and it's
That-
not good, he wins.
Yeah.
Can he win without challenging it? That is a really tough decision to make.
It puts an unbelievable amount of pressure on James to challenge that word because he's going to believe that he has decent chances to win the game, even by letting it stay on the board. Do you really want to give those up?
25.
Oh, he's going for the one more letter. He thinks
Oh,
maybe I'll get the
man.
blank. Oh, no.
So interesting. So this at least doesn't immediately lose the game for James because
There'll still be.
if he bingos, Zach gets another turn. But if he bingos, James is going to be up by so much. I don't see how Zach has any hope with those 2 W's. You would have to have a bingo of your own.
He still has that wow play available, which is a good number of points, but it's a tie game right now. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, James, it's a tie game. We can expect James, and it looks like seatmate. He has seen it. Oh my gosh! So we're gonna see
a great find.
Great find. James again flashing legitimately good word knowledge here. He's gonna get 60 or so points for this, maybe a little more. And that way, the game is a perfect tie here. When we see the 60-point bingo go down for James, he will pick one tile from the bag. Looks like it will be the B. And that's going to play in a number of places to easily. There's nothing Zach will be able to do to cover that 60-point gap. Wow, this was
now we see James
burner.
just double checking that Zach can't bingo. I think when he gets down to the W's, he'll realize he's pretty safe.
Yeah. Oh man.
Wowza, what a game, indeed.
I know. So Zach did consider wowza, which I feel like that would have led to the most interesting decision for James. Do I challenge this word that is ultimately not valid? And if it happens to be good, it's basically an auto loss from there. Oh
I
my
think
God.
he probably wouldn't have challenged. I think he would have done something valuable enough that he would be fine. Because at that point, it still would have been a tie game. And he has that blank that as he could do something with the triple there. You know.
Man. Yeah, as you guys are saying.
EMES even is a huge play with and pie and gigs.
Yeah, I do agree a lot. I think at this point, the decision that Zach was facing when he played Fez, I'm pretty sure there was no way out of his predicament. There was no real way. It was earlier in the game to influence the outcome if he was going to have a chance at that ending stage there. And there were many opportunities for Zach to influence the outcome of the game. And seatmate is the play. I think
beautiful play.
I think so. From
These kids know their eights.
From Zach's perspective, we do have to do a little bit of scoreboard watching, right? Because the reason why is if Zach has to worry about his point spread to tie break against people like Cherish, and James is going to have 7 wins as well.
It's true. So it is going to come down to that spread.
There could be a logjam at the top. Zach needs to decide, do I want to challenge seatmate if he's unsure of it at all and risk losing a lot of point spread in the process? He can cut the deficit of this game quite a bit by just playing WoW under Fnatic.
And can you pull up for us, what is that spread right now? So Zach is currently undefeated. His spread is the strongest in the division.
Devilish.
He's only going to be losing probably by about, I think, 30 points, maybe 40. So I know, 666.
Yeah.
No, he should be fine.
Cherish trailing behind Zach in spread by 52 spread points, and she is getting matched up against, looks like Jeffrey Pogue at 5-2, another former champion player who we have not seen on the top board yet.
I think this means we're likely going to see Zach. We might even see a Zach James if Cherish somehow loses. We'll see a Zach James rematch.
Yeah, Cherish, if Jeffrey Pogue is able to defeat Cherish Ambiocolo, we will be seeing a rematch of this current game. And if Cherish wins, it's very, very, very likely that we're going to see Zach and Cherish face off in the finals.
James had to win by quite a significant amount. Still impressive, though. He had to win those last 2 games just to be considered, and he will have done it.
Yep, he did his part. He won this game, and now after the game completes, James is going to win this game. and he will be rooting as hard as possible for Jeffrey Pogue to defeat Cherish Ambiacolo, and that will seal his ticket into
He's
the
going to
finals.
probably play WoW, hook up those points. He knows, you know what? I didn't need to win this game. I just needed to not lose terribly, which he certainly has not. He'll get what? 12, 24, 26,
It's worth
36
noting,
points, maybe?
it is worth noting also that the player on top of the standings going into the finals will go first in the championship game. So there is a little extra incentive if you want that extra tiny bit of winning percentage.
Although, you know, I don't mind going second sometimes.
Oh yeah, well, there's certainly many racks where it's better to go second than first, but I do think in general it is seen as the tiniest little advantage.
Right.
To go
Something I've
first.
learned from playing the computer that that computer loves to trade on the first turn. It's like a free trade.
Yes. So
all right, so it looks like the
right.
game is concluding. James played, I mean,
Amazing.
He's not going to get to the finals, even though he's going to be 7-1, which
He
is
certainly,
unless you don't know how Cherish's game is going.
yeah, I mean, James really manifested this win here. Theo Uria is an amazing play, but then beyond that, very, very creative plays in the form of
that sometimes are not
Fade,
words.
yeah, Fade, GJ, Adiosing. These are plausible words that happen not to be in the dictionary, and there is an art to picking words that aren't in the dictionary but that stay on the board. So James has been able to do that in this game. And boy, I feel like he needed it, every bit of it.
He did, and it might also explain a little bit of Zach's decision not to challenge Adiosing, is knowing that he doesn't necessarily need to win. He just needs to not lose big. If he challenges it and for some reason it is good, that could really build up that spread. So I think,
awesome point.
Zach maybe was playing the long game here. He's thinking, look,
just
don't
get
out.
blown out.
Just don't get blown out of the water, which he did not.
Yeah, don't get blown out and you make the finals. Zach is clearly in really good position to make it. And it was great to see him compete. Glad we got to watch him because now we have a better idea of what to expect. The only thing up for grabs is who will be the other finalists there.
I have to say, I love Cherish. I thought she's been playing amazingly well. I would love to see another showdown between these two.
God.
Get some revenge.
There's no wrong choices, and the players in that previous game are standing by to talk to Nits now.
Like, I don't know Fanatic. I need to really
check.
Hi guys, this is from the North American School Scrabble Championship, and I am here with James and Zach. We just watched round 8. What an explosive event. Now we know that James and Zach are going into the finals together. Tell me guys, how are you feeling after that game?
That was a very intense game, very back and forth, and close at the end as well.
Yeah, it really was. What are you thinking, Zach? What's on your
Yeah, that was a very well played game, and I'm just happy that I'm going to the finals because that was I feel like we both after that performance I feel like we both have demonstrated that we are capable of taking it, and yeah.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful game. We were at 354 right before you picked up seatmate. What was going through your head while you had those letters in front of you?
I was just, permuting through that blank, and eventually I found seatmate in medias, and I played seatmate because I wanted the challenge, but he didn't give it to me.
All right, and what about you, Zach? What were you thinking? You picked up WWZ. That Endgame was really rough. What are you thinking in your head?
Well, for most of that game, I was just thinking I can't lose by 150 because that was my goal. Was in this because in order to get into the finals, I needed to not lose by 150. And turns out because Cherish lost, I didn't even need that. But my goal was not to get blown out, so I was actually able to stay pretty calm for most of that because I realized that it was going to be at least pretty close. And yeah,
Wonderful. And how are you guys feeling just going into the finals, going, to the end of the championship now that you've played 8 games behind you? What's going through your mind?
I'm very excited. This is the end to my school Scrabble career. I'm in 12th grade. It's my last year here, but I just want to say that I've made a lot of good friends here and met some very good Scrabblers. And if this is the way that my school Scrabble career ends, then I'm happy with it.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Zach. And what about you, James? What's on your mind?
So I'm actually really nervous. This is one of my first big tournaments, and I don't really know what I'm doing, but I have a lot of good people to help me out, and let's see it through.
Don't know what you're doing, sir. You're killing it out there. All right, good job, you two, and we'll see you in the finals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, enjoy your lunch.
Wow. If James doesn't know what he's doing, then geez, I hope to not know what I'm doing
I
in
know.
more endeavors that
was
I do in
impressive,
life.
impressive play.
So yeah.
All right, so we're waiting for confirmation on what happened on those other games. It's possible that we're going to see a showdown between these two
I
again
think we are
in the
yeah.
finals.
So
It looks like Cherish.
it's not official in the standings just yet, but I think we've gotten word that Cherish lost her game with Jeffrey Pogue. That's going to drop her to 6-2 if that is indeed true, and we will be seeing a rematch of these two players in the high school finals.
Oh, we know that is
Amazing.
going to be an epic game. Hopefully with a higher percentage of true words, but but you know what?
Yes.
Even though phoning is someone's prerogative, that was an incredible game that we're going to see, and I can't wait to see them play again. Which again we're going to have after lunch. We're going to have the finals of that champion division of elementary and middle schoolers. Then we're going to have the finals, or potentially flip that around, of these two high schoolers duking it out
Yep.
for first place. And again, at this point, spread doesn't matter. Record doesn't matter. It all comes down to who wins that
Win
game.
your game, exactly. So I'm just looking over the standings also in the championship division. Kudos to Nathaniel Campos and Walden Giesentanner, again, former school Scrabble champion from, I think, just last year. Maybe the defending champion. We'll have to talk to him about that prior to the finals. An 8-0 record
Wow.
in the championship division. And I'm thinking that the second finalist, it looks like it's extremely likely to be Gideon Brasowski and Milo Anderson again. So we have the Gid father, I think 2 years ago, the first online Scrabble champion against the previous online Scrabble champion.
Wow.
In the
We've got some dynasties happening here.
Yeah,
some real who's who of that online Scrabble and of school Scrabble. And I think as we're going to see in the next few months and years, of all ages Scrabble.
I bet we have a future national champion somewhere in this room here of
Not
the
this
all
room.
ages in
Well, maybe.
that room. So yeah, so I think for now what we're gonna do is that's it. 8 rounds in the books of our main event, and all that's left is our 2 finals matchups after lunch break. I'm really excited, Hannah.
Oh, I'm so
We
pumped. We're
gotta
gonna
go
see
get some
two
food.
great games. Gotta fuel up.
Yes, we got to fuel up, get back, get ready to call the finals games and figure out who will be our champions of the 2022 North American School Scrabble Championship
Go
here
ahead and
from Planet Word in Washington.
send that
DC.
link to your friends. I think they're going to prove to be 2 really fun games to watch. I've loved seeing everyone participating in the chat here. I think we're going to continue to have some amazing Scrabble for you to see. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Sounds good. See you guys. Welcome back, everybody. It's finals time. We are going to be bringing you the final round, the championship game in the elementary and middle school division. We call that the championship division. That is traditionally where we crown our North American School Scrabble champion. We are here back, Will, Hannah from Planet Word in Washington, D.C. And Hannah, we have an amazing matchup coming up between Walden Giesentanner and his partner Nathaniel Campos, and Gideon Brasowski and his partner Milo Anderson.
We are going to have an epic game for sure. And remember, it does not matter what the records or spreads were going into this game. It is whoever comes out on top will be this year's champions. So, without further ado, are we ready to see some Scrabble?
Players are ready. I think they're standing by. We're going to cut right over to our 4 finalists in the championship division, where they are about to get the go-ahead to start our match. So you can see the pristine, beautiful 8-0 records for these 2 players. An unbelievable accomplishment to get through the gauntlet that is the main event with an unblemished record there.
We've both done so incredibly well. Personally, I'd love to see a tie game because that would be
that would be utter chaos.
That would be pretty impressive.
I have no idea how that
All right,
would
we're already
affect
seeing
things.
those S's come out. Not terrible. Oh, 2 eyes though.
The 2 eyes. We've seen
The
it often
killer.
enough. Yeah.
It might make sense to play something like pick.
Yep, for sure. You're going to want to use one of those 2 eyes here. It's, you know.
Ado is also your face. That's good comments on the Twitch.
Yes, that's great. So basically, Nathaniel and Walden, and again, just setting the stage a little bit here. These are both former champions looking to repeat here, except that Walden, our previous year's online champion, we all know all too well about social distancing and the things we can and cannot
they're
do.
looking for myopics, maybe?
Oh, that would be amazing. And myopic has a Y in it. If they're tempted to
I know. I think I saw. Nope, they're good. They're going to play Mike. They're going to get rid of that I and that C, which is a really smart play. It leaves them with a good balance of consonants and vowels. Hopefully, they won't get stuck with another double I, which would be a pretty tragic situation. Happened to me many a time.
Word game players, the triple I is horrible, but even 2 I's can be really restrictive to your options on an individual rack. Any word game that you play, you've probably run into that issue, and you can see they drew another one. So over to Gideon and Milo, and as Benji Scrabble says in the chat, this could be a test of how much Gideon and Milo have been studying their words. There is an obscure 7-letter bingo on the rack of Noyades, Noyades. I think that's some kind of nautical.
Oh, that is so far beyond me. I certainly didn't see that. Now, assuming they don't know a word I'm yet to pronounce. Let's see what we think they might be doing. I think they're going to want to play off that Y.
Yeah, for sure with the Y. And there is a nice place to play the Y underneath the M of Mike. And I'm going to say that if they haven't thought that there's a bingo on the rack by now, I don't think they're going to. So the question will be, how do they set themselves up to make bingo on a subsequent turn? And this is... I think in general, I was just talking to Gideon out on lunch break, and he was talking about, fishing too much. And fishing we define as making those really short plays, holding 5 or 6 letters left on your rack in the hopes of bingoing quickly. And now I think he has a chance of seeing there is another 7-letter bingo on Gideon and Milo's rack that I think is in their range to be able to find.
They did set up the board quite a lot. We're seeing a lot of this where at the beginning of the game, players are a little less cautious with opening up the board.
Yep.
But they did potentially open up a nice double spot, a hit to both those double letter or double words or squares from Nathaniel and Walden. Little did they know Nathaniel and Walden, pretty yucky letters they're dealing with.
Yeah, so
a little bit better now might be the kind of thing where give it one more turn and they'll be able to balance that rack with 1 fewer I.
Yeah, I think they'll eventually be able to get down to that either 1 I or no I's on the rack. For Gideon and Milo here, I really hope that they're going to find the bingo of standee. It plays in a couple different spots. That is not a word that I think most of us are using on a regular basis. But for these players, that's a word you're likely to know because it consists of those low point letters, of which there are so many in the Scrabble set. The A, the E, the N, the T. There's just a lot of these, and I guess
they might not see it.
Yeah.
These are tricky letters because there are a lot of, yes, you could definitely double with Standy. It's tricky letters because it's a lot of like plausible 7-letter words that aren't good. You know, you think senated, detained spelled incorrectly.
Totally. It doesn't have those prefixes and suffixes our brains want. It has the S in the first letter of the word. We love that S as the last letter.
Right. We never think to put 2 E's like that. It's a word that you would have to have seen.
Yes.
Not necessarily something you'll come up with.
Yep. It's very relatable. There's people in the chat, experienced Scrabble players in the chat saying this is a hard word to anagram. I'm pretty sure if Gideon and Milo haven't seen it, they aren't likely to play it. I think they're going to play Ted underneath up.
Which is a great play. It blocks off someone else getting to use that awesome spot for some sort of double or high scoring play, and it leaves them with this great rack. We've been talking a lot about balancing your rack. By that we mean you want to have a good mix of consonants and vowels. You kind of have to assume the worst case scenario. If you pick all vowels or all consonants, what will that leave you with? Will you be able to play?
And with a rack like A-N-E-S to start out, and an R is a perfect complement to those. Oh, but the Q.
But the Q. See, we've been talking a lot. You think when you start out, those Qs are great tiles. They're worth a lot of points. Now they are stuck with it. They can dump it off QI for 11 points, but not only is that not a high-scoring play, that's another turn that they have to spend. These turns are very valuable. You don't get that many turns in this game of Scrabble.
For sure,
I'm wondering what we're going to see here. I was thinking maybe they could play something like choir, but that is a little risky, putting an O in front of a triple letter score square.
Sure.
I just want to see that H, that I, that O. I would love to be left with something like rids or ids on my rack.
For sure. I would love to see an I be played here. We were just talking about having that nice balance between consonants and vowels.
So they're looking at chord, a very similar word to choir.
I do favor choir though, as you suggested.
It does leave
you have the same issue that you just identified, Hannah. That O next to the triple letter score could be dangerous. But with choir, you at least give up one of your 2 I's and you start your next rack with a little bit of a better balance. So tiniest improvement maybe there. Also, I mean, it was tempting. I was looking but didn't see a play pluralizing Ted going down with that S. It could have been really nice to hit the triple with SH, but I didn't see a play there.
Anything either. Now they've got 3 I's.
The I situation.
They do have IWIS they can play off of chord, which, you know.
If they know that, that would
but
be
that's
a really
tricky
nice
word.
play.
To me, I'm always like kiwi, but you forgot the K.
Kiwis,
you know?
Yes.
It's kind of a weird word.
Iwis would be, so it's actually Iwis or something like that.
In my mind, it's just
Iwis, yeah. So, yeah, you would definitely, that's a word that, again, a very archaic, strange-looking word that does, its importance in Scrabble goes...
They have an F, not a Q.
They played their Q.
Oh, they played their Q. I didn't see that. Okay, I was like, when did that happen?
It's because they did it so quickly. As soon as it was
you know
their
what?
turn.
But that was definitely the right move. They thought it is not about getting points on this turn. It's about getting rid of that Q.
Yeah.
And their opponents, meanwhile, they see Iris, which...
Oh, Iris is okay to get rid of 2 of the 3 I's, but if they knew
Iwis,
it would be even better. And they're looking at that spot
maybe
for
playing Sir.
Oh, where would Sir go?
Off of Mike, high and or.
Okay.
Which could be nice, but I do think, if only they knew Iwis or whatever it is, that would be a great little dump right now.
Yep.
It's another example, too, where, you have these things, what we call power tiles, these really valuable tiles like Q's and Z's, but also S's and blanks. It can be hard sometimes to allow yourself to give up something like an S, put it in a big bingo lane there where you use all 7 letters, but it is worth it if your other option is basically just a challenge.
Yeah, that's true. And it's also sometimes worth using that S if by doing so you accomplish some other goal, such as here, making sure you don't leave 2 I's again for your next turn, right? So
that would have been pretty brutal.
Yeah, so they spend their S, and even if they had seen IWIS, Iwis, they would still have used up their S to do that. So just the tiniest little improvement possible there. It looks like Gideon and Milo are considering Bran and Open, making the obscure Uta hook there. UTA. I think that's likely.
That could be a great play. I could also see doing fan, just because I like having the R around.
The R is a really good complement to the ES, right? ERS. We talk about having these suffixes and prefixes that help us form these longer words. ERS is one of the best suffixes there is. There's so many words ending in those
So
three
true.
letters.
And there are spots on this board to use it.
Yeah, so fan would have been a similar, pretty much the same, in fact, score, but you would have kept the R at a cost of also keeping
that
the B, which isn't the best bingo tile. Those letters that have more than 1 point of value are extra points because they appear in fewer words, especially longer words. So, wow, interesting draw for Gideon and Milo there. They
no
drew
shortage
another
of E's or
S.
S's, but they also, the good news with having two S's, you don't have
Beef
to be.
is gonna play huge.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Oh man,
I hope that we see our friends Nathaniel and Malden maybe play something like as simple as aw. They could play WYE with mice. Would even be a great play just for.
They may be considering that too.
It looks like what they're doing.
Oh, nicely done. So this is going to save Nathaniel and Walden a world of hurt, as Gideon and Milo had beef ready to play with mice, he, and of for an extremely good score. That's now been blocked.
Now they could have played it down under Bran with the word by. It might have been a few more points. But we have to think about playing strategically here. It's not just about the most points. It's about preventing that hurt later. They've got another double vowel situation here with these two A's. They see vigor, but I would want them to keep looking. Look for the words that might use at least one of those A's up so you're not stuck with those doubles, which can sometimes turn to triples, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, the doubles are bad enough. It's the risk of becoming something even worse that makes you really want to avoid, especially with something like the A or the I. The reason that those vowels are especially scary to leave duplicates of is that in the Scrabble set of tiles, there are 9 A's, 9 I's, 8 O's. You have a much higher chance of duplicating those letters.
So it always feels like the I's are coming up.
It's
like triple
always
A's.
the
I think it's because
I's, yes.
AA is a word. You can dump them off.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is a really smart move by
Good
Gideon
play.
and Milo. They're getting a lot of
the
points.
S on here. Would you have 2 of them? You could just plop one on
Maybe
for a
you
couple
could
extra points.
save it just for the sake of you might want to use it the next time before you're ready to bingo.
Yeah.
Although they do have some nice bedness. I don't know.
Yeah.
Her room had a nice bedness to it.
Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately,
I think we're seeing another example here on.
See, this is why I thought maybe tacking the S on might
Just to
actually be
block.
kind of nice, because now you do offer some good parallels or good scoring spots back with that double word score there.
On the other
But,
hand,
yeah.
they didn't have a place to hook a bingo ending in an S. Now they do.
That's true.
Had they picked, let's say,
Good point.
an R instead of, I don't know, if they picked something other than what they had,
Yep, that's a very good point.
they could have had
So
an
this-
A. They could have had badness.
Oh, and there's the third A for
Yep,
Nathaniel Walden.
That's the price that comes, that risk you take. Oh, man. They have,
Oh my gosh, look at that. So we're talking about duplicates being bad. 4 of the same tile is definitely a red alert status. You are in bad
We were talking earlier about
situations
how
here.
close could we possibly be to getting Hannah on a board. I think
This
this is as close as we're going to get.
close
We got
as
at least
we've
an
seen.
Anna.
Yeah, we need those H's to come out. One of them is on the board already. So anyway, reads the play for Gideon and Milo, scoring well to the triple.
Really smart play.
They left NS, so they did run the risk of drawing.
Oh, but they got another S back with the J.
The J.
Definitely, they prayed to the tile gods before this game. I think Nathaniel and Malden have the right instinct to try and get rid of 2 of those A's. If they knew the word ANA, okay, they're thinking of Spanish maybe? Ananas?
Maybe they're
Or-
wishfully thinking playing banana through the B of Bran, but it's not quite in the right,
Right.
place.
but
tough to
playing
know.
that ANA instead of just AA, get rid of those double N's too. Any double letter is normally going to be a problem, although no complaints about double blanks or double S's over on my.
For sure. Though we love to see, we had a question earlier, what are the best letters in the game of Scrabble? The S, certainly in English language Scrabble, because of the way English pluralizes its nouns and verbs, the S is incredibly valuable. It is easily the best tile that is a letter.
Okay.
Then you have a blank, which is the best of all the tiles in the set. As we see Augur played, that accomplishes some good things.
Totally. It
Doesn't
really
use an N, but
it helps
use two
toughen
A's.
up your icing when you're making.
That's true. Well, and there's that H we were looking for to potentially
there
get
we
your
go,
name,
my Hannah.
but it's not quite
But they do
there.
have an X with it. So sometimes you have to make this decision. You think for a while that you're playing, that you're just hoping for a bingo. Then sometimes you have to shift gears. Say, hey, maybe my way of winning this game isn't going to be a bingo. Maybe it's going to be that I get these big plays. I mean, this play Joe's that we see Gideon and Milo making, great play.
Yeah, it's interesting. They now choose to use their second S here to get a few extra
Well,
points.
I think part of the difference, too, is when they played FE earlier, when we were talking about maybe putting that S on, they still had a vowel left. Now, if they're just playing, oh, look, they might not play that S. They might consider not playing the S.
I think so. Look at that leave, SSPN. I do like the idea of using that S here just because it gets you a few extra points. Not as many as you would normally want for the S, but every tile that you use on your rack, as we see the blank E blank L, what a good draw for Gideon and Milo.
That was pretty nice.
But
they could have gone another way, though.
But using those extra letters when you have 4 consonants together, what you're really looking for are vowels to balance your rack. So that would be kind of a nice option for them, but they play Joe as a singular, and it looks like they might be considering penless. Maybe they're thinking about trying to play painless. Maybe they'll try to play spinless or something.
Ooh, that could
to
be
the
fun.
S. And it looks
Snapless.
splines. It looks like they have a bunch of
They're
different
so
options.
close to spleens. I'm sure they're going to find that. Spinless is a really fun one.
Yeah, and note also the position of the S of Iris and the S of Breeds. Those S's in the triple lanes are, again, as we were saying, the S is the best letter to end long words with in the English language and in the game of Scrabble. So we've got 2 S's sitting in position where if you can play an 8-letter word ending in S, it's going to fit in both spots.
So they've blocked one of those spots.
Yep.
Which is nice, and they've racked up a good number of points. Of course, they're blocking it because C does not have any 2-letter words that have a C in them that are valid in this lexicon.
Definitely wondering if Gideon and Milo are going to go with something like, oh, well, that O is going to be huge under the J.
It's true, but we're also seeing on Nathaniel and Malden's rack, we're seeing
the N's and A's again.
A real case study in the worst case scenario. If you leave a duplicate tile on your rack, then it becomes all of a sudden you have triples. We've seen that now multiple times. A really unlucky break, but also one that can be prevented if you try and get rid of those duplicate tiles.
Ooh, look at this. Interesting. So I feel so confident that I saw Gideon and Milo arrange their rack into a couple different ways where they could have played a 7-letter bingo with revs, for example, had they wanted to. So I'm surprised to see them play lob.
Maybe we're not sure of those words. Those LESS words can be really hard if you haven't memorized them. They're not necessarily intuitive which ones are good and not.
Yep, don't want to risk losing a challenge on something like spinless, which you can easily, well, not easily, but these players can probably anagram that, but knowing the validity of that word, much more difficult.
But they still have some great tiles for bingos here.
Yeah, I think hopefully they can find something like, wait, what's even in there? They really need another vowel.
Yeah, they do, and there's no vowel through which to play. We've seen a lot of examples, especially in this younger division, of boards being so shut down. Great defensively, but then when you need to make a big play, makes it pretty difficult.
This is a board that really favors Gideon and Milo because they have that S, right? Getting a bingo down with revs or augurs is to we have we have 8 tiles on Nathaniel and Walden's rack. They're going to have to do an overdraw procedure.
Honestly,
here.
I'd really be okay with losing any of those tiles.
Yeah, imagine if somehow
They get the 3 ends,
the end
yeah.
goes back. That would be pretty amazing.
Alright.
But we'll see. They're gonna adjudicate this. So the policy here.
NNG, they're gonna put back that G. I
They'll
bet.
probably put the G back. Yeah, I would say you want to stick your opponent with those duplicates, but
And you
let's just
definitely
see.
don't want to leave them with
Yep.
NG because
Good
if they have an
choice.
I, which they had plenty of earlier,
So
you might
yeah,
have that ING, a really useful suffix.
Yep, the overdraw. Yeah, so again, as we saw, when you have too many tiles on your rack, the procedure is you take, I think, 3 of them off of the opponent's rack, and your opponents get to pick which one they want to return to the bag. So in that situation, Nathaniel and Walden, the tiles in question for Gideon and Milo to choose from, NNG, and Nathaniel and Walden still saddled with their 3 ends there.
Is there something with intests or untests? I don't know that
I
takes any.
feel like those letters look so good, but I'm not thinking of anything that they have for some reason. It feels like they're super, super close to a bingo.
You know, if
but
I
not
were
quite
Gideon
there.
and Milo right now, I'm thinking there's not a lot of spots open without that S or blank. We have them. I might even just play my T instead of playing ET off of jot there.
Yeah, that vowel is so valuable here. They're going to need to get 2 vowels out of
Otensist
the
is
bag.
the bingo.
Otensist.
Which I'm not sure it plays.
Does that even fit? Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh man, it's 2 consonants instead, so the opposite of what they need. Oof. Okay,
And now
what's
they can,
happening
oh
here?
my goodness.
Manas.
I believe it.
That's a valid
you can play
word.
it? Okay, good.
Yeah, that is a valid word. It's an interesting play. I wonder if it's just the idea is get 2 of your 3 ends off the rack and go for more tiles in the bag. There's not a lot of other
I think
places.
you're not going to have much of a worse situation here. If I'm Gideon and Milo, I'm thinking I don't even have a vowel I can play. Either that
tough.
I trade.
Tensist and tough. I didn't even look on that side of the board.
Oh, tough. I didn't. You're right. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job to our
Twitch
onlookers
chat
here, our Twitch chat. I would play something like Fox. I could even say playing something up here for a few points with 8 and then the I of Vigor. But really what I would do, I'd get rid of that F and just hope for a vowel. Vowels also hurting on the Nathaniel and Walden side. We see this sometimes in a game. You spent so long playing off your vowels, your A's and your I's. Now all of a sudden you've used them up.
Yeah, this is tricky. I mean, just look at this board. It's all pretty much almost every tile that's been played is in the bottom half of the board. That whole top of the board is completely unused. If any team here is able to break into that top part of the board, it's suddenly going to be wide open again, even though it feels kind of constricted right now. So yeah, we'll see. It's Gideon and Milo on turn. It looks like they're down by 15 points. That's not a lot.
Incredibly close game.
But it's not a lot. A bingo is going to be a huge outcome whenever that happens. And because Gideon and Milo have SS blank, I do believe they are the favorites to get that first bingo down.
Seeing another example here on the Nathaniel and Walden side of people, exactly we see in the Twitch chat now, people trying to find words on their racks before they find a place for them on the board. All fine and good to find that word wrong. If you don't have a spot for it, not much point in finding it.
So yeah, and that is a classic attribute of a closed board, right? We're talking about this a lot over the course of the broadcast. When you are on a board where you just can't seem to find any location to play the words that you would like to play, the odds are pretty good that is a closed board. And this really is pretty closed for scoring plays. There are not that many places to get really good scores without a bingo, but there are still really good places to bingo with revs and with the up hook on the left side of the board with open and Uta. That UP hook there, which actually takes not only an S, a T,
they're doing
a
my
D.
play. Love
there
it.
It is. Yeah, that looks good.
Now we had a question in the chat, is it worth it to exchange? At that point, I would really be only exchanging 2 letters. They got a vowel.
There's
they
an
have
I.
things like listens.
Listens is findable
and
here.
lists.
Yep. So at this point, I really do expect Gideon and Milo to spot a bingo with this rack. They just have to think about changing that blank to an E, which with so many consonants on the rack, they're going to be
Tonsils they
looking.
have.
No, tonsils. Very
Yep, they
nice.
see tonsils.
Oh man, so there it
Very
is.
good.
There it is.
Now, something someone asked in the chat, would it have been worth it for them to exchange? I think at that point, I would really only be exchanging 2 letters anyways, getting rid of one and getting some points for it. I think they made the right call.
Yeah,
it, of
I
course,
agree.
panned out, so it's easy for me to say, but
I do agree. It seems like, given the fact that both teams have and we see Rum go down for Nathaniel and Walden, looks like a nice way to use up some of their less useful letters. But given that both players have been struggling pretty mightily with too many consonants, it means that there's likely a lot of vowels to come in the bag, and all Gideon and Vowel needed was one. Gideon and Milo needed was one vowel, which they got, and you're going to see this bingo is coming down. This will be a huge game
now
changer.
we do have someone in the chat saying the game is over. It is certainly far from over.
Not agreeing, especially because they're considering playing Town-like through the N of Rum, which I'm going to say that is valid. I'm pretty sure it is. So if they do decide to chance playing Town-like through the N of Rum.
Even if they don't play that, they might be looking just to play like.
Someone's going to check
off of tonsils. Like is a great play. They're only 59 points behind. Oh, Town-like is not a word, but definitely possible.
Sorry again.
But if they were to play something like off of tonsils, hooking that O and that K.
Yes.
I mean, all of a sudden, then they're only down by 20, 30. They're only down by 59 points right now. A 30-point play.
It's way too close. Yeah, way too close to proclaim anything. So we'll see. But certainly, Gideon and Milo are in a good position here. They're up by a solid amount on a board that's going to be a little bit tricky to work with. And Gideon and Milo have drawn.
They're playing Twinkle, which is another really fun play.
Scores very well. Twinkle scores very well. It gets the K in a good spot. It does get the K in a good spot.
It's 40 points. That's definitely going to catch them up.
Yeah.
They're only down by fewer than 20 points, folks. So that's, we're basically where we were, just flipped.
And there's a blank lurking,
they left themselves with just an O, which not terrible.
That can go a number of ways, a lot of which are good. Is that the first letter they saw is another O there, I think.
Oh, a third O. They are just Vowel Central.
Oh, man.
2 A's. Oh my goodness, that wasn't the greatest pick.
Not
they can, of
the
course,
draw they needed.
they can play off something like Aloe off of that L in the triple. Maybe try this one more time.
That's true. I think Oleo would probably be.
Oleo is even better.
Yeah, but
of course, then there's still the 2 A's. At least you get rid of those doubles.
Yeah, this is not
a lot. A debate could be made.
So do is the play for Gideon and Milo. That makes sense for several reasons. One, they had 2 U's. You want to use up one of your 2 U's for sure. The other, you're blocking that T of Twinkle, which is probably the best opportunity to get an 8-letter bingo that had been available on the board prior. So, and there's the second blank for Gideon and Milo.
Oh, with a Z.
With a Z.
Ooh, that's going to be tricky. I think we're going to see Aloe maybe, or they're just exchanging those 3 letters. They're exchanging OOA.
That makes sense.
Honestly, really solid move there.
Oh, that Z, the Z plank draw is huge for Gideon and Milo. It just means that now, after Nathaniel and Walden's exchange, they're up by almost 40 right now, and after a play, I don't know, there's plenty of Z plays.
Just got
ZD, Zing, there's just a number of 30-point plays.
Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a little bit better now, these letters. That's an L, not an I. So we have A-A-E-I-L-N-T.
Yep, that's true. So
almost at alienate.
Oh, wow, that's true. Yeah, that would be a really nice play, but through an E.
You need an E, which they don't have, so,
Yeah, I'm just wondering what happens if Gideon and Milo play ZD. I don't think anything useful.
Almost sanitizer.
Exactly, yeah. The ICE suffix would be amazing. But yeah, this is definitely a good position here for Gideon and Milo.
And I'm sure they're going to spot that ZD. What Gideon and Milo are doing right now, yep, they're looking for what are the available spots right now. Oh, did you see the little reaction from Nathaniel and Malden? They're
Yeah.
like, oh, like they got
It hurts.
hit.
Yeah, that hurts. That's a big
Leaves them
score.
with a great, they still have that blank. It's a ton of points. Now we're talking about a bingo, a really good bingo ahead.
Yeah.
And we were saying earlier, we were talking about, when you have these bingo friendly tiles, these tiles that make it easy to
get those 7
7-letter words, it's all fine and good, but if you can't use them, not worth a whole lot.
Yep. Yeah, you're gonna struggle to get those same scores. So that's that's kind of the beauty of Scrabble, is that the letters are relatively well balanced. Those low point letters you can use in your 7 and 8-letter bingos. The high point letters, you can't use in as many of those bingo length words, but you're gonna get better scoring plays instead. So tough situation here though for Nathaniel and Walden. They have good bingo tiles, nowhere good to play them, I don't think.
It's going to be a tough call for them. I saw them checking the bag, Nathaniel and Malden, making sure there are enough tiles left no matter what they do. The problem for them now, they have to open up that board. Yeah, they did find those vowels they were looking for earlier. They have to open up the board without opening it up for their opponents, which is just kind of impossible to do. At this point, they can't be worried about shutting down the board, because then they could be shutting it down for themselves. And again, that means Gideon and Milo's job right now, they're up by 78, almost 80 points. Their job really is going to be just to shut down that board, try and stop a bingo.
Prevent the worst case scenario for sure. So you can see the unseen tiles now in the top right of your screen from Nathaniel and Walden's perspective, and you can see there are 11 unseen tiles. That means 4 tiles still in the bag. Very, very important to be keeping track of that information. And you see a couple of those vowels go down parallel to manas.
It's going to work out well for them, because they're going to pick, I believe, an A and a V, and maybe an O.
Yeah, let's see
There's
what
still going to be one tile in the bag.
What they're
if I'm not
hoping
mistaken.
for is the blank, but we know Gideon and Milo already have that. They redraw another A and
and the O. Elation.
So yeah, elation and toenail are.
And they already found toenail. Good for them.
Question is
where does it play? It could almost play if ZD hadn't been played, or if you had something where that L could fit.
The D,
almost got it.
Worth also noting, the D of do is probably well worth considering, as an ED word could go down there. Gideon and Milo have to be thinking about that. This is really interesting, because from Gideon and Milo's perspective, there are definitely things that could be devastating to them lurking in the pool. Something like entailed could go down to the D.
Right.
Novelize or something to the Z of ZD. There are definitely threats here where Gideon and Milo have to be extremely careful. Either they need to try to block the board as extensively as possible and not open anything new for toenail or elation to go down, or they need to play, maybe they're going to opt to play one tile and one tile only, to hope that if Nathaniel and Walden have a bingo, it will give Gideon and Milo at least one more play before the game is over. Tricky situation.
It's a tricky situation. They've got, we can see that pencil on the board right now. They're tracking. They want to make sure that what we see for unseen tiles is also what they see. And what they need to do is think about that worst case scenario. What is the best combination of those letters that can play on this board? Probably their best bet, I would think, is to play something just like OE without an EEW. Just for the sake of locking down that lane.
Very nicely. It would force a bingo to the Z or I of ZD, which is still possible.
Right, and it would also force.
It's tricky. I mean, there's still stuff
I know.
there
It would force, at least if a bingo's going to, it can't start with the T of tonsils, there's, or start very soon with the T of tonsils. There's tough decisions to be made here.
Oh, man.
I guess another option.
I think I would probably try to play just one tile here, just because I feel like with my blank, and I would be able to outrun anything that Nathaniel and Walden are able to play here. Even a bingo to the Z is going to yield some pretty high
Right.
scoring.
We're seeing people recommending just playing out.
Yeah, playing
that could
the
be a
one,
really good play.
I think that makes the most sense. Try to block that D tile of do at the top right of the board with just one tile. And if your opponents have a bingo to the Z or I of ZD, you still have another chance to outrun in the end game. That feels like a good way to go here. So we're going to see what they do. Ultimately, in this exact situation, Gideon and Milo are in really good shape. Nathaniel and Walden have a bingo on their rack. It doesn't really fit anywhere on this board. All they have to do is avoid making a new spot for Toenail or Elation to play. If Gideon and Milo can do that, they should win this game. So it's up to them.
It's going to be. Here's one more thought I had is if they played something like Gout to at least block the T and the O and the N.
That would be a pretty good
the
play
N
too.
is going to work, but something with Gout where you rack up a few points, you get rid of some of those letters, you block as many lanes as you can. But again, I think that D, you're right, the D is going to be the easiest.
The G would give a bingo to Nathaniel and Walden in this case of gelation and legation. So that would be a scary choice. In general, I think that is a really good idea, though, to block off a bunch of that real estate all at once. But yeah, let's see.
The Gout of G-O with parallel play, I meant, with tonsils, with
going down.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you. Oh, right. That would have the T would have need to be a blank.
Right,
there.
which
Okay,
I would not recommend they do.
Okay, your play it would work out perfectly in this.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yes, of course. So yeah, this is a really tricky situation. All the more so because the entire tournament is riding on this, right? Like if I'm Gideon and Milo, you have 6 minutes to think about this. And they should use as much of it as they can, although they do have to try to leave a little extra time in case Nathaniel and Walden were to bingo in a way they didn't expect. They would need a little extra time to work out what's our best play. Yeah.
The good news for them, if they do end up bingoing, they're looking at maybe playing tongue to block that lane.
Risky, but
it is risky. If they do end
here.
up bingoing, they are about a bingo ahead. They're 66 points ahead. There aren't too many spots for a huge scoring bingo. All they would need to do is then get a few points and go out to win, which they probably could do. So the
Tongue doesn't block the D. I really think that D is
looks
the
like
biggest threat. Okay, maybe they're going to play there, which would block it.
If they play something like OI, just with the TI, nothing that Nathaniel or Walden could have goes in front of OI.
You see how you see them counting the spaces.
They're counting out what blocks 7 letters to the D.
Yep, and playing a tile one space up and to the right of the T of tonsils. If they place a tile there, it will block that D of do.
I think playing OI right there is a super smart move. It doesn't give their opponents anything to run through.
So the question of if
they're looking at maybe playing gone.
A bingo, if there was a bingo and then a draw of just a V, would you be able to use the V? And we haven't seen any plays like that, which we call a stick. When you're stuck with a tile at the end of the game, we call that a stick because the tile is literally stuck to your bag. Stuck to your rack. Oh man, what is this blank? What is this blank?
If it's an N, they have made a fatal mistake because it does take an A hook.
If this is an N, this could be devastating.
Now the question is,
a gone is a word.
Do Nathaniel and Walden know that a gone is a word?
So I'm hoping they chose to play gore here, which would be
right, because that other blank is an O.
This is huge. We have to figure out what this blank is. If this is an N, the A hook on gone would allow Elation to play at the top of the board, or Toenail, both. We will quickly find out what this blank is.
Tonalized, they're looking to play through that Z.
Blank is an N.
Wow. Blank is an
blank
N.
is an N.
It does look like Nathaniel and Walden are focused on something like tonalize or stacking a word that goes all the way down, which I
Right.
think is going to be hard to find.
God.
But if they take a moment to find a gone, then they are set to win this game.
Agone is a valid word. And the question is, do they know it? Will they think of it? Or will they attempt tonalize, which makes sense? So definitely either way, in this situation, Nathaniel and Walden are about to make a last chance attempt at winning this game.
Something we call a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Now, here's, as we're talking about in the Twitch chat, when you make your last play of the game, your opponents basically get to challenge for free because there's no risk to challenging. Elation and a gone, yeah, would lead to winning. Toenail and a gone, which just fits, would definitely lead to winning a few more points because you get that double. I don't know if they're going to find it though.
This is incredible. This is an unbelievable scenario where the National School Scrabble, the North American, I misspeak that all the time, School Scrabble Championship is hanging in the balance right here. Can Nathaniel and Walden pull away from tonalize and think to try a gone hook? It seems like I wonder what they're going for.
I wonder,
here.
you know, we talked about this in an earlier game where it was when those championship players didn't see that they could now play quad again.
Yes.
When we see, you know, sometimes your opponent plays in a spot, you just assume the way that they played it means that spot is gone for good. That is not always the case. You really have to analyze the board after every play. Yeah, exactly. One doesn't simply try a gone.
Yes.
That's so true. It's
One
not an
doesn't
intuitive
simply
word. It is not an intuitive word.
Into Mordor, one does not simply try a gone without, at least you would have to know AGON. That's not clear.
Well, and if you're sitting here thinking, hey, Gideon and Milo, such good players, they're also undefeated. They probably wouldn't play this word if it had a letter that could go in front of it.
Yeah.
You know, you might be thinking, it's such mind games that go here. Of course, tonalize, I think, not good.
Okay, so now Toenail has come back on the rack, which makes me feel like they're moving away from tonalize.
They found it, folks!
My God!
They found it, and they are going to be your new champions, I believe, by just a few points. Nathaniel and Walden eking out a win. Oh, a fatal mistake from Gideon and Milo, but still incredibly impressive play. Well, they're going to challenge regardless because, of course, it is a free challenge. It would be silly not to challenge. But with the points on Gideon and Milo's rack, that V really coming into play, I think it should be just enough to eke out a win for Nathaniel and Walden.
Incredible. I am stunned at the incredible finish of this game. You couldn't ask for a more exciting, I don't even want to say nail biter. That's just no need to pun.
Wow, and Nathaniel and Walden, you can see them kind of catching their breath. They cannot believe it. Their hands are shaking. Their hands are in their hair because they can't believe they just won. And of course, now Gideon and Milo have to give them the tiles on their rack. No tiles left in the bag.
Yep.
They have won the North American Championship. Well, I don't know. Have we added those tiles from their rack?
I think that
We
score
have?
is indicating
What? A
the
nail biter.
tiles
A
that
toenail
we
biter, if you will.
That's what I was saying. I didn't think it was. I didn't want to go there, but
Yeah,
we had
ew,
to.
gross imagery, but I'm
It's
here
a
for the pun.
Yeah, the pun is here.
Oh, what a game! Gideon and Milo played an incredible game.
Oh, and
They
look at the
just
sportsmanship. Oh my God.
Such sportsmanship. Oh, we can see they're a little upset, which I understand. You think you have the game in the bag.
Uh-oh.
Just goes to show any game is yours. Any
Yeah.
game can turn on just a dime.
Yeah, incredible. That is an
Toenail
amazing.
biter, thank you. I'm just here for the puns. So like, you didn't hire Hannah for her Scrabble skills.
Yes. Oh my God, that is amazing.
What an incredible game we just saw. A toenail biter, to be sure.
I am astounded. Yeah, an amazing finish to an amazing tournament.
Absolutely.
Just commiserations to Gideon and Milo. They had an amazing tournament to get this far.
They'll still get that second place, though, which is an incredible feat. I never got that far in school Scrabble.
For sure. But a huge congratulations to Nathaniel and Walden for coming away with a win in the could be the most dramatic finish I have ever
A
seen.
bingo out, always a dramatic finish to a game. That A hook on Gone, it just shows you can study those big words like toenail, elation, but it's really knowing those smaller words. That Gone takes an A hook that can save the game.
And just the fact that they were clearly so close to trying tonalized, which would have led to a loss.
They really thought it
and
through.
just sat,
Yep.
waited, thought, where have I seen other words? How could I get a victory out of this seemingly lost
So much
position?
psychology at play. You think, well, would my opponent have played Gone if there's a hook in front of it? Those little mistakes, they're clearly such evenly matched players. Still, an 8-1 finish from the other team.
Absolutely.
An incredible finish. But an undefeated team taking this North American School Scrabble Championship.
Oh my gosh. And if that wasn't enough, we have our high school division finals coming pretty much right
If you
away.
saw the epic game that was the most recent high school game we covered, it is a rematch of that. Rematches are always fun because you've some people a little bit out for blood.
Yeah.
I'm excited. We'll see if there are any more phonies. The last time we saw these two, they were playing a bunch of words that they took some creative license on.
Yeah, but it was a very interesting game situation where
Yeah.
Zach needed to minimize the amount that he lost the game by to ensure his passage into the finals. So we have a very different scenario now where it's
Right.
win and take the
Does
championship.
not matter what the spread is. It is all about that win. Is Zach a senior? Do we have any seniors playing here?
I think so. Zach had mentioned earlier in his interview with Nitz that this is the end to his school Scrabble career. This will be the final game that Zach Ansel plays in one of the most storied school Scrabble careers in history. 2 championships to his name in the elementary school divisions, looking to add another one in the high school division.
But his opponent has proven in these last 2 rounds he is capable of taking down
James
those
Donnelly.
incredibly tough players. He took down Cherish, who was undefeated at that point, and then he took down Zach. So I think it's a very evenly matched game, and it's going to be a brutal game to see. I cannot wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's going
man,
to be
I'm already
incredible.
on
For
the edge of my
now,
seat.
we do have our finalists and our champions here to talk to Nitz about the game. Let's cut over and let's see how they're feeling after that really incredible finish.
Hi guys, this is Nitz from the North American School Scrabble Championship, and we just saw the final. Oh my God, what a spectacular finish. Can we just take a minute to just think about what an amazing, amazing endgame that was? None of us could have seen that coming. When that blank went down and it was an N, what was going through you guys' mind? What were you feeling?
I thought we couldn't win.
Really?
Yeah.
And what about you, Nate? What were you thinking?
I was just trying to think of where we could possibly just phony and maybe get a bingo down.
And what made you guys decide to put that A down, making a gone?
It was better than just not trying anything.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Had you guys seen that word before? Had you guys seen a gone
It
before?
probably came up in practice, but I just didn't remember it.
It never came up for me. Maybe once or twice, but I never remembered it either.
Wow, what a Hail Mary taking you to win the championship. And how were you feeling right before you came into the finals? And how are you feeling now?
Super nervous, and now I'm super excited.
Yeah, I was really nervous before the final. Going up against Gideon and Milo. They were very tough competition, so I was nervous, but now I'm very happy.
And look at you guys, the North American champions. Wow. Yes, you beat your opponents. Did you ever see this happening when you started this at the beginning of yesterday morning?
No. I mean, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe as well. I don't know.
And okay, so one final question for you guys. What are your plans for the rest of this evening, and does it involve a lot of dessert?
I don't know. Gaming, maybe.
Gaming, yeah.
Just a long car ride home. Maybe get some food.
And of
Fantastic.
course, airplane.
Yes,
For me.
of course. Have you guys enjoyed your time in DC?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great place.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, you guys. Congratulations. What a fantastic performance. That was beautiful to watch. That was so exciting. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day. We'll see you at the award ceremony.
You too.
All right, bye.
On mute. There we go.
Okay.
You heard it from our champions there that they were not 100% sure of that hook of a gone on the board, and that they were just looking to do anything to give themselves a chance to win.
And boy, did it work.
That is the type of attitude that you have to have as a champion level player in games that look completely hopeless and lost. You have to be imagining, hoping against hope, that there is some way to come up with a win in this game, and we saw it in perhaps the most dramatic way possible.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a game I think you'll be dreaming about for a while. You'll think of that scenario. And I love that they seemed pretty nonplussed by their championship win. What are you going to do tonight? There was no, I'm going to Disney World.
Let's
more games.
Yeah, let's
more
get
games.
more gaming. Whether that means more Scrabble or something else.
I will happily eat dessert on their behalf.
All their favorite ice cream flavors that we've been hearing about over the course of the broadcast. You can give that to us if need be. So I don't know how we can possibly, I keep saying that, I don't know how we can top this, but we do have an epic rematch between our high school finalists, James Donnelly and Zach Ansel. And again, as I said, the final game in Zach's storied career against the relative newcomer, James Donnelly, who has proven himself to be extremely worthy opponent.
Absolutely.
It's going to be epic.
Taken down 2 champions. So much of it is also going to come down to those tiles. We hope that just like this last game, we can give you a good game where we saw both opponents putting down amazing plays, scoring pretty well, and being able to play on that board. And what a game with all those triple vowels. It just shows never give up. They had triple A's, triple O's, triple I's.
They just worked through so many problems to get there. And I just want to take one more moment to say to Gideon and Milo, that was a tough one, but you guys had an amazing tournament. You should hold your heads high. That was a really impressive performance in a difficult field. And there's no question that you guys have as bright a future as you can imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
In your Scrabble futures. So with that, I think we are not far away from getting our high school finalists up and ready to face off. And that's going to be it. So we will take a quick break and just get set very quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our finals matchup in the high school division. All right, everybody. After a quick break, we are back, and it is time to finish things off here. Our final round of action at the North American School Scrabble Championship here from Planet Word in Washington, D.C. Hannah, I don't know what the heck is in store for us in this last game.
If it's anything like any of the other games we've seen today, it's going to be one with drama and intrigue, and I don't know how much more of this I can take in terms of the emotional toll it's taking on me.
We are at the finish line here, so hopefully we can just make it through one more game. For everybody watching out there that's been along for the whole ride or any part of our broadcast, we really thank you guys for being a part of it. And here we got one more game. I think the players are seated and bagging up their tiles, and we'll get ready to go one more time.
We've seen those highs and lows of Scrabble today. You know, if you ever doubt the drama that's behind these games.
Copy pasta here.
Oh, we have certainly
They're
seen.
Teasing me.
We've seen how dramatic these games can be.
For sure.
We're not even playing in them, and I'm like,
yeah, we're exhausted. Yeah, we're our hands are trembling. We're exhausted from having watched so many incredibly exciting games, including the finals that we just watched in the championship division. So whenever our finalists, James Donnelly and Zach Ansel, are ready, we are going to see really, hopefully, again, I keep saying, as long as the tiles cooperate, we are really likely to see an incredible matchup here in the finals.
It's true, and we've already seen that they are formidable opponents for each other in the game that they just played before our lunch break here. Certainly know how to hold their own. There's not going to be a question of a blowout unless the tile gods have something to say about it. They definitely both have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think our players are ready.
Alrighty.
We can cut on over and give them the green light to start the finals match. So thank you, everybody, for this copy pasta roasting me in the chat. I appreciate all of you guys. And it looks like it'll be, again, Zach going first in this game by virtue of being the top player in the standings after 8 rounds of play. Oh, man, what the heck is waiting for us in this game? Okay, first tiles are on Zach's
a blank
rack,
already there, but with all sorts of vowels.
Wow.
What a fun mix. Okay.
Blank and 6 vowels. So we are, I think, in general, exchanging tiles at the very start of the game is a really, really good opportunity to do so.
And he's leaving himself with a great lead. He's got AE blank. We've got sort of an opposite problem happening over on James' side.
Yeah,
other great
very
tiles,
much
but
so.
he might want to trade too. It's kind of like starting the game afresh, saying, you know what? You traded, I'm going to trade. Now we're kind of a redo on this beginning.
Yep, that makes total sense. I certainly feel like, you would want to play your X if you're James, and Tix is probably the best way to do that, leaving DKVG, an absolutely terrible set of 4 consonants together.
He might play Kid.
Maybe Kid is barely worth playing.
I could also see just throwing back DVG, maybe even DVGT. It would be a tough, no matter what he does, he's going to have a tough lead. I guess might as well get some points down.
Yeah, so we're going to
go with Kid.
see Kid is the play. So we'll see how Zach responds to this. And it's definitely a situation where if James draws more consonants, he could really be in a bind on his next turn. Let's see if he's able to get some vowels from the bag. That will help him a lot on his next turn. So Zach keeping AE. I think maybe that logo popping up on the screen might help brighten Zach's tiles. That may be why it's slightly darker. We don't have our Scrabble logo on the screen behind him. So something to consider.
Someone's put that in the chat, though, if you can't see his tiles. He's got he has AUOEJC blank.
Yeah, that J is really, certainly he drew a bunch more vowels. He would have liked to see some lower point consonants, but the J does make things difficult when you're trying to get a 7 and 8 letter bingo. The reason the J is worth 8 points is because it appears in relatively few longer words, and really words of any length, in fact. So it looks like he's getting ready to potentially play JUCO and probably OK. That seems reasonable. Once again, leaving AE blank, which we liked before. We can like it still. Oh,
Oh, he's studying
judo.
judo. Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's a good idea.
This
It
is another
leaves
example.
It leaves that C.
Sometimes we think, I have to get something good for that J because it's a power tile. It's one of those high scoring tiles. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's worth it if you know you're super close to a bingo just to get rid. Oh, he's got
Ooh.
nice tiles now, 2 eyes, but he could certainly find something in there.
Yeah, we'll see. He has some stuff. I would be really impressed if he saw making that blank another A. He could play Acedia. Aecidia. I wonder if he's going to see that. It would play underneath the K of kid.
Ooh, that's a tricky bingo,
Zach,
though.
I mean, Zach knows words like this, and I feel like it would be a very tricky bingo, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to find that play.
Looks like we might see James playing off fog just for the sake of getting rid of some of those consonants. I think that's a perfectly good move. He doesn't have terribly many options at this point. Given his rack, he does need some of those vowels.
Fog is the play. It's really just something to set the stage here. Again, Zach Ansel, 2-time former school Scrabble champion in the elementary and middle school division, and has been a long-time player. I mean, I remember him when he was half his current height playing Scrabble, and James is a relative newcomer by comparison. So he drew well with those vowels there. Also, Fog did block the play that I had suggested of Acedia. So we'll see what, if anything, Zach is able to do to compensate for that. But I just want to finish my point that Zach, a ton of experience playing on a stage like this. Let's see how James can handle it, with this being his first time in a really big finals situation like this.
It looks like Zach might be thinking about playing ick with that K. I would even recommend playing Aji, A-J-I. I mean, it does open up the board, but at this point you think, hey, I'm close to a bingo. Might be nice to open up a board in the way where you can't possibly block both lanes that I've set up.
Yeah.
We do, of
He
course,
looks great. Yeah, that's a nice idea.
doesn't set up too much,
I think
but it
now
does.
wow, you got it, Hannah.
I'm calling it.
Yep, I think he's identified that as a good choice. It undoubles the 2 eyes on the rack. It sets up a really nice place. When you see Ahi be played on this board, you now have a place to end a bingo in ED, making Da. That is a very likely outcome, holding DEIC blank as Zach is.
Right, which is a great thing to hold. We talked a bit in these past games about when you play more letters, you get to pull more from the bag. Well, if you have good letters, waiting to see, and that's an M, or it looks like it's an M. So they'll have some good
upside
bingos
down
there.
M,
Right,
okay,
there we go.
Yeah,
If it were a W, it would be a different situation.
Yes, very
So they
different.
have some great letters now, and they've set up a few different spots where they should hopefully be able to hook a bingo using all those words. Now we're going to see, they might be looking to play Vexed. James, I'm used to the teams
Still in
now.
that team mode, yeah. I
James
didn't even hear that when you said it. Yeah.
Gender neutral. James might be looking to play Vexed off of Ta. I would conceive being eager to get rid of that V.
Yeah, there it comes. Yep, this makes sense. This is a good way to score.
Does block that lane because V's are pretty tricky.
Yep.
We'll see if it's not quite enough.
And trivia for you folks in the chat, it is not playable on this board, but can anybody see what bingo Zach would have through the V if the V were in a different place? Who can find it first in our Twitch chat there? A bingo Zach might have through a V. There it is, Seth Lipkin in the chat.
Hi, Seth.
The appropriately named Seth Lipkin, who we adore in the Scrabble world for many reasons. But well done, Seth. He's gotten it. Decemvir.
Wow. And wood
doesn't
rat
fit.
on
Wood
James'
rat.
rack.
That is a valid word.
Wowzers.
So wood rat.
James is really these compound words.
He's
He
been
is
awesome.
crushing them.
He's been awesome with that, and I just feel like, will Zach create a place, because Zach has endemic on the rack? He's going to play that off of Ada, the TA on the board. He will have a place to play that, and I don't
think
think
that sets
that
up a
makes a
spot.
place for wood rat to
And
go down.
wood rat is not one of those words that takes a front hook or can easily be turned into an 8.
So, Mr. Brain, I think that word does take an I hook. You just didn't spell it correctly. It has the 2 E's. So, D, there you go. Yep, so there it is. All right, so endemic is on the board. Wood rat doesn't appear to be playable unless we're missing something for James, and
Or
that's
unless they
going
want
to
to
be
make up some more new words.
endemico. The Spanish word for endemic is endemic.
Fago.
Yeah, none of those are going to work out. And to your point, making, as you said, unless one of them wants to make up some words, that did happen in their previous matchup. So
Totally plausible.
it could happen, but I don't think we're going to see
not even
that.
a 50-point lead, though. So the game is still very young. I think we're probably going to see some sort of W dump with that.
For sure.
Under endemic, probably. We're going to see those W's.
Yeah, the W is definitely, the W's and the O's are definitely on James's radar as the tiles that he would like to use up here, because A, D, R, and T are definitely very good. It's worth noting that ETA on the board, the Greek letter eta, that takes some really useful hooks for bingos. It takes a G. Gata is a word. You can end in ing there. It takes an S. Seta, that's a word as well. So it's worth noting that is a spot we could see be used at some point.
We're seeing an interesting recommendation here to play wooed through the E of vexed. That could certainly be a good play. It does
reasonable. Gets the W and D
exactly.
on the
It leaves you with TAR, which I think are great letters. That could certainly be a reasonable play. I feel like I'm enticed by that E in endemic. I want to do something with like WO or like WAD, but leaving those 2 O's is tricky.
What's he thinking now with Ratwood here? Is he going to consider playing that somewhere? Wood Rat is valid, so this other one.
Well, this is what was the mix-up last time with
GJs
as opposed to JGs.
Yep. Okay, so instead we're going to see just plopping that W down, leaving a nice balanced leave of A, D, O, R, T. The O, not the best bingo tile, but it is a nice balanced leave that will potentially become more bingo prone with, for example, an E draw, an S draw. There's definitely things that James can draw that will give him some good stuff here.
Oh, we got a Y. Those are tricky. Oh, and another O. He basically picked up the same problem.
Yep. So he's going straight for that alphabetizing, as we've seen before.
Looks like Zach is looking to play off his HI, which, if I were him, I'd be looking to maybe get rid of one more vowel there. But of course, spots are limited on this board. I don't know where he's looking to play that. Maybe with G, but I don't think he would do something that opens the board that much.
No, certainly, I think Zach is probably pretty comfortable with a nice lead. I guess there is this ongoing question of what are the players going to do with endemics, right? That feels like endemic feels kind of like an adjective.
There's pandemics. It's like, can you make it into a noun?
I wonder what the chances are that we're going to see a challenge one way or another in that spot there. So
Zach's rack right now, he's got HOII, those 2 I's, NAR. Definitely wants to get rid of at least one of the I's. If I had my druthers for the tiles to get rid of, I'd get rid of HOI, but who knows if there'll be a good play for that.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, right? Like, you look at your rack and you think to yourself, what's the word I'd like to play? What are the letters I'd like to keep? Those are the things that are independent of the board. Then you got to look at that board and say, well, I have this idea that I'd like to play a certain word, or I'd like to leave certain letters. Now, is there a spot on the board that actually lets me do that?
Oh, so he's just going for hick.
Oh, man, scary with the chic hook.
Scary with chic. And now it gives James a nice way to get rid of some of those letters if he plays Yud, Y-O-D.
Yeah, Fogey. That's right. So Fogey. Oh, and Yod up in the top corner too.
Right.
So there's a couple places, and you see he immediately shifts YOD off to the side. So I'm pretty sure he will play Yod in the upper right corner.
It works
and
in
he'll
the
block Sheik and Endemics.
he'll block Sheik, he'll block Endemics, whether it's good or not.
Yeah.
He'll also get some good points for that play. He
Yeah.
needs, he's down about 40 right now. It's the kind of thing where one more big play from Zach and he's going to be down a sizable bingo. So definitely a good idea to play YOD there, I think. But he has several options, and as we see, James thinking it through.
Yeah.
Me from just a few years ago, I would have just slammed it down immediately, but he has taken his time.
Yep.
Great play.
So it's a very close game.
Right,
even
he'll
though
be about
Zach,
20 points down, not even 12 points down, maybe 14.
Zach was the one that bingoed, but he also spent a couple of turns. He exchanged to start the game. He played Ai for 10. He played Judo for not much more than 10. So even though Zach has bingoed, he's also not scored particularly well on the other turns of the game. That's more of a function of the tiles that he's had than any issue with how he's played. But, oh, wow, he's thinking about playing Robinia through the Eye of Endemic, which would be an unbelievable play if I think he sees it. Oh,
he's maybe
man.
looking for Obia. Doesn't quite work with the WO situation there, but Robinia is gorgeous.
Robinia through the Eye of Endemic, making Oho, Bid, and 1. And there it is back on his rack, assembled. I'm sure
maybe he's not... I think his one concern is he's setting things up, but no, it's a beautiful play.
Here's the former champion in action right here. That is an incredible play. Look how beautiful that is, making three-letter
42
words
points, I think.
in the process. That is
44, okay.
Really high-level stuff right there. That is amazing. 44 points.
And just like that, he's up the 50 points again. James has a hard road ahead of him where he has to keep chugging along, just trying to.
I mean, you see that
outpace.
play. I would see that play go down, and I would gulp a little bit. Like, oh boy, that is a pretty nice play.
Someone is really trying to outdo us pun wise. Says, oh ho, Zach has won a lot of points at that bid.
Very nice, rain torrential.
That play was so Robinia. No, I don't know what Robinia means.
I don't even know how to work Robinia into that. But look at Zach's draw here too. Man. And there, I'm just noting that like on James's rack, he has, if a C were open, right, that C of Endemic has long since been closed by the play of Hick. He would have something like contrary from that C with this rack. So it's not impossible from his perspective that he needs to be looking and imagining, do I have something that I can play with this rack? I don't think he does.
We've been talking a bit about, when it's worth it to open the board, when you want to keep it nice and closed. It's too early a game to really think, oh, I'm ahead, I'm behind too much. But I think James wouldn't be remiss to play something like Yarn with that Fogey we were talking about
he's even doing better than that. He's playing this obscure Riot word.
That's even better.
And that's really impressive. I mean, Yarn would be a perfectly solid play with Fogey to get more space open on the board. Instead, it looks like he's going to play Riot, keeping that A, which is a better bingo tile than the O.
And I do like having ends too.
For sure, yeah. That's just these
on
tiny details.
Those are those little details that really make the game.
It's very impressive to me, the word knowledge that James has showcased.
I'm wondering if there's an argument to be made for playing Quiz and Zeta and just, I don't like being stuck with those cues. You're getting 30 points.
I think it's a great idea, Hannah. I think it's a really good call that, Quiz and Zeta scores pretty well, unless is there some Q or Z play to the R Robinia that gets you points to the triple up there. I'm not seeing it yet.
I don't see it either.
I would be looking there first, and if I can't find anything there, I would for sure be thinking about. It looks like Zach is
thinking at Queen.
Queen is quite solid as well. So
a similar number of points you get to keep that Z.
Right.
It's a question of what kind of game you think it's going to be. Is it the kind where you want to hold on to those high power tiles? You think you can get 30 points each? Or is it the kind of game where you're like, hey, at least I'm getting good points and I'm kind of done with them at this point?
Yeah.
Certainly, if it's a 30-point play with just the Z, I'd favor quiz because Qs, you think they're all that, but they are
At this level
all
again.
that.
Yeah, we were talking about
Exactly,
nice.
not a good board for a Q.
Yeah, and the boards that you would consider to be good for a Q, we did see one in James's Endgame with Cherish. That was a good board for the Q. Lots of different places to play with it, with that blank. But most boards tend to be not that good with the Q, just because it's going to be very difficult to deploy the Q sometimes without very specific accompanying tiles like a U and like AT or something very specific.
Yeah, we're seeing people talking about what's going to be left in the end game. Although, really, we are just getting started with this game. We're probably a third of the way through.
That's true, though, as Biggie Mac says. Hello to Biggie Mac, by the way. We're seeing that no S's have been played and no S's on either player's rack. So they are going to be, coming pretty fast and furious here. So, a suggestion of Zine. That could be interesting. He's getting ready to.
Okay, not a bad decision at all.
He plays Queen. That seems pretty
I think
good.
what we're seeing here is a little bit of confidence that he's going to be able to also play off that Z for some points. He left that Zeta spot open. He could still get the Z going that way with a word starting with Z. Let's see what he picks here. He's got 2 I's. He's got 2 L's. That's tricky.
Wow. 3 L's?
No, a T.
A T. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate.
He's got an ill ditz.
Yeah.
Me when I have coronavirus.
God. How do I respond to that?
You don't.
I have
you just
to push
let
back.
it sit in the ether.
I have to push back somehow, but we got to continue on.
But he does have dits off of the A of Robinia if he just wants to hook up that 30 points. I mean, it sets a few things up, but he has options here for utilizing that Z.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this is a smart move from James. He doesn't know that his opponent has the Z and can play ads or something up there.
Yeah, ads could be a pretty reasonable choice. Obviously, Zach is not going to love to leave IILL, but for such a nice score, 39 points. Oh, and there
that he
is
might
dits.
be looking for dits.
This makes sense because you really don't want to keep 2 sets, and now he's thinking about ads. I think dits parallel to Riot, making odd and TI, is probably a play that Zach could make if the score is even or if he's trailing in the game to try to open more points and give himself better bingo tiles. But Zach is the one winning this game.
Oh, he found Granola. Beautiful.
Granola will play on the board at the very least, parallel to the A of Robinia, making Ag. Maybe it plays
an
else.
argument to be made for Dits.
Angoras too.
And Dits would block that Granola play.
So I was thinking of Dits here.
Oh, I thought I was talking about it with the triple.
Would be quite nice too. Yeah, maybe it's better there.
It does block off that bingo lane a little bit.
Oh man.
It does block off your Granola situation.
Yes. Oh, Dits in that. Okay, so they're saying Dits in the spot parallel to Riot would lead to Organzas, but I would also say that as impressive as James's word knowledge has been, that would take the cake if he were able to find that word. That would be absolutely incredible to see that bingo here.
Either way, if we see the play of ads, ADZ, we've got that bingo lane open and available.
Oh, he's now seen Argonaut to the T of Riot. So James is just coming up with these.
Clever.
Yeah, as Axer Typo says, hi,
James
Josh.
And the Argonaut.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was my play on Jason, for anyone wondering if I underneath. My play on Jason and the Argonaut.
Yes. Oh, man, Garbanzo also available through the sea. So Dits in that spot. Oh, my God. Would we see Organzas or Garbanzo?
I think we might see Dits in that other spot, though. I don't
that
know.
Would be scary just because you could give up really high scoring overlaps there. I wonder where Zach's getting ready to play this. Parallel to Riot or parallel to Robinia?
It looks like he's facing that decision himself. He has the letters. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, my God. Okay, so this would be incredible. Oh, up it goes into different spot. Wow, very interesting. So a little bit of a switcheroo by Zach. It is not that easy. I just want to note that I next to the triple word score looks really scary, but the worst case scenario of a
Is an
letter that
F.
goes there is just an F, and there is an F on the board already. So there aren't really.
And
Normally, you put a vowel there and you say, "Oh God, what's the worst that could happen?" An I in that spot is not as bad as it looks.
It's true, and little does he know, he has potentially
saved himself
some
hurt
garbanzos there,
Yeah.
as they say.
So we saw James arrange his rack a couple times. He had granola on his rack. He had Argonaut, which I'm sure he is going to see through the T. But now he needs to take a moment, breathe, and say to himself, do I possibly have anything parallel to Dits? Because that is a really, really big spot. Suggestion of Agon. Should James play Agon? That's you could play it in a couple different places, but yeah, he's gonna play Argonaut.
I think he is gonna play Argonaut, which is a beautiful find.
Frankly, also Angora from the Z of Dit going down, leaving just the blank is probably pretty competitive.
It's 38 points, which
and
is
leaves a blank. It's not a bad idea.
Although I do think it is hard when you have a bingo not to do it. He sees Argonaut. He's marking that U.
Blank is getting
on
circled,
the board, and he is bingoing. What a game! Because this is going to catch him right up.
It's going to be huge to see what he draws here, particularly because Zach does not really have. He has only the S that fits alongside the I of Dits. I wonder if he's going to try to play something in that spot. He could play the very obscure word of Argils, Argils, off of Za, or he could play something like Sial, parallel to Dit, and that would at least block that whole area off for the future. But James's draw will go a long way.
True. James looks like he's picking some good tiles. Loves to see that.
Right out of the bag.
And Beloves.
Beloves. Oh my God.
That's good, right?
Beloves is valid in the Collins lexicon.
But not
only.
in this one. You need a beloved.
Oh my gosh. So that is a huge one. I'm not sure really that there's a great place to play Beloves anyway, but we will have to see.
I know, I'm seeing
Zach
a comment
does.
about he circled his blank before he put the word down. I always hate when my opponents do that. It's so intimidating.
Yeah, one of those
You say,
things.
look, I know the punch is coming. Please just hit me already.
Yeah, that's an etiquette thing that people have different feelings about. I don't even know what I do. I think I probably put the word on the board and then circle.
Well, it's because it's always someone who goes, the blank is going to be a U, and they do it all fancy. I am sure that is not what James did here.
I don't say anything most of the time now. I have
just
learned.
Sounds so proud. The blank is a U.
I just circle the letter on the sheet and I let that speak for itself. Okay, Gliel here. Man, I really feel like if Zach was wanting to block off that Dits area of the board, there were ways he could have done it, but Gliel saves RAS, which is obviously a great combo.
He keeps that A. For
Za.
Za, that's the only way you're going to get further on that triple lane is if you have an A. Maybe he's doing the works. He's saying, look, there have been a few A's already played.
Yeah, so we'll see how this. I mean, that spot again. There is an F that if we see either player, maybe Zach will be first to draw it alongside that A. It could be really damaging to overlap Dits here. That's going to be a big swing. Whoever gets that spot first. So James has no way of accessing that spot at all. He has no vowels that overlap.
Kind of good news for him. He doesn't have a place where he could play
Beloves.
Yeah, which would cost him. The chat is right. We've got vlog. He could do novel, which of course would open some things up. But so would vlog. Really.
Oh, look at that! The F is there. So, oh man, but not quite the right letters to go all the way to the Z.
But still, an easy 32 points just from playing FA.
Yep, that
would
be good.
That lane.
That's going to be
He's already
really
up by 33 at this point. We're probably going to see somewhere in the 30s or high 20s from James if he ends up going with vlog or novel. Either way, it's a neck and neck game. It's a good time to have an easy 30-point play on your rack.
For sure. And those S's, I mean, we did know that Zach
They were
already
coming.
had one. He just drew another. You see James with a third. So those S's that we were looking for are here. It looks like he's considering
Bisolve or
no, I think he's considering your suggestion of novel. So you called this one from him, as you have frequently, Hannah, over the course of this broadcast.
I think what we're learning is I have the maturity of
a
high schooler. I've got the same brain.
If you have the maturity of these high schoolers, that means you're doing pretty well, because these
true.
guys
I wish I had their word knowledge.
True.
I'm certainly not over here playing Robinia.
It is that. Well, that was a combination of knowing that word and seeing that incredible spot. That was an amazing play by Zach. So we are going to see novel. That makes sense.
27 catches him right up. It's a 6-point game right now.
James is trailing in the game, so the idea of making an E and an L to potentially bingo through, especially knowing how good James's bingo knowledge is, that makes a lot of sense.
And how good his lead was. He didn't have a terrible tiles lead. Okay.
Good.
Hard to have that B and that H together,
the B and the H are not ideal, for sure. So Zach is clearly getting ready to put that F in the spot that we had highlighted there, and as you said, get
easy
that
32 points.
Quick points. Zach keeps 2 S's. He maintains his lead, but this is still very, very close. This game is really knotted up. James is able to keep pace. I'm sure he'll be able to find some play that scores decently here.
Okay, got stuck with those 2 A's again.
Oh man, it feels like he has Cisuras. He has a bingo through the E.
Oh, he does. Oh, what a great word.
Oh my God. So basically, if Zach is able to see this very tricky bingo through the E, that could be bad news for James here. I don't think there's any way James is blocking this, because he needs to keep the board open to complete his comeback.
Plus, he needs to rack up some points. That's probably not the best spot on the board to do it.
Man, this is a huge swing, but it does rely on Zach seeing this obscure word, which we just see. A good suggestion of maybe Berg to the G of Glial. That would create a scenario where now you've got 2 E's, the best bingo vowel, open in different spots of the board.
That's true. You've got plenty of lanes open, and the lead is great. You just don't want to leave that H with that B.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cesar wants to our fearless leader on
there. That's right. So basically, what would happen though after Bird is that, and he looks like he's getting ready to play
They are playing
great idea.
Such great games.
But of course, in this particular case, the E, to our point, James needs to leave that E open because he wants to bingo through it. Of course, what's good for you can be good for your opponent as well. And this E is the tile that Zach needs to bingo with his rack. So let's see if he spots it. This is not an easy find by any means.
It's not at all an intuitive arrangement of those letters. You don't think about putting the A, E, especially not in the middle of a word.
Almost certainly, this is a play where you're going to need to have studied it or seen it before multiple times if you're going to play it. So let's see what Zach does.
It also takes you thinking that it's possible. I would never look at that rack and think,
and think of a bingo, right? Yeah.
Maybe he's just looking to get some points right now. He is up, but barely. That really is not much of a lead.
I think he's getting ready. I think Zach is getting ready to play AS at the top of the board, making cheese, which makes sense.
Great. Racks up some points. You don't need to sacrifice. It's not a big sacrifice to get rid of an S, and you get rid of your A, too. Those are your 2 double letters.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think that's what's going to go down.
James got a little stuck.
Yep. James did draw 3 consonants to his leave of, I think he left EHNS. He needed a vowel there, and if he had gotten a vowel, the odds are pretty good that he might have bingoed here. And Zach has drawn very nicely. He has a 7-letter word, Carius, and he has caraboos through the V of Berg, through the B of Berg, I should say. That deer, there's so many antelopes and deers in the Scrabble dictionary, but caraboos could be a word that Zach finds here. Oof.
Now, the good news for James is it does seem like, he will have one more chance. We're not out of tiles here. he can play off 1 or 2 of those consonants and try for that bingo. He is only down by 41 points.
He's close.
That's not an impossible.
Not at all. It's so close, and that's probably what he's going for.
Looks like he's going to try and play off that NH. I'm wondering where he's going to get the most points. Maybe with NOH under Argonauts.
Oh, what a nice spot. Putting the N there, making new, GNU. That, we're talking about antelopes and stuff, right? There's another one, I think. That would be really, really nice. And then keeping ELRST for next turn.
That's
James,
so much cleverer than what I thought. I was just thinking a long novel, but I love that you give me that kind of credit. Thank you.
No, I think your play is at least as good then. I think that makes a lot of sense. NOH there or HON, that's fine.
And you know, if you're James, you're thinking, well, I don't need the V. Consonants are not my problem right now. I'm not blocking off that E lane, which is more likely what I'm going to use than a V to bingo.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible that he'll draw something that plays to the V and nowhere
Oh, but
else.
he's going to play it in the better spot. What a genius.
Nice.
Playing it in that even more clever spot. GNU.
He has that same play in a much easier to see spot, and he's done it
Same
in
number of
just
points,
this.
too, but you know what? This one has that extra pizzazz.
Oh, and there it
to
is. Zach has
He's
immediately.
seen Caribous.
Immediately.
But we got
but
Swelter.
on
We're
the
going.
rack
We're not
there.
out of tiles. I think we're maybe going to see a comeback.
Oh, but Swelter.
where will
I
it
don't know if
play?
Swelter fits anywhere. Yeah, I think basically Zach is about to play Caribous.
This
He's
was
already.
Wrestle.
Yep, he's already. Oh, Wrestler.
Wrestler. And he can't block it because not
We
with Caribous.
will
I think we're going to see a
Wrestler.
bingo. I think
Wrestler,
we're going to see.
Caribous first, and Wrestler to the R of Bird if James
And you know
sees
what?
it.
Wrestler is going to be a few more points than Caribous. Caribous is a beautiful play, but it doesn't hit any of those double words or triple words. Wrestler will. So I think we might see a bit of a catch up here.
It's all going to be
too far behind.
So first of all, it's not a guarantee. James has been so automatic that he has spoiled us into thinking that it's a lock that he'll see Wrestler. We think he will because he's seen so many other bingos so far, but I expect him to find it. He has a little bit of time to relax and see it, and this is going to be.
He's just holding.
Oh, he's holding. Yeah.
To see if Caribous is good. I think it's one of those situations where he knows it's good. He just wishes it weren't.
Yep.
But I just want to tell him, James, it's going to be okay. You have Wrestler. Just take a breath. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Not so many tiles left in the bag, though. So if Wrestler doesn't quite catch him up, it's a risk. Of course, that means he will probably get to go out because Zach is going to be picking up 7 of those tiles. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and not too many tiles left.
Oh man, so this is
Okay,
really
he's accepting
all about. I mean, the unseen tiles to James are really nice and balanced. A good variety of vowels and consonants, and a couple good scoring tiles. There are really no whammies unseen to James that Zach can
Right,
draw.
some M and P's which go well together.
Yeah, I think Zach is going to draw.
Oh, and he picked.
My God, he's drawn. He somehow managed to draw a kind of weird, unuseful series of tiles.
TTU.
Oh,
Those are pretty yucky, but still.
That's, yeah, so.
And what does that mean is left? EEE.
it
MTTU.
means
It means
the
you got
unseen tiles
AEPPNS, which
are
great.
pretty good. So,
And he
okay,
sees Wrestler.
there it is. So we are down to an endgame. Both players are low on the clock. Wrestler comes down.
Gosh, they're certainly not making this easy for each other. They are giving us one heck of a game to watch.
Oh man, the P's on James's rack. I was thinking for a second that parallel to Caribous could be a great place to play.
True, but there's
there are
no I's or
vowels,
O's.
no vowels that play alongside the S. So James will draw those P's
Okay,
and
he's
S's.
19 points down, but he gets that S, he gets the A and the E to go together. It really is anyone's game, folks, because, well, Zach is going in, Zach is going in with the worst rack, but Zach is going in with a 19-point lead, which in an end game like this, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, this is a crazy situation because here's the situation. James has good tiles. Here's what Zach should be thinking. He should be looking at James's tiles and saying to himself, do I see anywhere that James can play all 6 of his tiles and end the game? That's the first thing to look for. So I see you guys looking at pen pals, which makes total sense. But Zach is up by enough that as long as James doesn't have a high scoring outplay, he should be able to get some points here and stay far enough ahead of James.
It's true.
To
I
secure
think
the
he should
victory.
have the win here. We're seeing a lot of people recommend if he plays Mew up with Wrestler, we have to assume he's going to lose 10 points, assuming the worst case scenario for Zach that James goes out. He is then only 9 points ahead. But you know what? He gets 24 from Mew. That's 33 points that James would have to make.
At Twee through the W at the top of the board. ETWEE. Just leaving MUT, which should definitely play somewhere or other on this board. I would
Gives you 3 more.
Mute through the E of novel.
Mule.
And
it's MUT. My bad.
Yeah. So, all right. It looks like he has MU set up.
Love that word.
Again, all Zach really needs to do, make sure James can't go out on his next turn and score anything at all, really. So good situation for Zach here. It looks like he is right on the cusp, but again,
James
never say never. Let's
us.
just wait till the game's over.
Is there a life care availability here somewhere?
I know. Where's that life care level escape for James? I don't know. It's going to be tricky. I think Zach is in good position here.
But either way, what a fight.
It's been another incredible game. I can't believe how good the level of play and the competitiveness of the games has been here over the course of the event.
And they really, from a broadcaster's perspective, thank you to Zach and James for giving us such good games to watch.
Yeah.
They gave us some incredible games, and this time with some real words.
All real words, too, which we knew these players have been so consistently good. We knew that they would play a clean game like this. What can you say? Really, really impressive. Just going back, Endemic is a great find. Caribou's, Argonaut, Wrestler, Robinia. These plays are absolutely top-notch that we've been seeing consistently.
Absolutely. Even knowing words, it's the less glitz and glam plays, those, plays that don't score a lot of points that really impress me. Something like Glial, Glial. That is not a word you're going to encounter a lot in everyday life. That's something you have to just know from playing the game a lot, from studying. But look what a difference it makes that he was able to dump those letters off.
Getting those L's both off the rack in one go. Very impressive. So, we will see. Zach's got
He's going to go for Mew, which I think is the perfect play.
Mew. This is nice. It also has the advantage, of blocking a good play for James of just pawn up in the top corner. That would score quite well.
Or pawns even.
Pawns, something like that. So blocking the W makes sense just to ensure that James can't score a bunch of points there. I do wonder where Zach is planning on playing 2T.
I don't know if he's even thinking that he needs to go out. I think he just had to stave off James going out or what would happen if James went out, which I think he successfully has. He's up by more than 40 points now.
I think for James, what I would be wanting to do is looking at something like Riots and Sneep. That scores quite well. If he knows that, I still don't even think that is going to be enough to do the trick for him. If, he just has like one too many tiles on his rack. If he could just go out right now, it might be closer. But then again, Zach is up by over 40 points.
He's looking at Snapple. Sort of a Hail Mary, but even that wouldn't be enough.
Product placement, folks.
They asked us to somehow arrange it.
Make sure that the outplay of the Scrabble Championship would be Snapple. Just kidding. This is not a valid word, so we'll see.
Coca-Cola had too many C's.
No, not, and even then, that play just doesn't score nearly enough. And I don't think, even in this, you can see James's body language.
I think
he knows that there really is no reasonable even attempt. Like last game, we saw the A hook on Gone. That was a pretty reasonable Hail Mary try. What can James even do that's a Hail Mary here? Like
there's no place to put all those
peps or something.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Oh, Dits apps, aka
Dits
Tinder.
apps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice one again.
geez.
Gits apps, I don't know. That doesn't feel realistic. So let's see what James
He might
comes up
try
with.
Snapple, but even that, it doesn't seem worth it because it won't win the game for him anyway. So might as well get points.
Josh with the pun. This sort of content is the best stuff on earth. That's Snapple's
Oh.
catchphrase. Oh,
I'm
it's
just gonna
sad
take
that I
it as
know
the
that.
compliment he meant it to be.
Yeah, well, it's sad that I know the catchphrases of beverages that I don't care about, but that's our modern life. Okay, he's gonna play pea pens. Does this even? I don't even know if this wins the game for him. I think I can detect a little bit of a smile on Zach's face there underneath the mask.
17 points. It wouldn't even win the game.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go ahead and.
Well, you might as well challenge. It's the last play. You don't
Is
really
he
need to
gonna
think
challenge?
that through.
Yeah, pea pens. I think he's gonna decide to challenge. Even then, that's
his
not
other
gonna,
option, he doesn't have to challenge. He could just be like, "Well, I win the game if it's."
Is that
Even if
is
it's
that what they're
good.
doing? No, they're going over to the challenge computer. Even then, I'm not sure what Zach is going to do with 2T. The game is going to continue. So,
Right.
Yeah.
At this
Caribou
point, all he
snaps.
really needs to do is just get rid of.
Well,
Pea hens might be what he was thinking of.
Yeah. Well, caribou.
Pea pens where
why
a
would
farmer
you do?
keeps their peas.
Why would you do caribou snaps when you can do caribou spans for more points?
It's
That's
true.
my question to you, Boogie Mac. nice to see you, by the way.
Or caribou's paps when they go to the gynecologist.
Absolutely, I had that in my mind, but I let you handle that.
Thank you.
Just to be
That's why
careful.
I'm here.
Yeah. So, all right, P Pens comes off.
I think we're gonna see. We could even see 2T through one of the E's of novel just for the sake of getting rid of some of those letters. That's all he has to do.
Yep. Zach is home free at this point.
He's sitting here. What a fun position to be in, playing a game.
You just won, yeah.
Knowing that you've won it.
Oh, and he plays it there just to, I guess, make it a little more difficult. Oh my God! But he's allowed NAPPES underneath there.
Whoa!
Wow! Wait a second. That scores a lot.
That's 43 points, which would catch him up and would have him win by the E if he sees it.
What? Wait. Well, we didn't give the 2T points to him, I don't think.
Oh, okay. I take it back, but still.
But
wowzers!
Wow,
we're seeing a real gone situation.
Imagine it. Oh my God, this is crazy that he would let this be this close. I think he's still going to come out ahead, but I kind of want to see James play this just to give Zach a little bit of a blood pressure spike here. There it is. Oh, I thought he had it. I thought he was about to.
No, he's trying to find a word that he doesn't know that
Okay,
word.
so this was
but
the
still a great play.
So this was the original play that I suggested, and let me just see. So playing naps there would have been a 5-point loss for James. So he would still trail, and it would still be Zach's win.
To put this in perspective,
just a moment, that is way
my
too
heart
close for comfort.
fell down to my butt.
Yeah.
Just for the
Way
sake
too
of giving you perspective on how good these players are, I did not know NAPPES, nor did I know SNEAPE.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of things I would not have found. A great play. He gives him over the P, but an incredible showing from these players. And James, he wasn't someone really on our radar to make it to the finals. He wasn't one of those undefeated players.
But my
he
God,
worked
did he play
his
well.
butt off to get here.
He played insanely well.
What an incredible game from James.
Yeah.
But Zach, of course, going out his senior year, clenching that final win.
It's that is
What a beautiful game they played.
The stuff of legends here is Zach putting that exclamation point on his career as a school Scrabble competitor. This will be his third championship. We're about to see potentially the
handshake, but he
here.
had some more, just wanted to see what was left on his rack. But we saw such an amazing game from James and from Zach. I mean, there we go. There's that handshake. Such great sportsmanship, too. I think this is certainly not the last time they'll see each other across from the Scrabble board.
Let's hope. We can only hope as
only
viewers.
hope I don't see them personally because they would definitely.
Yeah, you don't want to see them across the board from you, but of course you probably would, just because the two of them are so gracious. It seems like it's probably a pleasure to play against them.
Absolutely, and they're both people who really recognize good games. We're seeing them fill out that final slip. Zach filling out that slip to say, "This is it. This is my senior year win."
Oh
of
my
high school
god.
Scrabble champion.
Amazing.
Played that very well.
So yeah,
Very
at
good
some
challenge.
point
Did pretty well here.
yeah, at some point I imagine
Did
that
very well.
we will talk
Definitely
to at
deserved
least Zach. Not sure if James will want to chat with Nitz as well. We'll hear from our champion. And at some point, I think also we will have some coverage of the award ceremony to get to see all of our champions, runners up, other competitors receiving their due, getting their prizes. But Hannah, that's it. We made
Wow.
it to the finish
I
line
am
here.
truly out of breath. I don't know if that's an indictment of the kind of shape I'm in, but wowzers, that
I'm
was
with
some
you.
good
I'm with
gameplay.
you. Oh my god.
And it was so fun to watch along on Twitch. I thought people were making such great comments.
Thanks everybody.
We saw really amazing play and like so few missteps. A really clean, beautifully played game on both sides. Coming, when you get caribous followed immediately by wrestlers,
I
that's
mean, what can you say? This is like
Ugh.
as high a level of Scrabble as you're likely
as
to
you're gonna
see.
get.
And there's no real need to give that, for kids or because these are school age kids. This is like Scrabble the way it was, meant to be played at the highest level. We're seeing it really consistently
If Alfred
over the
Bats could
course of
see
the
us
event.
now.
Yeah.
Real game taken to the extreme. I mean, mathematically, I think these kids are making probably some of the best decisions you can be making in these games. And man, do they have the word knowledge to go with those strategy skills.
For sure. And the sportsmanship too, as we're probably about to find out. I think our players are standing by with Nitz to give a little bit of post-game context here.
Hi everyone, this is Nitz again from the North American School Scrabble Championship, and we just watched the final for the high school competitors, and I'm here with our winner, Zach Ansel. Wow, what a fantastic showing. That was a great game all throughout. Crazy endgame. What was going through your mind, Zach? Tell us.
I don't even know. I was just trying to think about what he had, what I could do, what could possibly happen, and I triple checked my tracking, triple checked everything, made sure that I felt like I had a good chance to win there, and I managed to stay calm enough to work my way through that.
Yeah, you really had some crazy notable plays. I mean, we saw Caribous, we saw Rabinia. Tell us about that moment of finding that one play you were super proud of this game.
Rabinia was probably my favorite finds. The hooks with three-letter words. I was amazed it fit there. To be honest, that was probably my favorite finds there. Caribous was also very nice. I was looking at the rack for a while, and then nothing popped out at me until I looked at the B, and then I found that. And luckily, that was one of the ones I studied recently, Caribou. I just ran into it on an old Aerolith Daily 7, so that was fortunate that I'd seen it before.
And how does it feel like to know that this was your last year playing the North American School Scrabble Championship and you won it?
Yeah, so I'd say this is a good way to send off my school Scrabble career. I've met some amazing people in here who I'm still friends with to this day, talking and chatting and Scrabbling, and I've seen some very good people here, including James. I just met him basically yesterday, and he seems like a very good person and a good player as well. And I can't wait to see what everyone else here does. And yeah.
That's so thoughtful. And where are we going to see you as a Scrabble player coming up in the next few years?
Well, I've in the next few years, I don't know. I'm off to college now, so I don't know what my schedule is going to be like. But I would like to keep playing Scrabble. I've got tournaments planned for the summer. I'm heading to Nationals and World Cup and a few more here and there. So I'll see some of you guys there, and yeah.
Thank you. That's great advice. And finally, if there's one piece of advice that you could give to the kids coming into North American School Scrabble Championship, what is it that you would say to them?
Well, for gameplay, I would say slow down, because I've seen. I used to be a very very quick player under 10 minutes used for most of my games, but that one took a while, and I slowing down has helped my gameplay a lot. But outside of gameplay, just don't play to win. Play to do your best. You can't win every time, so you play to make the best plays you're given. So yeah.
You heard it here first, folks. Don't play to win, play for the best move. Thank you so much for your time, Zach, and congratulations again. That was a great, fantastic showing. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Easy to say, don't play for the win when you just won your third championship in not that many years. But the advice of that Zach just gave, like, what a great interview, by the way.
I know.
His advice is just so
I want to
good.
be jealous of him, but I just can't do anything but like him because what a great sport. And I think he was right. He probably made a lifelong opponent but friend in his competition today. Um, wow, what an incredible thing to see, and what a good ambassador for Scrabble he is.
Yeah, so impressive. Kudos to Zach, a really amazing competitor, and have no doubt that this won't be the last we see of him, even if this is his last school Scrabble competition.
He'll still be schooling the competition for years to come. I
there
had to
you
get
go.
one last pun in.
Yep, there you go. Also, just want to say congratulations to James for James Donnelly for an amazing performance. He really put on a show for us many times over the course of the event. Tremendous finish by him. Absolutely should be so proud of how strong a player he is after so short of a time
I'll
in the
be
game.
thinking of life care for a long time.
An amazing play.
Until I need life care.
Yeah, exactly.
I
I
got
thought you said one more.
in there.
I thought you
can't
said
help
one
myself.
more. All right, mate. Well, let's not put a limit on the puns, but at some point here, we are going to be bringing you coverage of the award ceremony. We just have to get a little bit set up behind the scenes. So if you're interested in sticking around and watching our players get their due, we will be back with some coverage of the award ceremony very soon. Anna, any final words from us here in the
My
booth?
final words are caribou wrestlers. No, wow, I've got some studying to do. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, to keep up with these kids, it's not going to be easy. So with that, we're going to be signing off here. We got the award ceremony coming up, and too many thank yous for now. We'll be giving out the well-deserved thank yous to all of our staff and players and coaches and organizers during the award ceremony as well. So with that, we're going to say goodbye and stick around for the awards coming soon.
WGPO made an enormous financial contribution to also make all of this happen. Thank you. Merriam-Webster gave us those cool bags. Peter Sokolowski and editor Cannon gave a terrific talk yesterday. They also contributed some supporter of the game of Scrabble. Scopely, the maker of Scrabble Go, and their content creator Will Anderson, who was our host live stream, also big supporters of this, and also NASPA Games, another Scrabble organization, formerly the North American Scrabble Players Association. Big support with logistics and equipment, so thank you to them as well.
There's Kim, so hold both mics.
Philly, Caroline Henley.
That's fine.
Yes. Caroline not only with Manny and other folks, Johnny Green back there, helped bring all these kids down here. She runs the Scrabble program at this incredible after-school partnership program in Philadelphia and was instrumental in working with me and the other organizers to make this happen. Caroline, thank you so much. All right, now I'm going to ask the red shirt staff to stand up. I'm going to say all of their names because they did. Our tournament directors, Kieran O'Connor and Ben Greenwood. The standings, pairings, scoreboard, all the stuff you saw online, Vince Castellano. Thank you. And everyone in the red shirt, John Green and Judy Cole. Former school Scrabble players, and I think all of them placed in the top 10 at one point or another. Josh Castellano. Wait, I wasn't getting to you, Hannah. You just sit tight. Josh Castellano, Charlie Williamson, Lucy Levinson, and Chloe Fatsis. Cornelia Guest, Scrabble coach extraordinaire. Steve Pellinen's wife, Lisa Odom, was here yesterday, a top Scrabble player in also. And thank you, Lisa, for being here. So the crew that produced the stream, Christian, Andrew Kay, Josh Greenway, and your commentators, Will Anderson, former school Scrabble player, Hannah Lieberman, and former school youth Scrabble player. You got a chance to watch the live stream. It really was, I will say, the best production that we've had in Scrabble. So hats off to everybody. It was awesome. And to all of you, the parents, the coaches, the supporters, more than anyone, the players. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And I just want to specifically congratulate the finalists, especially my kids, my DC players, Gideon Brusowski and Milo Anderson. Love you guys. Amazing performance. 8 in the regular tournament and that heartbreaking loss in the final, but that could not take away anything from this amazing performance that you guys put on here the last 2 days. Congratulations. And I'll mention James and Zach, who will be coming down. Everyone will be getting their prizes. So I'm going to turn it over now to Ben Greenwood for the prize ceremony. And Ben, if you could speak into both of these microphones.
All right. Can we give it up for Stefan Fassis?
Stefan is really the life force behind this event, along with all the other people he mentioned. So thank you very much. I'm going to go through these names fairly quickly. I apologize for that, but just because of time, I will try to give you as much information as I can. I'm going to start with the sports, good sports. We start with Ricky and Nathan from Texas and Virginia, winning signed copies of Word Fruit. Yeah,
If you
just
want to take photos, please. It's fine. Come up inside.
just come on up. We can call your
I'm
name
not signing these yet, but I will sign them.
to be signed. All right, another pair of good sports. Asher and Charlie from DC getting deluxe boards.
Sorry.
Also getting deluxe boards from Philly, Haran and Makura. Yet another group of good sports. These are just folks who happened to get noticed as the days went on. I think there were a lot more than we're going to be able to call out. Dejanay, we did mention earlier, she won also a good sport prize. She won the blanket, so congratulations to her from Philly. And the last two I have for that category, I'm going to just read the quote that was written down on the slip that nominated them. It says, their opponents in round 7 put down a play with a clear mistake. Jasper and Xander asked if they meant to put it down that way instead of challenging them. So let's give that up to Jasper and Xander from these three. Also winning deluxe scores.
They had to go to a sports event. So they went from one sports event to another.
I'd be happy to take those deluxe sports to them.
I've got a couple other people that were noted for different things. I'll start with two people noted for their dedication to the game. I've got Maddie and Narissa from Philly.
You guys want boards? What do you want? Board?
And one more similar one, the E and G Award. We call that the Enthusiasm and Grit Award. Let me get this picture. Winning a blanket from Philadelphia, Brielle Thompson. That's the enthusiasm. Yeah. You generate the enthusiasm. Fantastic. You are a true Scrabble champion. That's what your blanket says. Right before the last two games, we talked about having high play awards for in round 7 and 8. The high school winner there playing Squander for 88 points in round 7, Simon Kirschenbaum.
What's left?
The mugs, the tumblers. All right, the Scrabble mug. Appears to be a tie, so we need to get 4 prizes ready for two teams in the championship division, both scoring 82 points in the last 2 rounds. One for Craters, that's Leah and Jonathan. And Gliding for 82, played by Alina and Ellie.
Is your word?
So after
Yes, A few more? So you're done.
Just if you want the 250 foot field.
Another bag? Like,
It's fine. It's fine.
I'll take mine.
All right, this is the 100+ club that I will call it. These are 3 folks who scored plays over 100 points, real words. And we'll start with, I don't think she's here, but Ruth Lee played Listen for 122. Knox played Anti-Fog for 119. And actually, for another 122, Cherish for Sizzles 122. Congratulations.
yeah, go for it.
All right, just a couple other big plays, and then we're going to get to the top 10. I have player Rear played Fussing for 81. I've got Luther and Luke playing Clip for 52.
Come on up, guys. Keep going.
And finally, Asher and Charlie vaulted for 70. Okay. Okay, here we go. Championship division, the 2022 school championship. In 10th place, Dan and Alex with a 4-4 plus 19. Win $50. In 9th place with a 4-4 plus 38.
For the people, everyone in the top 10 will get money, cash. So what you need to do is see Matt in the hallway. He's one of the organizers, and a parent can give either a Venmo address, a PayPal address, or a snail mail address to mail a check. Your choice. See Matt outside in the lobby.
All right, let's go to 9th place, also winning $50. Jonathan and Elise, both 7th grader. In 8th place with a 5-3 record, 2 7th graders, Brandon and Sophia. In 7th place, the last $50 prize goes to Leah and Jonathan. 5-3 plus 240 points.
Come on, guys. Well, all the top 10s come up. We'll take a big group picture.
Top 5, here we go. Top 6, sorry. Number 6, winning $100 from DC, Luther and Luke. 530 plus 241. Oh my goodness, I realized that the difference between 6th and 7th place is 1 point. Wow, over 8 games, a single point. Congratulations to them. Now we have a little bit of a jump. 5th place. Looks like we've got Ricky and Nathan with a 530 plus 538. They've won $200 and some tumblers. In 4th place, also winning $200, we've got Toby and Theo. A 4th and 5th grader also winning gift bags. Third place, $300 prize goes to Jake and William of New York and Connecticut. They had a record of 6-2 plus 477 points. And our 2 top players in 2nd place, winning $500 from DC, Gideon and Milo. They are an 8th and 6th grade combination. Had an amazing run at it, and congratulations. Finally, in 1st place, the winners of the 2022 School Championship Division, the Tile Blazers, Nathaniel and Walden. They have gone undefeated through 8 games and the final. They ended the 8 games with an 8-0 plus 1,126 points. 6th and 7th graders.
Yo, everyone swoosh in, top 10, let's go. Look at the cameras, everybody. You're dismissed.
Alex, do you guys? Well, I get. You get 50?
Oh shit, you're the 3rd, 2nd, 1st. I gave him to the 4th place. Oh no. I gave the gift back to the wrong place. It was in 4th. Toby, I'm sorry, guys. Toby and Theo, those were for 3rd place. I'll get you something else, though, okay?
Let's go.
Those were for 3rd. Where's, you know, that was for 3rd place. I gave you the wrong present. I'll give you something else. All right. Sorry, dude. Sorry, my bad. I gave you the wrong place. Come on up and we'll get you something else. 3rd place wasn't supposed to get anything, but you're gonna get something. So,
Where's my?
While they're sorting that out, who needs an OSPD6? All right, raise your hand. We've got something to give away. Plenty more. If you don't have your own copy, let us know. If you don't get it right now, you can come up after. All right, we've got more, so come on up and see me after if you didn't get one. And this is for anybody who's in this room. If you're a parent, if you're a coach, if you're a player, you just wandered in and you want that OSPD 6, come on up. Are we ready to go to the final 10? I think we are. I'll tell you what, while they're just finalizing that, I'm just going to mention two people who you're going to hear about as we go through this list, but I just want to mention two plays they made. James D. playing Life Care for 86 points. That's an amazing Life Care. And Zach, who you will hear about soon, Blowguns for 72. That's an amazing play. Love those compound words.
Nice to meet you. You did a great job.
Good to go? All right, in 10th place, winning $50, Harrison Benford with a 4-4 plus 252. In 9th place, also winning $50, Heather Jordan with a 4-4 plus 347. Winning $50 and a deluxe board. In 7th place, Ruth Lee with a 5-3 plus 264, winning $50. In 6th place, $100 to Audrey Benford with a 5-3 plus 330 points. And now the final 5. In 5th place, winning $200, Knox Daniel with a 6-2 plus 336. All right, let's take that. Let me take that back. I skipped over 8th place, winning $50. Emmett Brasowski, 5-3 plus 165. Oh, Emmett, that's the best prize. Sorry for skipping you over. We've got in 4th place a former championship in the other division, Jeffrey Pogue with a 6-2 plus 428. Winning $200 and a deluxe version for the bookshelf. And 3rd place. Ready for 3rd place, winning a gift bag and a whole bunch of stuff, along with $300. Cherish Amigo Polo, 6-2 plus 546. Second place. Came up from a little bit behind earlier in the tournament to sit at the finals table. Finished in 2nd place. James Donnelly with a 71 plus 401 points. $500. And the 2022 high school Scrabble champion with a record of 7-1 plus 623 plus the win in the finals, Zachary Ansell. Congratulations, Zachary. Congratulations to everyone on the stage, and congratulations to everyone in the room. We really appreciate your devotion and fun in playing Scrabble this weekend. If you would like an OSPD 6, please come up.
Thank you. Oh, really? I've got Theo and
I can hear you. Yeah.
Meredith.
Yes. I can wrap it up here. Tell me when to shut it up.